Thank you Everstone Studio for sponsoring this video. In a time where people lived and died by the sword, a young wanderer walks a perilous path to master deadly martial arts, solve old and new mysteries, all while forming strong bonds and forging a place for himself in the jianghu.
He's just gonna take my left butt cheek and hand it straight back to me. Oh, dear Lord. I just got goosebumps across my whole body.
We have 100 days to become a fierce fighter and do everything in our power to save the lives of countless innocents on our quest to becoming a legendary hero. So say it with me now. Let the show begin! Time for a prologue. In a bamboo forest, there were once two legendary heroes, Jiang, the most important figure to our story, and Chen. Notably, they are familiar with each other, and Jiang has a child wrapped around his torso. Suddenly, both of them get attacked from the shadows and then get swarmed by horse riders. During their escape, it's also noted that this Jiang killed his own father and stole a valuable jade item, and that's why everyone is after him. With some swift movements, he fends off people on horseback and relentlessly had to shoot fire arrows to save his own skin. Soon these two here reached a clearing with roses covering a wide expanse, but artillery fire was being shot in all directions, and in the distance a giant statue was seen. Briefly, it's noted that these enemies are called the Aureate Pavilion, but eventually his horse gets knocked down, the child gets cut, and he is left to fight this behemoth of a man called the Void King, who is the servant of the current emperor. This prompts you to go through the tutorial, and the only thing to note right now is that you have weapon skills of wide varieties and mystic skills that come in all sorts of flavors. Most importantly though, this game has deflect assist. I am unfamiliar with this type of gameplay, so I'll have it set on temporarily, but will turn it off once I feel more comfortable as I'm trying to get through the game's story, not trying to complete a challenge run. And while Mr. Jiang here beats this here intro boss, I want to let y'all lovelies know I had so much fun immersing myself in this amazing game with its compelling story, gorgeous visuals, and smooth yet intense Souls-like combat, which you experience across this huge, seamless world where all the buildings are accessible and faithfully recreated off of China's history. And here you have the freedom to be who you want to be, go where you want to go, whenever you want, at the difficulty you choose. There's deep lore and super silly quests for you to find solo or with your friends, and that's not even mentioning the many weapon types, martial arts, and mystic skills to unlock and master. I don't want to spoil too much, as this huge video is a testament to this game's insane amount of content, which is all, by the way, completely free. There's no pay to win to speak of at all, and the devs stand by that principle. The only paid content includes cosmetics and battle passes, and all future content and DLCs will be free for every player. So I highly recommend y'all download the game for free today with my links down below. Trust me, you will not regret it. And again, thank you Everstone Studio for sponsoring this video. Once Mr. Jiang was done besting his opponent, a blue glowing bug is seen crawling into the Void King's ear, which causes him to reawaken and strange occurrences to unfold. He sees many strange and terrifying visions, but thanks to his friend Chu calling out to him, he notices the child is crying, and his friend Chu having taken a fatal blow to protect him while taking out the Void King with him. With this, the fight is over, and the bug leaves the Void King's eye and travels far and wide to what I can only imagine is our arch nemesis. From up here, we get a grand view of all the lands we are about to explore, and this is when a time skip occurs to when the Song Dynasty is in power. The child has grown up by now, and it's mentioned that all these wonderful sects across the land possess various martial arts which we can learn, and this is where we're prompted to start our journey. Day 1, we begin this adventure with this lovely character creation menu, and you can spend so much time in this to make your character precisely the way you want him to. Once that was done, we see ourselves all grown up. Yes, we are the child now as an adult, so time has passed, fighting against an unknown opponent, and we aren't doing too well, but in this razzle-dazzle of a display of martial arts, we are able to select a talent, and I chose Drunken Precision, which will help me in some minigames. And I did think maybe the two of us here are friends, but this dude just steals my jade pendant and knocks me out cold from a distance, which just seems incredibly rude. A while later, we are awakened by a friend, this little girl named Ruby, and she's frustrated that we still haven't taken her to some shrine which she is dying to go visit. But we are quite distraught that this fighter stole our jade pendant. It seemed quite important to us. So we tell Ruby to give us a minute and searched for any clues that our opponent may have left behind here at the rundown house of Uncle Yang Yun. Quick disclaimer though, I am most definitely going to be mispronouncing some names, so I apologize in advance. Either way, we did notice this dragon carved into an old door, and Ruby thinks that this is a secret sign for heroes to meet up here, and maybe, just maybe, considering the man in black stole our jade pendant that Uncle Yang gave to us, perhaps it has something to do with him as well. You see, he's been missing for a very long time now. Also, thanks to Ruby, we come across this amazing spear which we can use as a weapon. I wonder what other weapon types we'll come across on our journey. We then loot what we can inside and got this here gilded mask, which looks pretty cool. I'll be using this for a while, and then checked some writings on the desk and found a letter in a hidden drawer. It's written by someone named Wei to Uncle Yang, and in short, this Wei seems to be in a position in the government of sorts, and Yang retreated to Heaven's Pier and cut all contact with everyone that he knows. One of Wei's disciples, called Tian Ying, found a strange item and risked his life for it, but was caught by someone or some group named Tang. For this reason, and because something called Dream Puppet Calamity is returning, he asks our uncle to draw his sword again. And if he is to find this Yan fellow, he will be an honorable man and help him out. This is confusing though. Uncle Yang never mentioned any of these people to us in all this time. Also, the spirit tablet here seems to have been disturbed, and it's all just so strange. The man in black never actually hurt us, and we can only hope someone named Auntie Han that we know has more information about this. Context, she's pretty much the one that's been taking care of us and Ruby, and she's to hold a very big banquet this time of year, and said she had a big announcement. I wonder what that could be for. The good thing is though that these boundary stones exist all around the map and they serve as teleport stations, so I'll be gathering these as I go. Upon speaking to Ruby again, it seems like we both snuck out of Auntie Han's place, and Ruby was really hoping to see some heroes or buy a storybook at a nearby shrine, so she doesn't want to go back yet. And since the general shrine is on our way back, we convince her we'll go past it and buy her book then, so she's excited and happy. Along our travels, we learn a few things too, like how to cross a broken bridge and how to avoid a plant that seems poisonous. Also, we are able to gather some resources from the environment, likely to craft some items and to, in the future, build our own house. Further down the path, we reach a vantage point and can see where we gotta go to reach this shrine, when all of a sudden, a random person was just flinging arrows and knocking out pigeons from the sky, which is incredibly dangerous. This mysterious man seems so preoccupied with his bow that he barely even noticed us. His name is Big Feng of the Ink-Bound Order, a sect. We'll get into those later. The thing is, he is not a hero, but a humble servant of it. As an apology though, he offers us a tome of knowledge on archery, and with this knowledge, we can hold our breath to slow down time and improve our aim. Upon testing it, we actually reached level 2 as well, and after a bit more chit-chat, he mentions that many legendary heroes have been coming to this region recently, even the dreaded Killerblade. Maybe the man in black has something to do with him. But the sun is already beginning to set, and we notice a caravan traveling across the road towards the area where Ruby wants to buy her book. She already set out, so we need to get there before nightfall. Hopefully. While catching up to Ruby, we also got to speak to this wayfarer, and if you talk to them across the map, they paint out sections of it, basically discovering it. He also says he has an item of way higher value in stock, so we give him some of our coins that we have gathered. He is quite shocked that we would pay such money for this thing. It is something called Wulan's Journal. He's so surprised that he asks if we're part of the sect known as Well of Heaven, given how we throw money around. We are not, we're just financially irresponsible. He then asks for one final favor to get rid of a black bear nearby that's been giving him some trouble. This brilliant bear actually seems to know some martial arts, so we watch him to gain some insight. Essentially, from a distance, we can watch and steal techniques from others when timed correctly. Thus, we have now learned Tai Chi, which is our first mystical skill. It lets you pull in an opponent and fling him away for massive damage. This puts us up to level 3, and you can also get resources from animals that you kill. Nearby, I also spotted a man stuck on some boulders, and once helped, he asks us to loot some fire arrows to shoot down the beehive in order to collect what's called an oddity, and there are hundreds. He rewards us from doing this with a fan skill, which applies healing. But all of this had me sidetracked. The night had set, and I needed to find Ruby. So, along our journey, I actually got distracted again. I stumbled upon some bandits who seemed to have looted some carriages. They have heard of Auntie Han and heard that she adopted some children, which they plan to abduct for wine and coin in exchange. So I quickly dispatched them using my newly acquired skill set. After looting all of their stolen possessions on day 2 and equipping some low-tier armed gear, we head on over to town. And there's some people near the General Shrine Gate who are quite agitated. They seem to be horse thieves, but as they are not mine, we let them move on. Within the walls, there's actually quite a few people, and I ask around for Ruby, and she's definitely been here, as I've been informed that she's actually paid to put me into an arena fight where her money is on the line against someone named Fang Xu of the Heaven's Well sect. This dude seems quite arrogant and itching for a fight, but luckily this is no battle to the death. It's more so on who's first to admit defeat type deal. And after some quick slicing and dicing, I made quick work of him, and oddly enough, another glowing bug crept from his eye and landed on a ominous hand far out in the distance. I wonder whose it was. After spending the whole day here at the festival, come nightfall, we can slowly tell that the organizer of this arena is most definitely a con artist though. We call him out for his bullshit. He's still hesitant to give us our prize that we won fair and square, to the point of having to threaten him. We can see that the prize is not only bullshit, but stolen bullshit as well, and as we inspect it, this Jin fellow slips away. What a bizarre encounter. It's not all bad though. This led us to learn a new talent on day 3, to apply fire oils to our melee weapons, and any further items were split between Ruby and myself, but we'll let her keep everything that she wants. She's just spoiled like that. She even got that book that she wanted, so she is more than fine. But we learned that any good hero needs a good horse, and there's this great specimen dancing right here. Obviously, it's not for sale. Not like we could buy it anyway, because Ruby's all out of money, which means it's time for us to head back home. But she's having way too much fun here. She still wants to try some pine nut candy, and here comes Uncle Guang, the one who sold her the storybook that she wanted, and he spoils her rotten. They know each other quite well, so much so that we just call him Beard Guang. He assures us that he and the merchants here will keep an eye on her, so we can roam around to our leisure. So I headed on into the main temple, where there is this headless statue. We offer up a prayer, as Uncle Jiang had the same tablet back at his home and always instructed us to do so when we got here. Ignoring all formalities though, I looted a chest behind said statue, which is probably an act of blasphemy, but you can technically be a criminal in this game, so it's all good. Kind of. At this temple's entrance though, a person had been praying so much that he stumbled on over, and upon helping him up, he says he was misled by a book that a wayfarer had sold him, which told him he could learn martial arts. All he had to do was basically bow his head 1,000 times. That didn't work, so angrily, he dropped the book and left. Thing is, it's the same book that the wayfarer had sold us, and conveniently enough, there's this odd patch of stones right next to us. And between the cracks, a poor kid's ball had fallen in between. So by slamming the ground violently, we got to a whole new section beneath the temple, collected the kid's ball, and had a look around. This place is littered with old weaponry, and there are Tiger Force bandits already here. All that means to me, though, is I get to loot this place's stuff and theirs at the same time. So I proceeded, blowing up barrels in an explosive fashion, which had me reaching level 5, and after passing this drawbridge from which I had to burn some roots to get it deployed, I got to this strange device that dropped some barrel bombs. Noted that there helped me proceed to another room after blasting on through. This led me to finding a book, which taught me a skill called Cloud Step, which is great for mobility, but moving up this staircase here, I got to a room with even more enemies, but the nearby explosions dealt with them quickly. Thing is though, that was the cue for their leader to appear.
Aw, man, I should have saved the bombs for this guy. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Oh, he has a freaking huge health bar as well. All right, how can I use my... Oh, there you go. That leap skill that we learned helps to, you know, knock people down and stuff. Okay, I dig it, I dig it. Gotcha, bozo. That's when his skill glows red, and that deals a lot of damage back if you deflect that. No, you don't. And for the finish, Victory is mine.
With my enemy slain, I plundered this tomb to my heart's content and investigated a tablet that taught a story. Someone named the Lord of Jin established the Northern Vow, a group that protected this region. Everyone loved him for his chivalrous deeds, yet sadly, he and his heroes were killed by barbarians. They're known as the Khitan. And one thing led to another, so that they brought this statue back over here. To pay respects, one should bow 3 times to honor him, and who am I to disobey the local customs? So that's what I did, and it opened a secret hatch with tons of loot inside. As I made my way on out of the dungeon, I got one final chest before exiting the shrine where we were initially at. So, respectfully, I thanked the statue one more time to complete this side quest. I ain't complaining about the loot neither, as I got new leg wraps and a simple robe for more defense. The sun then began to set, and I was just taking some time to speak to the people of the merchant caravan. And it turns out you can engage quite a lot with NPCs and build up friendliness with them. Once the morning of day 4 rolled in, I let Ruby know that I would be heading back to Heaven's Pier, our home, and before departing, we spoke to Sir Guang, and he's concerned Auntie Han will be quite upset that we snuck away from home, especially since Uncle Jiang has been missing for 3 whole years. That's why she worries so much about us. He gives me a book of Uncle Jiang, but no one can make sense of it, so we'll hold on to it. With rain beginning to pour on down, I knew my travels would surely be quite troubling, so in preparation, I learned a new talent called Wind Sense, which lets me perceive my surroundings better. Plus, how to charge my skill and how to deal heavy attacks. I might as well also get another Mystic skill slot so that I can use multiple on the go, and I'm not going to say no to 5% more crit damage. As I was leaving, I found a cat with some clothes which caught my eye, which means there's a puzzle with a reward at the end. And indeed, I only needed to place this little statue at the right spot, which had this meow meow here, quite pleased, and it allowed me to reach level 7 and get some loot. Taking a glance at my surroundings, it seems that everything man-made is destroyed, but the only thing that we can think about is the banquet that Auntie Han is hosting soon. Along the coastline, during my travels, I spoke to a person fishing there who wanted to compete and gave me a kid's fishing line. It seems as though, depending on the time and place, I can get different types of, well, fish. And fishing is actually quite enjoyable. I enjoy it in most games, and this one you just gotta keep the line in the green area and you're all good. So, in no time, I won the challenge and took my prize from this poor innocent child. Moving further along the coastline, I walked past tons of stone statues, and there seemed to be an old, delusional man posing as a statue himself, and this prompts us to learn a new skill involving acupoints. He was so stuck in this pose that after only poking his nerves could he be freed from that position. And now having learned this skill, we can use it in combat to immobilize enemies. I know we really gotta go to Auntie Han. We can't keep her waiting, but there's just so much to do.
Was that Michael Jackson?
Just a bit up the road, I found a group of warriors that were talking amongst themselves, and apparently there's a demon nearby to which many warriors had fallen. So I decided to check it out myself, but apparently the actual demon seems to be this here goose. For some reason, in this universe, gooses are OP, and since I could not defeat it, I got it stuck in the water somehow and just looted what it had, and it looked at me doing this with great disappointment. Moving on, I unlocked some more of the map, a part called Moonveiled Mountain, and then reached Heaven's Pier shortly after. Here there are tons of vendors all around, but amongst all the people, I spoke to someone named Q. Apparently, there is a drinking contest going on, and there's something fishy about it. Apparently, the guy who runs the challenge nullifies the alcohol that he drinks himself with the pill, giving him a win every time. So, this fine gentleman teaches us a mystic skill, which enables us to yoink items from a distance, making his trick useless. So come the next morning, I challenged him to a drinking contest, and within 15 minutes, he was wobbling about, and everyone knew that he was a fraud, and thus chased him throughout the streets. The good thing about this skill is not only is it good in combat, it can also help me steal from people. I then explored the town a bit more and came across Uncle Zo, who works with Aunt Han to make famous wine. He's busy setting up tents because many people will be coming in for a drinking festival, including the merchant caravan that's currently looking after Ruby. He also mentions he's fully given up on trying to control her as she just does whatever the hell she wants, and urges us to just go to Auntie Han quickly or she'll have us kneeling in a corner again. After a quick drinking game of throwing some arrows into a pot, we go over to her as the sun rises. She's just a bit further out at a place called Blissful Retreat. our home. And along the road, I did come across someone impersonating me and selling drinks for a discount. I would never do such a thing, so I exposed this scammer, which sparked a debate between us. But honestly, this minigame was pretty confusing since you have to use cards to mess with the other's wits. To say I was at this for a while would be an understatement. I was being bested at my own game, which is talking shit. Thing is though, after a while, I was talking so much smack that I was actually enjoying myself, so I had a yapping session all day long.
Oh, he dealt 209? What the fuck? Oh, it's on, it's on.
I was doing my absolute best. Trust me, desperately trying to get the upper hand.
Oh, I was dealing so much damage in the end there. Oh, that got my blood racing, man.
Before I knew it, the clock struck midnight, and although I don't want to admit it, I know when I'm beat.
I'll be back, you two-faced son of a bitch. I'll be back.
The sun began to rise on day 6, and there was a wolf attacking a nearby traveler. Apparently, saving this fellow granted me many rewards. Being helpful in this game definitely pays off, so moving on from that, I came across a campfire with some burned food. Apparently, this delectable dish here was made by this girl named She, and she's not good at cooking, but neither are we, so we can't judge. Lucky for all of us though, she has a cookbook that teaches us how to make hot pot. So we make our first batch, and it seems to heal a lot of HP. Either way, we made our way back home where everyone is ready for the festivities, but a thief stole a jar meant for this occasion, so we have to go find it. During this search, I ended up inside a tower where I descended deep into its cellar, and this place is tricky. It's got all sorts of ropes one needs to traverse in order to get the loot. All the way at the bottom though, I saw that there was a pool, and I am satisfied to say that there is actual underwater content, like crocodiles. Thing is, there was this chest that I just had to get my grubby little hands on, but these things one-tap you straight into oblivion. First death, actually. I tried a few more times until I realized that these crocodiles are absolutely no bueno, so finally, I went to go meet with Auntie Han. She seems to be running a wine tavern of sorts, but her temper could be better, but we're the reason for that. We apologized for getting here so late and explained everything that happened with our assailant. She expresses a level of concern about this, and we said we would be much better off if we were allowed to train martial arts in the jianghu. That, for reference, just kind of means the world of the strong warriors and heroes. It's the same realm, but it's just the kind of society that they live in. But she is fed up with that conversation and tells us to go tend to our clients. So we do just that, and all the travelers are quite happy to stay here for an entire month. As well, the roads have become quite dangerous. They babble on about things that are happening in the world, so we learn a lot. Apparently, there's a prosperous city called Weijiang. That's the place where commerce is booming nowadays, and someone named Master Wen owns this city. Apparently, out of the 4 richest people in existence, he is the wealthiest and is very generous of a man. The city is even atop a river. At another table, the merchants speak of another city that lies to the north. It's called Yanun, and over the past 12 years, the place has been plagued by constant wars, and recently, this famous Killerblade we heard of. So who would want to go there? Curious, we press on that Killerblade topic, and the merchant says that this fellow is strong enough to split mountains. Apparently he had done just this in a duel. Killerblade is apparently the 13th brother of a group called the 12 Calamities. Supposedly, the 12 tried to trap their brother, and he left 11 of them dead. The only reason that he left that last brother alive was because his blade was a gift from him, and he had vowed never to use it against him. So all we can conclude is this must be one savage warrior. As for the morning of day 7, I was to tend to one of our visitors in one of our side rooms. This woman is quite intrigued by our wine, but is quite the oddball. She even tries to make a semblance of a move on us when Auntie Han comes to the rescue and just sends us off to check on the kilns. They seem to know each other, but the vibe is very off. Either way, moving on to the kilns, the master here is distraught as many of his pots are broken. It seems as though an enemy of his has come and destroyed several wine jars. We will stay here to investigate while he goes in search for more. By going into our wind sense, we can see cart tracks in the dirt, and the destruction here has probably happened due to, well, this cart and apparently a blade that we spotted. Deeper within, we find the horse riders that passed us a while ago and many more dead people. One of the horse thieves is still alive though, and we desperately tried to bring him to a clinic, but someone is watching us from above who lunges straight out at us. He seems to be dead set on killing us right here and now.
Oh, I did a thing! I stole your blade, you stupid! Yoink! Nope. This is gonna be tough. Oh, dude, that's a insane skill, my guy. I want to learn some of those. I'm trying to be like you, my boy. Oh, he knocked me down.
Better
to my
luck
knees.
in your next life, Pop.
I'm dead as hell. You thought? I thought it was cool. That was almost cool.
Who taught you this move?
Quit yapping and show me what you've got.
Quit yapping. That's normally what people tell me. Who are you?
On your feet. Come on, Pop. Take me to blissful retreat.
What?
Yeah, what my guy said. What?
Apparently, this skilled swordsman wants to meet Auntie Han, and he promises not to kill anyone else if we bring him to her, and neither will he kill us, and that we can trust his word, as apparently, hot diggity dog, we found Killerblade, the butcher with honor. That doesn't mean he's going to keep our horse thief alive, though. And well, as much as I tried to stall from bringing him to her, he warns that he will kill everyone around to find where he needs to go if we don't make it snappy. With no other choice, we mount his horse, with my hands tied, and set out through a thick fog. But during this, he apparently in the distance spots someone that he needs to give chase to and says that we are to stay put and threatens us that we're not to leave here until he gets back, or he will have our head. So I rushed on over as fast as my little legs could take me to the nearby temple and entered a secret passageway beneath the floorboards in order to lose his tracks. Very smart, and after a swift dungeon dive, I got out the other side. I'm just hoping we never cross paths again or I'm a dead man. And you can bet your sweet Bippy I wasted no time on day 8 to rush on over to Auntie Han to report everything. But surprisingly, she wasn't at the restaurants, but our good friend Dodo is here. And he suspects that just like his own master, who is a physician, the both of them must be ghosts, and after some pondering, we agree that they must be having a secret hiding spot because they keep vanishing and reappearing for no clear reason. So I decided to check on the physician's establishment, but only Yao is here, an aspiring physician whom we know well. We thank her for all of her help in the past, and if we tell her how medicines are used throughout the world, she can improve our own medicine chest with which we take with remedies. We end up robbing the physician blind of all of his possessions on the top floor. He's too wealthy for his own good, it seems. We even got much better armor from here, but what's noticeable is tons of masks, a medicine-making pot, and a set of daggers. It seems, based on this here ledger as well, that the clinic is making a whole lot of gold. From the balconies, footsteps are also very noticeable and seem to lead to a well, which is covered in roots. So I burned them down and hopped on down inside, and it's rather dark down here. I need to be very cautious and light the way with my arrows. There are these crazy zombie-style monsters down here as well that gnawed at my neck, but no matter how long I fought them, they never went down. They are, in fact, seemingly immortal. There's also fire arrows that launch from these here corridors, so I need to keep an eye out for that too. For my second attempt, though, I just ran past them, didn't poke them at all, and they didn't attack me, so they're kind of chill. So without bothering them, I pressed on to find this place's secrets, and by secrets, I mean loot. But what I can tell from the notes written from the water lady is that they are stealing faces or swapping them with other people, a very, very strange procedure, and the handwriting is that of Auntie Han's? Something I noticed in one of the chambers was a ton of broken pots, but more importantly, a jade flute. And as I played it, these faceless specimens simply walked on into a certain direction and sat down again, seemingly enjoying the tunes, but their leader here wouldn't budge. Thing is though, I'm trapped in this room and there's a very obvious pressure plate here, so I used the flute long enough for these faceless people to go onto it, and with that done, I was able to open the door next to me and reach level 15. A quick explanation though, level 15 is the level cap for beginners. You must go through a breakthrough to increase that cap to level 20. In doing this, you get a stat increase along with rewards, and enemies scale in difficulty accordingly.
Oh, no, I didn't think. Oh, it's an actual physical pop quiz. Yoink. Ain't nothing to it, though, honestly. It's all good. Yeet. Oh, it has a timer, too. Well, that's not good. For you. Against the wall with thee, foul heathen. Finish her! I love that move so bad. It's like, you thought. Completed. Oh, I'm so done. Give me my breakthrough. Oh, we're not done. Okay. Here, against your shield. Oh, that did not work. Oh, I can take you. That just never gets old. It really doesn't. I'm so glad that I can do it against the beefy guy. That just makes it all the more satisfying. Oh, right. I learned how to do charge attacks. Hold on. Bye. What are you doing? Oh, that's a fucking Getsuga Tensho. Let's go. Come here, you. Oh. No, you don't. That's a red one. I like the red ones. The golden ones are the unlockables. Yeet. I like that it takes him so long to get up again that I can just throw him away again. Oh, that did not work. Oh. That don't matter. That don't matter. Oh, big boy. Isn't that the boss we already fought? Greenwood Ruffian. Getsuga Tensho! Ah, Felicia. Oh, this is getting real satisfying. I'm getting the flow of it. This breakthrough mission here is actually doing its purpose, honestly. A little bit of a gauntlet of combat. Nothing wrong with that. There you go, buddy. Nice. Level 16. Nice. We are now going from beginner to emerging. Very cool, very cool. A lot of breakthrough rewards. That is sweet.
Completing this had me equipping an accessory piece for better stats, and I got a wide range of Stormveil weaponry, like the fans, but more importantly, an umbrella, dual blades, bow blade, long spear, long sword, and rope dart. I personally want to get really good with the umbrella down the line because I've been watching way too much Gachiakta, Engine greatest character of all time. Thing is though, to learn its martial arts, I need to visit a place very far from here. Apparently it's a ranged weapon too, but that has me all the more excited. I then proceeded to the final treasure room and progressed with a talent called Evening Snow. For reference, there are slots called Inner Ways that give you passive abilities based on the ones you have selected. I also found a mysterious scroll that highlights all of the major sects in the jianghu. All that aside though, I was just a wee bit stuck for a very long time. Thing is, in my confusion on day 9, I was slowly going insane from reading up and practicing weapon skills that I found within scrolls, but all that training left me quite dizzy, and after passing out, I woke up back in the clinic. Sadly, the red mood lighting with the candles here is a bit more on the ominous side rather than the erotic, so hesitantly I pushed through a door, weary of what awaited me on the other side, and I was surprised to find myself in a large cavern with thunder roaring and ghosts roaming around the place. They seem to be the ghosts of the faceless ones, and from what I can see and hear, they gave their faces up willingly, and amongst all the voices, there seems to be one woman behind all of this. But the further I pressed on, the worse things got, as I spotted a red, distorted cave with floating buildings, lightning, and what seemed to be the moon itself. And at the end laid a tree, and a mysterious figure awaited me. That's most definitely the lady that recently showed up, but she also looks like Aunt Han. But she's wielding a scythe and doesn't look too friendly. Admittedly, she never did, but, you know, this is definitely worse.
Okay, lady, okay. That's a really, really nice scythe you got there. I'm supposed to try this strategic sword or something. If you give me the opportunity to do so, that'd be great. Whoa, mama. That's not good. That, I think, worked. Oh, the juicy backwards damage. Let's go. Ah, that's the strategic sword. That worked really nicely. Oh. Hello. Holy sh... Oh, that's juicy. Okay. So this can't be Auntie. That's just impossible. Oh, she has a stun, apparently. Yeah, that's a Kamehameha. I know one when I see one. Holy guacamole. Where'd you go? Cut that joke. Well, she deals way too much damage for her own good. I sadly can't whip out my fans to heal. That's what has me concerned here. But there you go. And that's how you do it, and that's how you reach level 18, by the way.
Disoriented, we reawaken in the treasure chamber with the faceless leader now here. He's more inclined to talk now, but all he wants is his jade flute back. He says that they have been locked up here for over a decade, and the reason they know me is because they know Miss Han, but they all know her as the Water Lady. We're to speak to her about all of this that has happened, and if we need a new face, we should talk to him. We then proceed further and find a letter with some blurred text, which says, "Now, of all my burdens, only love remains for us to share," and it's written by someone named Chu. I then hear a distant voice, seemingly in a panic, so I rushed on over to it. And it's Dodo! He's utterly distraught by what is happening here. He must have followed us down the well. Thing is, he is quite messed up by this experience, as he has had nightmares of this specific place ever since he was a kid, but turns out what he just thought was dreams were actually memories from when he was a kid. So he's been involved with whatever is happening here as an unwilling participant. As I took my leave, I could only think that I should probably stick with Killerblade, as odd as that sounds. But look, level 19. Not knowing what to do in the darkness of the night, I rushed to Aunt Han's room, and it's quite a mess. What I found was some sharp throwing knives in a cabinet, some incense, and some spirit money. She must be revisiting her brother's grave. I also found a half mirror which was gifted to her from this true person that we just read of, and just then, Killerblade just waltzed on in. He had followed us this whole time, and he demands to know where Aunt Han is. We're gonna have to put a pin on that matter though, my boy, because a bunch of skilled archers showed up. They are definitely not in cahoots with Killerblade, so we grab a shield to block all incoming shots. Through a bizarre turn of events though, he and I ended up on a roof, wiping out the squadron from above with a swift blow. Frustratingly enough, he still won't tell us why he's actually after Han, and one of the dead, air quotes, assassins hears this, and as we take our leave to find Han, he makes a break for it. Unknowing to him, that is precisely what we wanted, so we're gonna go where he goes. Sneaking isn't really my forte, so the sneaky bugger just started booking it into the nearby wine cellar. We broke through a barrier into a corridor when a metal gate separates the two of us, so it's up to me to find a way to open it. And it was quite simple. I just had to find this here statue, place it and myself on the plates to open the metal gate again for Killerblade to walk on through. He actually saved me from an assassin that popped up around a corner, and that there brought me to level 20, so I'm not complaining. I get to live another day, and I get to reach level 20. Come day 10, we arrive at a gate, and weirdly enough, this one has the same symbol etched into it as on our uncle's house door. But we have no time to ask any questions, we need to push forward. And after some brief exploring, we came across a burning statue covered in vines. And I do gotta say, I do think I have an affinity for the spear, as I cleaned up any enemies that we came across rather swiftly. Even Blade noticed these skills and asked if Madame Han taught us those. We are surprised that she knows any martial arts apparently, to which he scoffs. There's much more to our auntie than meets the eye. Moving further down the corridors, we come to a room labeled the Cocoon Chamber and find what are called sleeping puppets. They're quite hostile, and apparently they posed a great threat to the jianghu in the past, so Blade is surprised that some even exist. Apparently they had been wiped out. At the end of our dungeon dwelling though, we came across an exit where the guards are already waiting for us. Killerblade is quite concerned that Madame Han will fall into their hands. Apparently, she has stolen many secrets and has broken many of her own words, and that is why people are quite angry with her. Considering she might actually be held captive here, he advises us not to rush in carelessly and devises a plan involving a horse, but we actually set him up and force him to take out all of the guards on his own while we're left to investigate. Much to my concern, they caught Ruby and Beard Guang in a neighboring house, so I rushed on in to save them, taking swift care of their captor and untied them. From what I understood from them, Aunt Han might be in the building next to us, so I sent both Ruby and Beard Guang off to safety while I went into the main building.
Okay, there's most definitely a boss fight in there, I can tell, especially if Auntie Han is in there. So in preparation, we got some stuff that we can do. Over here, we have this book that I looted, Invigorated Warrior Tome, okay? We can comprehend this, and let's see how much it gives us. 100% comprehension progress for this, which increases all damage and healing by 5%. So that's great. I like that. Before I choose that, though, we have some talents to continue progressing on, because I've been gaining so many levels. Let's have a look-see. We can improve our precision by 3%. Let's go ahead with that. We're going to get an extra mystic skill slot, which is fantastic. That way we can rock 3 at the same time. Then we're going to use Surging Meridian, Guarding Key. So survive fatal damage once and recover 20% HP. That's going to save me in a pinch. I look forward to seeing that happen. We're going to get an extra 5% affinity damage, which I think works like crit damage. I could be mistaken. And last but not least, we're going to get special skills with L2 and triangle. Okie dokie. Oh, it goes further. Sure, why not? Let's get the last mystic skill slot as well. Why not? Let's go for that. Let's just go all the way. Yep, there it is. Cool. Then I'm going to be claiming a ton of rewards. And with that, I now have this here Stormbreaker spear thingy. And with all this out of the way, I hope that my equipment is now actually noticeably better. I've done a couple of swaparoos. And with that out of the way, let's get into this building, shall we? Well, once I figure it out, at least. No! There we go. This works. That's a lot of beautiful flowers, though. Oh, hello.
Mercy, please.
And who the hell are you?
Mercy. Mercy, please.
Buddy's
me.
not
Hey,
doing
horse
that.
dancer, are you the one?
Please.
Oh, is this the guy that danced with the horse at the shrine?
Don't kill me.
I haven't done anything.
Yeah, that's the drum guy from the horse.
Dialogue.
Oh,
Take me, dialogue.
oh, he's calling for his horse to come save him. Oh man, no, that horse's smile and its body is way too wide. It gives me the creeps. Oh, wait a minute. I have to fight the horse? Look at how chivalrous he gallops. Hold on. I don't know if I want to do this. Oh wait, he fights too? Yeah, how you like that? I like them apples, huh? You know what? Oh, I can't throw them away. Fair enough. You know what? Acupuncture you. Oh, he's immune. He's immune to physical therapy. Easy dodge it now, stallion. Time for big damage. Charge. Oh. You know, I'm gonna bring out my fan. Oh, look at him go! Oh no, you know what? I feel like I was doing a disservice by ending this beast, this glorious beast. All right, there we go. That's probably a little bit enough healing. I don't know what I did, but my skills are different now. I'm not doing the same spinny spin with my spear. That was totally intentional. I nerfed myself on purpose. Gotta make it entertaining for the horse after all for its final day on Earth. Not cruel like that. Just let him go out without a bang. Okay, I like that the healing from the fan ability stays even if I swap away from the fan. That's really nice. And nighty-night, dalang. Yo, his horse ain't right. I mean, if you see that mouth, something ain't right.
My dialogue.
Bro, I don't know what to tell you. I think I did it a favor.
Dialogue is my life.
Oh, what? What? You might want to get that checked, Doc. No, is this like one of those bugs?
Dialogue's life.
Yo, he literally sacrificed himself? Oh no, demon horses. Yep. I'm out of here. There's no way in hell I'm fighting that. Oh, great. Okay, so he's roided up, cracked out of his mind. Oh, I can't block that? Hello? I feel like this is one of those where I'm gonna lose no matter what I do. There we go. I stunned him with that one. I like that one now. Oh, double block into the... Oh! The stomps! You have some fire damage. There you go. You thought. Oh. Heal time? Heal time. There we go. Oh, I timed that. I timed that intentionally. That was not button mashing. I kind of knew what I was doing on that one. Makes it all the more satisfying. Oh, you tried. Oh, the drift is not with you. He is definitely not the drift king. There you go. If I did it once, I can do it a second time. Rest. Rest. Cody. Got enough out of you. That was the toughest fight so far. Oh, what? Thank you! Whoever you are. Oh, hi, Mom.
Anton then disperses all of the fighters around Killerblade, who is severely wounded, and they definitely know each other. Sadly, she doesn't give us the light of day. Instead, she just tasks us with copying books rather than giving us answers. Thankfully, Ruby and Beard Guang got to safety. Speaking of which, he would like to talk to us, Ruby says. And also, thankfully, we can convince Ruby to do the paperwork for us. In exchange, though, we'll need to introduce her to Killerblade down the line. On to Guang's topic, he is quite troubled. Thing is, all of his wares were stolen by those captors, and if he goes back empty-handed to his destination, he will be in big trouble. He's a wandering merchant after all, so he asks for at least a jar of parting tears, which is the wine that we produce here, to not leave here completely empty-handed. In exchange, he's willing to give us information about that dancing horseman. So of course, we hand him one, and he says that the Western Post Station is where he started traveling with this horse dancer in the past. There was also a lady with him, and both her shoes and the horse's hooves were covered in some glowing dust. That's all he knows. Eagerly, I rushed over to Han to relay this information, who is still with Blade, and I got to listen in on their little conversation. See, Killerblade is after one of Auntie Han's secrets, but she won't budge on it. He insists though. He says someone named Chu put him up to this, the same Chu from that letter that we found. And when she asks why Chu doesn't ask her himself, it is implied that this character is dead. Considering the letter had some love involved, this had her heartbroken and says she had no idea what secret he might even be talking about. The secret he's after has something to do with Uncle Yang, but the only thing he left behind was that old shack that we've seen. After that, she hastily runs out, and we walk inside and question Blade about why he made her run off, but all he is focused on is Uncle Yang's old shack in the bamboo grove. Near the water, we see Han with Uncle Zo, making him pour out expensive wine. She says, "No one's going to need it moving forward. We all need to move as we are being targeted by hostile groups. So, after a lot of back and forth dialogue, we will be moving as soon as the banquet is over, saying goodbye to our home." She can make those decisions. She's basically the leader of where we live. We then talk to her personally, trying to console her a bit, but conclude that she is grieving for a very long time with great sadness, and she has to make the decision that everyone move in order for everyone to stay alive. I have other plans though. I need to escape this place before the banquet is over, because the world of the jianghu is waiting for me. On day 11 now, considering we reached our level cap earlier, I decided to go for a breakthrough, and this one done, I'll be going from emerging to observing, which will increase my level cap to 30. And I gotta say I was doing pretty well considering all the waves of enemies that were flung my way, but this is when they started to play dirty. They summoned snakes on me. It got so bad that I had to bring out the fans to start healing. Through everything though, I was just fighting mainly against this Oriet commander, a pretty versatile fighter with a dual-bladed staff. Once that guy fell though, I was instantly level 21 and was rewarded with many goodies for my efforts. That meant all of my armor pieces got a swap out. I even got to add a new bow and other better weapons. Before continuing with the story, I just decided to do some heavy exploring. There's so much that I still haven't seen in this region, so I went up north, up some mountains, and through a bamboo forest. This journey was quite difficult as enemies now started to appear at level 25, a little bit more than little old me. I then found something new to do. You see, there's sick travelers along the roads that I can heal. It prompts a little minigame, so I was quite invested. Even though I like it, just like the first card game, I am terrible at it. The problem here though is it seems I don't have enough mastery in the skill to complete this. I just kept exploring after that, staying out of trouble until I found a wayfarer. He gives us a map of the Sundara region. So much to explore, so much to find, but not all places are sunshine and rainbows. I descended into this foggy area with dead plants and enemies all around. Not a welcome place to be at. This apparently is the Bodyssea region, and it is quite swampy. I was notified that something feels off about this area as well, so I'll be back at some point once I'm more prepared. I moved past rose-covered hills with Buddha statues till I eventually reached a chasm, inside which I found what is called a dragon pillar. These let you do activities to unlock more martial arts, like in this case for the fan. I have a key to unlock this here secret passageway, so I used it up. From what I can tell, these are purely stealth missions, and you gotta stay undetected in order to learn the skill at the end. Since I'm going in this fashion, it is the perfect opportunity to rob them blind of all their belongings too. I even got to learn some extra inner ways, so I was excited. Moving into day 12, I slithered into a place where the enemies were training with their fans, and from a distance, I tried to steal their skills, only absorbing the most perfect movements. This got me some damaging fan skills rather than just healing. One of them lets us create a sort of wind barrier, which is pretty cool, and considering my recent weapon level increases, I took on a group of bandits. It was a bit dicey fighting them without heals, but it just needed the right approach. I then did find this Buddhist devotee who was yapping about something or another, so I challenged him to a debate and won fairly easily this time around, so I guess the other guy that we kept losing to was just really good at yapping. After a bit more exploring, I stumbled upon this medical kitty cat and had to use some acupuncture on these three here to get them lined up perfectly, which unlocked me some goodies. I felt really good about myself at this point and tried my hand at healing this goose again as well, but little did I know, it had a significant repercussion for me if I'd failed.
Oh, okay, my bad, I guess, my bad. Holy man.
Well, I mean, he looks to be in better condition than when I started.
Considering I was in the area though, I retried my hand, or better said mouth, at this debate thing, and won quite easily against my imposter.
Boom! That's right. I have the gift of gabbing. I have the gift of yapping, so f*** off.
Then, come nightfall, I decided to make a long journey towards a marked location to try and acquire some more weapon skills. I want to learn all martial arts that I can. I need them all under my belt to be a master. That doesn't mean I'm not going to stop to heal some elderly people, and I actually learned how to do this little mini game, so I comfortably healed my first patient. I was just solving a few more puzzles going into day 13 until I finally reached my destination. I spotted Q here from the drinking game, and he too was keen on learning the skills of this fan-wielding fellow, so we hopped to it, and I learned Veil of Stillness, which is actually the skill that made me invisible in the last fan-related quests, so now I can use it on the go. Apparently though, these two fine gentlemen right here have some beef going on, and I can't fully understand what was happening, but it had something to do with the woman, I think. Our first acquaintance takes his leave, quite upset. As for the fan fellow, he's actually quite polite, and for my troubles of having witnessed this conversation, rewards me with more goodies, under which is another dragon key. Don't mind if I do. With this in my pocket, I was just following up a few more side quests in the area until I came across this estate called Palace of Annals. Basically a place where they keep records of everything. And it turns out the same warriors that had attacked us earlier are here as well. So I need to investigate this place if anything is out of the ordinary. To make things easy, considering I can now turn invisible, I just snuck in undetected. And this place has been untouched for a while. On one of the floors was a dying elder servant, and in his dying breath, he regretted letting bandits trespass on this once great estate, and implores us to go down into the abyss, tell a fool to leave, and to get some item in a dragon's head. And sure enough, I found a secret passageway later on behind some bookshelves. This passage leads us into the cellar, and the deeper we go, the more odd sounds we hear, like clanking. I arrived at what seemed to be an enormous library with an elevator in the middle, so I descended hesitantly into what I think is the abyss. And in doing so, I seemed to alert everything and everyone within a 50,000 kilometer radius to my location and got pounced. And just to add to my luck, the elevator eventually got stuck about halfway down. I then read up on some of the billions of books around and found out that this palace was once part of an order called the Hanging Blade, which worked for the government. They probably got their name from a blade which was hanging over a dragon's head, from what I can tell. I just concluded off this information that the thieves were likely after it, and it's probably what that dying servant was talking about. I also found some other players' notes in the area that stated to pull the lever, Kronk, so I gladly obliged, getting this system up and running again. I plunged into even further depths on day 14, while learning much more of the Hanging Blade and how much influence they had in the happenings back in the day. I also found a note by Tian Ying of some rivaling nations. There was once an alliance between the Tang, who I believe at this point are our main enemies, and the Khitan, the barbarians that we once read about. The Tang are not to be trusted as they seek to revive something called the Dark Legacy of the Sleeping Puppet. And it is interesting to learn all of this, and since this letter was written by Wei's disciple, who was caught by the Tang, it means we might find this character who we were hinted to in the first letter at Uncle Yang's house.
Okie dokie. So I'm pretty sure I heard the loud clanging noise come from this corridor.
Every one of them.
Oh,
What treasure? There was only a monster.
Monster? That's a little bit of a problem. I'm supposed to talk to a man down here that people aren't coming back for him.
strong boss. Be prepared. Okay, and everybody has mixed feelings on how they went about this. So, in order to prepare, heeding the voices of the fallen people that came before me, I'm gonna go to my talents because I have 4 points to apply, okay? I can get crit rate up a little bit here. Might as well. Get a little bit more affinity. Bada bing. Unlock dual weapon skills for your martial arts. Interesting. Do want me some of that. Interesting. So I'm currently using my spear.
I have an attack that swaps to my fan. Okay, interesting, very nice.
And we'll get another mystic slot. And that's a wrap. That's all we can do, really. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to make sure that the fan I'm using isn't Inkwell. I'm going to be using a Panacea, or Panacea, however you pronounce it, because, I don't know, multilinguistic is a debuff sometimes. So, we have healing, and we have our spear for damage, and I think we will be fine. So, without any further ado, it's boss time. Okie dokie. I can see the dragon head that I've been hearing about. Good start. And I'm supposed to tell a man that people aren't coming back from him, and I've been hearing about a monster, and a note stated a beast is smelting weapons down here eternally, so these two entities are likely the same person, being the dude in the back. Oh, we get a cutscene too. There he is. He looks quite beefy. He is a chonker. We got motherfucking Thor up in here. Hello, buddy. You don't look too bad.
Why do you keep disturbing me?
I didn't say anything! Whole camera shakes when he moves his pinky toe. Look at him. He looks innocent. Bro, I don't want to fight you. He's just a guy. Lucky 17 is his name. All right. Oh man, he's a little bit of a wild boy. Oh, what? Does this shoot out like daggers or something? Perfect dodge, by the way. Not to toot my own horn, but you know, I'm doing kind of okay. See, we're fine. We got him like his quarter health down. Oh, we're so good. Oh, you see that? We can knock him down too. Oh, we're so good. We're so good. We got our dual skills now with the fan and everything to heal. In and out swappage. This is great. Oh, yeah, you see that? If I use that dual skill, it swaps to the other weapon. Oh, that's golden. I couldn't block that. That's my bad. All right, we're starting to have to focus up here a little bit. Hold on. Oh, there. Knock him down, and I'm just gonna heal a little bit. No, no, no. No, that's the golden one that I cannot block. He made me go out of my healing bubble, which is a little bit rude. Ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna keep my distance. If he lets me. He's quite nimble for his size. I'm trying to stay in my healing bubble as fast as I humanly can. Yeah, the healing fan definitely doesn't, you know, bring the healing, but that's not what it's there for, you know? It's for me to outlast. And killed with the spear at the end. Smooth as butter, baby. Wait, no.
Oh, it's the Oriat Pavilion.
No.
There's so much arson. They're burning this place to the ground.
Oh, the dragon head with the sword. I feel bad. No, this is his life's work. Oh, is that the hanging blade? Is that it? I thought it was like a legitimate sword. That whole pillar was just a ton of swords. Was that it? Yo, wait. Oh, no. No shot.
Bad people!
No, no, no. Hear me out, dude. Like, I appreciate your craft, man. Holy guacamole, dude. I don't think I got what it takes.
Get away from me!
I gotta stay on my tippy toes here, man. I love the spear knockdown. Honestly, that's the sole reason I'm alive, probably. I mean, that's not to disrespect the fan here, obviously. Notice my commentary has depleted a little bit because I'm scared for my life. Oh my god, the damage. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Oh, that was the red one. Oh, that got me. That got me the advantage that I needed. Oh, maybe not. I'm basically dead. Oh, nice. Perfect with that damage in the healing bubble so I can use it all. Oh my god. I don't like that. What is he doing? Okay. I don't know what I did, but I tried to press all of the buttons that appeared before me. Perfect dodge. Okay, yeah, the perfect dodge is definitely necessary to actually beat this dude. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Perfect on the red. My health is not existing right now. Fuck! No! I was doing so good! Woo! That was crazy. That got my blood pumping, man. That was fun. That was really fun, actually.
I wasn't going to let that slide so easily, so I upgraded my fans and spear to enchantment level 4 to improve their attack stats, and improve my inner way so that my damage and healing improves by 5%. It does come with a drawback though that could put me in a sticky situation as it makes me stand still if I get hit. Finally, I improved my Meridian Touch in hopes of immobilizing this boss, which may or may not be possible, and applied a massive boost to my martial arts, increasing their level cap. With these improvements, getting the boss to phase 2 was no problem at all, but this is when the real dance starts.
Okay, buddy. Got your sword once, knocked it back right at you. How you like them apples, huh? So here's the thing. My new healing improvements also means I get imprisoned for a very short amount of time if I get hit. So if I get hit, I can very easily get stun locked. But I do feel it paying off with my damage and healing. So as long as I'm on my tippy toes, I should be okay. See, there's prison at the bottom of my screen. Hello, like water, mother. Have you heard of that? Actually, I mean, no disrespect. I actually really like you, porcupine guy. There you go. We're back in the spear mode. Sit, puppy. We're doing good. We're doing good. As long as he doesn't infinite stagger us, we should totally be fine. Okay, he's doing the ranged part now. So you thought you got me. I'm basically dead. I'm basically dead. Oh no. Is this the end? I'm starting to panic. The wheels on the cheese and go round and round, round and round. Round and round. There we go. Perfect, 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 perfect. Locked. Heal. Perfect fluid motion, baby. Get away from me. Oh, I'm dancing on his cheeks, man. Dive. Die, boy. Rest. Rest, my sweet baby boy. I'm so sorry. You were a fine craftsman. Aww. Oh, baby boy.
Dalong promised me.
Yeah?
After I forged 10,000 swords, he'd come back. I hate you. I hate you. Why did you disturb me?
I feel so
I didn't.
bad. Oh.
They never waited for Master Wei. But I gotta wait. I gotta wait till they come back.
Honestly, I feel like I'm the bad guy.
In the long head.
I don't feel good about this. Oh, what do we have here, though? Yoink. Campaign unlocked. Bada bang. Okay. Sorry for stealing your precious treasure. You're doing good work, though. I'm sure once the people that are surely dead by now will come back, that they will appreciate all you've done.
The next morning, I found a way to repeat the fight with this boss. I finished it without any problems and claimed an end chest which gave me a ton of loot. Some of them were cosmetic items, but I'm going to need a lot of these here tickets that I just got if I want to get anything else. I eventually leveled up to level 29 as well, and then just teleported to the first wayfarer that I encountered. Once safe, I used these here jade fishes that I've been collecting to buy some career notebooks, some gift boxes, as well as some inner way notes. The first item unlocked a few side quests to follow, and also the inner way stuff had me learning Vital Leech. With it, casting exhaustion skills recovers some HP for me. Cool. One thing that surprised me though is I'm in the starter area and found a boss that I hadn't seen yet, and he seems to be heavily engrossed in theater.
Holy crap, this dude's level 29. This guy is like at the starter zone, and he is... Okay, well, I mean, leveling does scale based on how far you are, but he's tougher than Porcupine. Holy moly. I don't know if I can beat this guy, dude. It became night real quick as I faced this guy. Puppeteer Jianghu. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Holy moly. Oh. That was gold. Back to the fans it is for me. Oh, and of course you're gonna have a second stage. Oh, perfect. He has minions. Oh, look at them. They're like little paper dudes. Where'd he go? Hello? Oh, no. He's multiplied. They're kind of hard to hit because they are actually 2D. They're quite slow though. Oh, hey big guy, I didn't know you were still around. I think he's just causing the smoke ring, honestly. All right, let me get ready for Big Pappy over here. Come on now. Oh, you thought you had me with the red, huh? You thought. Oh, button bashed. Down. Oh, he didn't go down from my sit maneuver. There you go. That's more like it. Oh my gosh. Heal. Double heal. Triple heal. Gold. With the spear, it does more damage when I do that. Sit again. Sit again. Why don't you? Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm so dead. It's so hard to predict where his hits are going to land. I'm gonna heal. I remembered I have healing tonics. Aha, that does so well. Oh man, I might not need fans anymore because I learned how to use medicine. Power of medical advancements is at my fingertips, my boy. You stand no chance anymore. You had your chance and you failed miserably. Sit and perish at my blade. First try, baby. Let's go. I appreciate a good show. Please don't give me a third phase, please. Oh. Oh, the master shows himself. Oh, it was just a show. Oh, I could appreciate that. I mean, my ass hurts right now, but you know, all for the sake of theater.
With that fight out of the way, I equipped a Rarity 10 decoration, as I realized that gear with the same symbols on their icons apply more buffs. Basically, a type of set boost. Plus, I learned an inner way which boosts the Thundercry martial arts from the Moblade. Moving into day 16, I stumbled upon the ruins of a fort of the no longer existing Northern Vow, where some tiger bandits have abducted a descendant of them and are interrogating him about some hidden treasures here. So I mopped the floor with these fools till I got to face off against their big boss, who got swept off his feet and sent 6 feet under. We then found a map hinting how to open the treasure chamber, and after lighting a couple of torches, a section popped out, and once it got smashed, a stone staircase revealed itself, which I followed on down to uncover more clues, till I reached a puzzle room. You gotta push these lit up boxes in the correct order, and thanks to this here signpost, I was able to get this solved in no time flat. So moving on, I looted tons and tons of treasures, and found a secret room behind a watermill, which when activated here, opened the next door. Here I came across a room filled with corpses, but ignoring that completely, I saw the main chests were behind them. From looting these, I got the mystic skill called Touch of Death, a takedown assassin's maneuver, and what is very clear is that those of the Vow who protected their land were lamenting their dire situation, as no matter their efforts, they had lost everything in what seemed like a siege. Now breathing some fresh air again, I thought to myself, I have been pretty good at fighting, so I probably should join one of the many sects. And I had to read over most of them on this extensive list, and the one that caught my eye was called Raging Tides. They're founded by the military, which makes them outcasts of the government and the jianghu. They are protectors, don't care for profit, and never burden anyone for reinforcements. So I tried to figure out how to join them, but it turns out they're a bunch of drunks, and everyone, including their leader, got drunk at Heaven's Pier, so it is temporarily impossible to join. I'll fit right in there, but here's a clue for y'all. These sects will release in progression how it was on the Chinese server, so this one isn't actually out yet, so the more you know. I'll be joining one of the available ones soon though, don't you worry. I was in very high spirits at this time, and I had some items to draw for some skins apparently, so I let it rip. I don't think I got anything worthwhile at this point, but I'll give it another go down the line. The sun is setting, so I wanted to head back to that shrine that we visited early on, and man, this game is so pretty. I am constantly astounded by the graphics and the lighting and the environment as I'm on my adventure. Once I got to the shrine, I remembered that I had forgotten that there are still various challengers from the festival that still need a whipping. My first contender here was a familiar lady who was fighting for some money, who was no problem at all to best, but there was this one kid who kept turning into mist. I'll try to be like you, my boy. That's some insane skills. We were even Stevens all the way to the end, so that was actually kind of tough. Not bad. Next up was an archer named Juwan, and he was pretty easy to beat. Nothing really noteworthy to mention. Moving into day 17, however, I had to face Elder Gong Sun. He is apparently blind, but in anime, when a blind old guy fights in hand-to-hand combat, it's usually a death sentence, and indeed he was cracked out of his non-existent mind. He even caught me off guard with some fancy schmancy attacks. He also has a weird golden frog leap attack that would surely deal way too much damage for my own good. At sunrise, I had finally beaten him, and then for no other reason but spite, I beat the ever-living hoo-ha out of Fang Su again. Apparently, I did this quest wrong, though. I first had to talk to this one person here in the bushes, which prompted me to fight everyone again. All that was going just fine. Apparently, the little runt, though, has some extra tricks up his sleeves and yeeted me out of the arena, which was frankly quite rude, but once that was all said and over with, I got some extra goodies for my efforts. By the way, quick lesson, I did have enough experience for another level breakthrough, but these are time gated based on how old your account is, so I had to wait another day for the next breakthrough session. It's all good though, because I have a different objective in my sights, as just a smidge up the river here is a wild mare ranch, and thankfully I have invisibility on me because you have to sneak up to them from behind in order to claim your own horse.
Here we go, Donkey! It's showtime! Oh, we got a little mini game going on. Gotta use our buttons. Sure. Here we go. Oh, it's a rhythm game. Oh, I like that. What, both? Hold on. I'm not good at rhythm games, but I think I got it. Needed some taking used to. Ha! First try, baby! Mount rating, 18. I don't know if that's good at all, but not too bad, I think. Operation rating 3. It's got some skills on it. I think they come in different, like, tiers of how good the horses are, but I'm happy with this thing. You know why? Because it kind of looks like it's sick, and it makes it unique. It's got that wabi-sabi, you know what I mean? We need a name for you. We need a name for this fine, fine, sickly stallion. It's wabi-sabi.
Now, having learned this skill, I moved on and helped a member of the Silver Needle sect to get their own horse back. And once that was completed, Wabi-Sabi and I wandered into a nearby village which trains horses. Here I bought some food from the locals, pet every single cat that I came across, and robbed all the villagers of their hard-earned belongings. Out of all of the horses here in the stables, one is called Golden Snow. It's this village's pride and joy, but apparently as of recently, it has a temper. As I tried mounting it, it became so mad that it started to speak to me. Apparently it can talk, but doesn't want other people to know. It'll tell us more about how it can talk if we bring it some sour berries. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not gonna leave a talking horse hanging, so once I got it some, it started to explain that it used to be a very wealthy man. He is a very arrogant being from what I can tell, although not admitting as much. Apparently, he had once ridden over a magician and his apprentice during a show, and said magician was so mad that he cursed him to be in a horse's body until he changed his ways. Obviously, considering how rude this dude is, he hasn't, so we'll be checking in from time to time to see if he actually becomes a good person. For the rest of the day, though, I was simply completing some dynamic quests here and there, which are quests that randomly appear in the moment, but I learned a few things. Bandits have taken over a place where monks used to frequent, and you can break rocks to get ore, copper in this specific instance. I did have a very interesting idea though on day 18. Within this region, there was a place to steal skills for the dual blades, so I made my way on over and opened it with a dragon key, and there descended into the cave system. And you know the drill, go invisible and don't get detected. What comes in really handy during this though is that I have that new assassin skill, Death Touch, which helps a lot to clear the way, and it is peculiar though to see a giant construction hanging by chains in the middle of this cavern. Very odd indeed. Honestly though, moving through some of the more populated rooms felt like playing Minesweeper, and I can't help but notice though the fact that the enemies here are Midnight Blade Disciples. That is the sect that kills everyone on sight. But just because they're part of one of those sects doesn't mean that I'm not gonna rob them blind. I'm enjoying these stealth missions actually, as they kind of break up the game's flow in a nice way. It makes it all feel pretty fresh, even though this one is much harder than the last one that we had to do.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna run around and desert you. This is the international language of love. I fucking love these signposts, man. Just for no reason at all. It's literally people just having fun. Just good old fun.
It took me into the late afternoon to get some progress in. Admittedly, I got stuck a few times, but from this here rocky surface, I had the perfect view to steal some of these fine weapon skills, which were shown off quite professionally. By the time I got out, it was already the next morning, and I was practicing with these here twin blades. You can go into a rage temporarily for more damage, and you have close to mid-range attacks. I then changed up my inner way slots to Vital Leech, because I'm hoping to exhaust my enemies faster and in turn heal more. I then also upgraded these twin blades skills like crazy. Plus, I got an extra 5% crit damage, and I can't forget that I upgraded all of my equipment slots extensively. As far as I understand, it applies to any gear in the specific slot that you get upgraded. Thing is though, I was a bit short on bear pelt for some of these, so I wanted to go and hunt some down. I just couldn't remember where they were, so I was exploring, looking high and low, until I came across this here cat, which unintentionally really helped me in this regard to find Yogi.
Whoa, 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 hello. Okay. I'm Superman. What? I got superpowers, baby. I left Wabi Sabi behind, but I think it'll find its way. Oh, Mr. Kung Fu Cat. Thank you very much.
I also was making it my duty to be a part-time vigilante, catching any petty thieves that I came across, and it pays really well, so I'm not complaining. The thieves are, but I'm not. Much later though, I came across the mountain's bell tower, and apparently it was destroyed when two legendary heroes decided to make this their battleground. And as I was observing it, I heard a man scream out for help outside, which lured me on down into a cave. And through this stone wall, I could tell that the voice is from Big Feng, the person who we encountered early on who taught us about archery. Thankfully, there was a contraption on my side of the cave that set him free. So once we met up, we got to chatting, and apparently he got stuck here while looking for Tian Ying, the legendary hero who we've heard about from time to time, the person mentioned in that letter that was written out to Uncle Yang. He was once one of their sects, but left apparently, and that is why he's looking for him. He has a hunch that Tian had something to do with making the stone circle, and if we were to open it, we may find out more about his whereabouts, which prompted a little minigame with this here statue to get it unlocked. It took me a good while, so first on the morning of day 20, I solved this conundrum, and it opened up a space to a grand chasm below, which sadly is far from a way out, but at least we can find many documents confirming that Tianying was here indeed. We also learned that this dude was a Tai Chi prodigy, recommended by many masters, and that he likely had his little brother living here as well. Through some snooping around, we also found some jade pieces to open up a secret door. This went to Tianying's training ground, but we are not alone. Apparently, he had a big old pet, a little guard dog, if you will. But don't worry, Big Fang here has just the plan. He's gonna play dead while we deal with it. Considering the nature of the owner of this cave, you gotta use Tai Chi to throw this big old Yogi Bear into some rocks, which I only barely managed to do with my life still intact, but that did open up 3 nooks with loot chests to get. The coast is now clear, but our friend decides to just stay here and organize the books that he's found. That's his whole shtick, so we'll meet again down the line. Once I got out, and considering where I am, I explored the destroyed bell tower to see what damage these legendary heroes had inflicted. In one of the doors, I found some familiar throwing knives with some red cloth. I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but that does seem a little bit like Auntie Han stuff. It's got her written all over it, and judging by the damage, the fight escalated as they went higher. The bell chime is probably damaged beyond repair too. At the highest point, we found some chests and also this here book. It's written to the great hero Chu. Interesting, someone was plotting to get an item from the water lady, and from what I can tell, the person writing the card isn't on good terms with that water lady. They want to lure her away while they steal an item. I don't know which. Apparently it is rather important though. It's stated that it's for the greater good of the whole world, and we conclude that there's a high chance that Chu and Han fought here. I'm not sure, but confusion aside, you can really see everything from up here, can't you? A singular city in the distance is so large it rivals that of 10 combined. That's it though. I've had it. I need to talk to Auntie Han and ask her some real hard-hitting questions without letting her know what we know. Back home on day 21, we come across Ruby, and she's all done with those books that she was to handle, so she requests to go see Killerblade, and we gotta keep up our end of the bargain, so we head on over to the bamboo grove, and he's just chilling there on the roof. We ask how he's doing, and he's still pretty bummed out about what happened between him and Aunt Han recently, but we lighten the mood with some banter. We're very buddy-buddy by now, it seems. But a few topics came up. For one, we ask him to take us to Kaifeng, the neighboring region with a huge city, as we're deeply yearning for adventure, even though it means sneaking away from Auntie Han. Ruby ain't coming though. Secondly, we still have no clue where Uncle Yang is, and we need help. We personally don't even know if that's his real name, but we promised long ago if we were to reach his skill level, we would deal with his pending affairs, which is laughable apparently. We don't even know what that skill level is, remarks Killerblade. I guess we have some big boots to fill. And thus, we introduce Ruby to him. She doubts that he's a real hero though, as she saw Auntie Han kicking him. We exchanged some friendly conversations about heroes, and he's actually so impressed by meeting her, he gifts her his own horse. So while she's completely distracted by that and names the horse Clip-Clop, he tells us to meet him at the ruins at midnight, the ones where we fought the horse dancer, so we can take our leave. Until then, he will indulge himself in the local wine. With that done, we bring Ruby back to town and make her promise us to not follow us where we go, as we obviously need someone very strong to stay behind and guard our people while we're gone. By the time we're back, the moon was already rising, and to symbolize my coming journey, I changed into some different attire. I then spoke to Ruby once more, and she's sad that we're going to leave soon, but we tell her that she can't tell anyone. To console her, we give her a little red cape, looking like Little Red Riding Hood, and assure her that once she's ready, she too will join our adventures, which will make us the twin adventurers. She skips away gleefully at that idea, and it's bittersweet to be leaving as the festivities are underway. But we can't forget, we also gotta say goodbye to Dodo. He's been through a lot, likely an unwanted face transplant when he was younger, but he is dead set on finding his real parents and assures us that we will become great heroes one day. And with that, he leaves. I hope we see him again. All that's left now is to at least take part in the banquet until it's time to leave, but I can't forget that I have my belongings to retrieve. I've lived a whole life, by the way. Those are stashed in a hideout under the Sweet Wine Tower. First off, I had to descend into the pits of this hideout to find the key, proceed to squeeze through a terribly narrow gap, use a rickety gondola system to go even further down, open up a huge metal door, and arrive at my own humble abode. Apparently, we had found this place about 10 years ago and began to store all of our valuable possessions needed to travel throughout the jianghu. The treasures that I took with me was a 10-year-old brew, along with a letter for Uncle Jiang, and a lot, and I mean a lot, of gold. Leaving my living room, I entered a hall filled to the brim with pots of what I can only assume is more wine, but strange enough, an enemy had been hiding in one of my chests, an odd fellow with claws and a very, very big head. That felt like fighting a mimic, honestly. Eventually, I got back to the surface and took some time to write out a letter to Aunt Han explaining that we left. But just as we're trying to do so, an ominous figure walks by our window and all the candles go out in an ominous way, but we just assume it must have been the wind. Oh, but look at the time. It is almost midnight, so we arrived at the agreed upon location where we see Yi Dao, Blade, enjoying some wine, and we even mentioned down the line we're willing to share our 10-year-old brew with him. We then pressed the topic of who this Chu fellow really was, who seemed to be Han's lover and a formidable fighter. Blade says he was a fool who tried to save everyone, a good fellow. He's had scuffles with him throughout his life, neither being stronger than the other really, yet one time, the moment that Killerblade was fighting the 12 calamities, Chu showed up and actually helped him out of all people, and because of this, Jidao would fulfill any requests that he had, which was only to drink with him. Because of this, both of them actually seem to be good friends from that point forward. And it's because of that he is going to keep his promise to Chu to find the secrets of Uncle Yang. That's why he was after Auntie Han. We even learn how Chu died. Apparently both of them were in a very intense battle, and Chu got severely wounded, so Blade had to take him on his back and had to run for days on end in order to escape their chasers. But during this, he died. Just like that, without a word, on his back. And as they were trying to cross a very big river, the straps broke, and thus the body fell into the water. Jidao thinks that was a fitting burial, though. He says Chu would have wanted it that way. Stories aside, at the first second of day 22, it was time for us to pack up and get going. And we were about to head out when we noticed some boats with Auriette Pavilion fighters rushing our shores. And they aren't here to steal. They're here to butcher the whole town. They kill our friend the winemaker in cold blood, and we try to head out to save the others, but our supposed friend stops us, saying that if we go there, we would be dead meat in an instant. It was a very long debate between fists and feet, and he definitely had the upper hand. And he keeps insisting if we are to survive in the jianghu, we need to use our heads, not rush in blindly doing whatever we like. But with a great amount of stubbornness, we managed to convince him that we should go and help. They rained down balls of fire as we rushed in, severing our path and separating us. The fire is spreading. Everyone we loved is being burned or held hostage. Thankfully, some of our great fighters that we've gotten to know are here, and we send them to escape, but it's useless. They say that some immortal has put a spell of some type of maze around the location. If they try to escape, they just end up back here. Amongst the troops are also something called blade monkeys who put up quite a fight, and many villagers, as mentioned, are hostages, but all attempts to free them have failed thus far, is said. Taking Yi Dao's words to heart, we scan out the area to come up with our next moves, and at the center lies their leader, it seems, and our archer friend will provide support from afar while the rest of us go to free the villagers. We then took out their commander, no issues there, and slowly but surely, we were rescuing all of our friends. In a burning building nearby, we also found Ruby and her friend. She's really focused on being the hero here, running out into the open, which is very risky, but with the riffraff slain, we lead all of our friends safely to the nearby tower. Its structure should be stable even in a fire. After that, we pitch in with Yi Dao to finish off the remaining stragglers. One thing is for certain though, this maze, this illusion is caused by a witch or some immortal, and we're going to have to deal with them one way or another. Apparently, this witch had given him a thrashing and a half already, and it's mentioned that this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Sensing danger, we tell all of our friends to head down below into Ruby and our hideout, the one deep in the cellar. They're upset that we have been stashing wine down there. However, that is our only hope. Sadly, that plan is a bust from the start as the entrance is already caved in. So they'll just have to go inside, huddle up, and hope for the best. Ruby insists, though, that she can slip through some cracks and guide us out. She knows a way how to get out of the illusionary maze and signal us from some high ground on where to go. Yet, in the heat of the moment, considering the danger, we dismiss her idea. But she's so dead set on that we literally have to tie her hands together and have Beard Guang watch over her so she doesn't escape. The battle is relentless, protecting the tower with every fiber of our being until a red banner is seen from a far distance. We rush on into the tower, sensing the worst, and Ruby indeed has swapped places with her friend Braid, so she did make a run for it against all of our wishes, but this is in fact our only chance that we have to escape. Sadly though, the witch is watching us from a distance and orders her archers to take aim. But through a barrage of arrows, Ruby keeps going, taking cover behind a tree. This is though when the witch shoots an enchanted arrow of her own. Clip Clop, the horse that was gifted to Ruby, runs in though to sacrifice itself, taking that magic bullet. Thing is though, that's not the only one she has up her sleeves. Another magical shot seems to ring true. The flag is broken, and Ruby's fate is uncertain. Through a fit of rage, we fight off everything and everyone, and after way too many kills to count, we fall to the floor, exhausted, perfect for the witch to come in and mop us up. And her words strongly imply that she succeeded in killing our friend Ruby. It took Blade and our best efforts to keep her on her toes. We applied a little bit too much force though in this engagement as the ground cracks and gives in under us and we fall into the void. Into our very own wine hideout. Here, out of all places, is where we must make our final stand and get vengeance.
Okie dokie. Sup? Kanye, I hope I pronounced that correctly. I'm doing my very best here. Okay, she's ready to go. Well, so am I, LA. I've been ready. Oh, you're not that bad. Your health dropped super quick. Let's just go into a little bit of a slice and dice situation. Okay, and she can teleport. That's great. That's great. Look, I don't know who she thinks she is, but she's getting pinned against the wall by Killerblade himself and his prodigy. That's pretty cool, though. I'm not gonna lie. She literally took my words out of my mouth. Just like, watch this, buddy. I was stunned, flabbergasted, but there you go. Drop the first health bar. Then she could whip up freaking tornadoes. Of course she can. She's a witch. Where you at, Muma? Hello? Who the f are you? Why you a skin like that?
You got a sword,
What?
right? So why can't you save her?
What's going on? Who's that? Okay, so there's two of them?
I'll give you one more chance. Go on. Kill me.
How? Give me a clue, please. Oh, I'm in her realm now. Oh, am I alone?
Oh, there goes the only reason why I was winning.
Oh, it's got like mirror stuff and everything. Oh, that's pretty cool. And what's also cool, like these two new blades that I got, they're pretty sick if you ask me. Demon mode. I could not block any of that. I'm going to die. Where are my fans when I need them? There's the heals, there's the heals. Oh, we can do our thing. Come here, lady. There's the guitars I know and love. Oh, that's the golden one. I got some pretty good mobility with that one skill that I honestly like a lot. Okay. Okay. I saw a circle. I evidently did not press the circle at the correct timing. Let's try that again.
For round 2, we make quick work of that first phase and simply continued from where we left off last time.
Guess who's back? Back again. I got meds this time. I miss my friend. When in doubt, pan it out. Holy shit, basically did. Let's have a little drinky poo. There you go. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, double man. What are you doing? You're making it all trippy and There you go. Nice and easy. It's so many things. So many blocks. Oh, this was a rush. Oh, great. Oh. Hello? I fell through the floor. Oh, it's the next version. Yo, that's actually pretty cool. I like that. That's actually sick. In like a design way, not in like I'm gonna win this fight way. She can make clones? A little bit unfair if you ask me. Oh, I'm draining health here though, dude. Get back here, you. Oh, that's gold. Oh, it's a star shape. Didn't do my dodge right. Big damage, and while she's down, drink. Hell yeah. Swap to my blades into demon mode. Oh, here comes the switch-a-doodle, I think. Yep, here she comes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Reality itself shattered. That is freaking sick. Oh, I could block that one again. Oh, you're getting a weaker, mamacita. Okay. You see? Second time's the charm. I know what I'm doing. I'm talking a whole lot of shit for a guy who's about to die. Yeah, see? That's what I'm talking about. Believer. I saw my life flash before my very eyes. You can't kill me in fan mode, lady. I got way too many heals for your ass. Can't even tickle me, mama. There you go. That's how you do it. No, 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 no. No, I don't want to hear both of you fighting me at the same time. It looks really cool. But I ain't all about that, you know, tag it up on me type shit. Oh, boy. Whoa, we got some reflexes on us, dog. I don't know what's going on. I just know it looks really good. Oh? No, no, there was an illusion this whole time? Oh, that's just dirty. That's just dirty. Our buddy's just duking it out. There's no shot we're winning this.
Touching loyalty.
No shot.
Very well. You all can die together.
These are the bandits that never end.
People like you.
Don't know a damn way!
Yo, dude, this guy is worthy of being a legendary hero. Just look at him go. That's our guy right there. Ride or die. Oh. Oh.
I can smell it from here. Still haven't had me yet.
Jars of 10-year parting tears.
That's
wine.
gotta be flammable.
My treat, Blade.
I'm just gonna drink through the mask real quick. Hope y'all don't mind.
Good stuff, good stuff. Cut them down left and right.
Yo, we're just having a good time at this point. It's a party and a half.
Come and gone before you know.
I aspire to be able to do that.
Never show my face.
I aspire to be that cool.
Towards a hero's legend. Death cannot erase.
All right. The synchronized dancing was cool at all, but the witch is still there.
Slowly but surely, it's evident that we are simply mortals, losing our footing, our stamina, and the witch encroached on our position. Our situation is dire, and Jidao makes one last-second decision. He knocks us away from the battle into a next room, and in a blaze of fire, goes out with a bang, taking the witch with him. Desperately, we rush to get him out of the blaze, but a hand reaches out from behind us and saves us from the full blast. By the next morning, stories already were being told at the shrine about the many casualties of this recent attack and how the young master, us, and Ruby saved many villagers, heroically stepped up to the plate, but both having met an untimely end. And with that out of the way, I am now for some reason clip-clop. I mean, at least somebody survived. Having heard this, we gallop all the way on home, and it's quite shocking to see this place that we loved completely reduced to ashes. Moving up the nearby hillside, we also see where Ruby had fallen, but as the horse rides on, we realize that we actually never died. The young master, as people know us, did, but us, as a warrior, this is our new beginning. So, we say our last goodbyes at a gravesite, hop onto Clip Clop, and ride off, as a whole new world awaits us in the Jianghu. To kick off our freedom, I unlocked the inner way skill called Echoes of Oblivion. In short, my twin blades deal sin and karma now, which just results in more damage, basically. And to symbolize all of this whole rebirth, I used a voucher to make a slight change to my appearance, as well as changed up my clothes, and I would be a fool to roam about alone without learning how to make more medicine. I popped on over to the physician's. Yao doesn't seem to recognize me at all, and I ask her when Uncle Tian will return, the owner of the shop, and she has no idea when he'll be back, so we'll keep an eye out for him. For now, I simply rank up my medicine box to tier 5 with her, and then head north to unlock the profession of a healer. And you know, we may have lost everything, but we still got wabi-sabi, so the future's looking bright. Day 24 had me arriving at Mercy Heart Town, which is covered in these beautiful flowers and a lot of sick people. And here at the coast, we find a man named Mu healing a traveler. He swiftly and professionally tends to a wound, but he needs some nightshade herbs, which we go pluck for him, and since his hands are full, he asks us to turn them into a powder, teaching us to make medicine basically. In no time flat, we got it prepped, and this should stop the bleeding. But it doesn't end here. He's still poisoned, which can only be cured by internal energy, apparently. So we're prompted to perform the healing minigame once again, but this time under his guidance. We actually learned how to use the remedies based on symptoms, and like that, presto, this patient is cured. We did so well that Mu will give us an incomplete medical book to which we can add a couple of prescriptions. Essentially, we are now a full-fledged healer, but there is still much to learn to master this profession. Lastly, before leaving, I ask if he knows anything about Physician Tiang, the uncle from the shop that we frequent, and he says that that person is a master healer and no one can compare to him. I really hope we find this elusive man. After that, I claimed more rewards that I could count for a tiny little boost, and then spent some talent points on a skill to reduce opponents' endurance, some more crit damage for me, plus some precision, more mystic slots, and more damage when applying a counterattack. Then, somehow, I entered a co-op arena. I'm not really sure at this point how I did it, but here I am. It was for an Earth Fiend boss, the same type of boss that was in my chest down below, but this particular version was level 50. Thankfully though, I had my fans on me in order to res my allies, but we were barely even tickling him with our damage. So eventually, I did fall, and subsequently, we all lost the entire fight. All that tells me is that I need to get stronger though. For what was left of the day, I continued to search along the coastline here, and this is when I stumbled upon a metal door, and this is what is called a Divine Craft dungeon. It was essentially a time-sensitive parkour track, so I masterfully zipped through this obstacle course. I might have overdone it though at the end, as I zipped straight into the heavens, and from there flew quite far, where conveniently, as I landed, was able to loot the final chest of the dungeon. This improvised trip was actually very beneficial on day 25, as I finally came across a bear to collect its hide in order to upgrade more gear slots, but that's not really what I was in this location for. I was heading on over to a person in construction called Yang Yuan. This old timer needs help with some repairs, and we'll do it for free if he teaches us how to build. Essentially, you got to get raw materials like stone or wood, and with that craft pieces within your inventory, and then enter construction mode from where you can place down parts, like in this case, to finish off this pavilion. It's actually quite simple to get the pieces placed. To make this old man's long story short, he essentially lost all of his construction buddies, and that's why he was so eager to teach us. He just loves doing this. And with that, we bid our farewells permanently. I was just growing on this guy, and he tells me that he's about to die in a few days, so I guess rest in pepperonis. And now the whole world is our oyster, ready for us to claim property wherever we please. So, Wabi Sabi and I set out on a long adventure to find a place to call home, a place where we can rest up after our adventures. Emphasis on a very long journey, as I keep getting sidetracked by shiny things and fight everything around every corner. The benefit of doing this, though, is that everything contributes to the completion of each area on the map. On the topic of building, towards the evening I found carpentry tables, and this is where I'll be making my building pieces. And also at a different table, I can craft rings, arrows, and bows. On day 26, I claimed quite a lot of rewards and got tons of notes for different inner ways. This led me all the way to a vendor named Tang Bao, and I was just barely able to afford 10 pages of moral chant. Essentially, when attacking or healing, I can get a stack of Yi River, each improving those two combat factors up to a max of 5%. That can go up much higher too if I break through this inner way. On top of that, I got to learn Sword Morph, which is going to come in very handy, and upgraded my Nameless Spear martial art all the way until it required me to do another breakthrough, so that is precisely what I did next. This one was quite unique though, as it had two bosses spawn at the end that could actually heal themselves. The Nameless Spear is incredibly OP though, as you can lock enemies in place and slice them into a million little pieces. Once this breakthrough was over, my cap increased to level 40, and with that, we got tons of better gear. We also unlocked our third inner way slot, which is nice, and after that we just continued to search for a place to settle down and build our home. My travels were constantly having me level up the next day. I started really liking this one pond that I was fishing at, and it was at a flat area adjacent to the Crimson Forest where I decided to place down a thatched cottage and a few more building pieces. They're all prefab. You can make your own though exactly the way you want it. Either way, I was able to place down a little boat in the pond, and this wooden shack isn't much to write home about, but it's ours, and I'm proud to call it home. Here's the thing though, inside our pond is a giant statue, and inside the waters was a drainage system, which upon activation, removed every single drop. It's all good though, as this is part of a side quest for this here Tiang fellow, who I believe is the physician that we've been looking for. He's been requested to find what is known as the Moon Goddess, the human version of this here statue, and replace her eyes through surgery, as well, she's a legendary blind swordsman. So we're helping to figure out how to find her, and after doing a pressure plate puzzle around the main statue, a passageway opened. There were many dead bodies and cloth barricades. The vibe here was definitely off. There was some strange blue flowers dotting around, which caused me to go blind, like the goddess, if I were to touch them. Plus, through some notes that I found, I interpreted that people saw the goddess as a witch and essentially was being hunted down by a lot of people. After swimming through long, flooded tunnels, which almost had me drowning towards the later bits, I got out and was able to talk to Uncle Yang for a bit, and he states that the Moonveil Goddess had a grand battle down here 3 years ago, which explains all the corpses, and essentially, he already has received compensation ahead of time to perform the surgery here. The problem now is how to get through this locked door, but I figured out that if I touch the plants and become blind, I increase my sense of hearing, which helped me to complete a puzzle with these bells by using my bow, and presto, we can proceed. This meant that on day 28, we could see what lied beyond the doorway, and I spot someone at a lit rock in the distance. It's in fact the lunar goddess. Apparently not just the soldiers have been dead for the last 3 years. This has Uncle Tiang baffled as who gave him this job because, well, the patient's already dead for like a very long time. But as a physician, he is supposed to replace her eyes, and since he doesn't offer refunds, he will still be performing the surgery. A lot of concerns do pop up though. The request Tiang got was hastily written on the note, and there's a box of replacement eyes already here, and it must have been transported recently as there's no dust on the box. Plus, there is this here note written calmly. It seems as though that she sacrificed herself to let someone else get away, and when attempting to perform the ritual to replace the eyes, it fails. Apparently, the corpse rejects the eyes. She never wanted to see again, apparently. So we have to investigate the area to spot what the lunar goddess really wants. I first off found some blue flowers, which she very much so seemed to like. These were basically extinct and she was the custodian to keep them around. And after following many leads, I played a lot of tunes with the main statue for a lot of goodies, but that still did not give me the final piece to this puzzle. I had to go all the way back down where I found a very small blade. I brought both the flower and the blade to the corpse, and after doing so, she faded away into a mist of pretty lights. So, at long last, the lunar goddess can rest easy, I suppose. Conveniently enough, we could take a little raft out of this place, and for our efforts, we were rewarded with a skill called the Blinding Mist. Plus, I guess we figured out where Physician Tiang went to. Moving into day 29, I found another Divine-Craft dungeon, and this one was all about blowing up passageways with bombs, and you get the point. Divine-Craft dungeons are basically an obstacle course to get loot chests, so for a good part of the day, I was essentially exploring after, plundering and cleaning up bandits, even got a better spear, which is nice. During this though, I remembered something very important. I swiftly returned to the Hanging Blade area, and there was this guy at these steps who asked if I had retrieved that jade item from the dragon's head when we fought that bulky boss, the Lucky 17. This item apparently is very important to finding the legendary hero Tian Ying, and that's kind of why he wants to team up with us. He has a contract to kill him, but it's gotten personal. He sounds jealous of how good Tian Ying is at fighting, and he'll give us more information on how to use this if we meet him at a marked location by a waterfall. So wasting no time at all, I arrived there at nightfall, but as soon as I got there, I noticed something's off. Apparently, this dude has been killed in cold blood, and in his dying words, he curses Ying. God dang it, any lead that we find to this Ying guy that could potentially lead me to Uncle Yang ends up dead. These two really don't want to be found. I was just honing my skills in some challenge modes on day 30 when I noticed a letter in my pocket that I looted from the recent assassination. Likely it's from Ying to his master Wei, and in short, a decree is sent out to suppress Buddhism and it's about to be set in place, and he was going to take the guise of a wandering monk and like this, serve his majesty in secret. That is the biggest clue we got so far, so if we see a wandering monk, that's probably our guy. So I was out exploring and used this time to gather XP to hit level 40, but this was a bit tricky. I had sprained my leg from a fall that I had recently, so I can't really run, which had me returning to Mercy Town in hopes that someone there could heal me, but sadly, all I could find were some fishy people called Buddha Flower followers. My gut tells me not to trust them, and a lot of more sick people which are unable to help me. So I decided to seek out help from people from the Silver Needle sect. They're all about healing, and the place to enroll is at Sage's Knoll, where I met Dr. Juan. And you know what? Why not? I'll join them. Thing is, it's not that easy though. I need to answer the sect's 3 questions. These questions are actually just healing 3 people and charging a fee for the service, and so I got to work. One by one, my patients were satisfied with my services. Each treatment requires payment out of a selection of items that they carry on their person. Once I was done, I reported back to the doc, and he explained that it is not about the payment, it's about the exchange that occurs. It's about respect. If a doctor doesn't get paid, he can't really help the world now, can he? And thus, we passed the trial and are part of the Silver Needles. There are rules that I now must follow, though. I need to gain likes from other players, or lose my perceptive value, and participate well in multiplayer healing. So, I went online to meet more players, and indeed, there are many just out and about in the open world, and among them, someone of the Silver Sect began to heal me of my ailments, so I gave them many likes.
Oh. That's a thing. That's an NPC at the front, and the rest are all actual people, by the way. There's one NPC running naked, and everyone decided, you know what? I'm in.
For day 31, I was just trying to keep up my duties for the Silver Needle. Slowly but surely, I was finding enough patience to fulfill my 15 likes quota for the week, while enjoying the social activities quite a lot.
No shot. Wait a minute. Is this what I think it is? This is literally a different player who has been caught for doing crimes, and people can toss rocks at him. Like this. Yeah, there you go. And just throw vegetables at him. That is great.
I was heavily enjoying myself, healing all these people in need. All this had me leveling up my weapons too. Both my fans and spear were upgraded to level 40. Then I set out to go and complete some repeat boss fights. Doing these actions consumes energy when you loot the final chest, which is restored daily. And the higher level you are, the more energy you have. Doing this had me looting some better robes, but I sadly can't wear them as I have too low constitution. And there are a few ways to increase the stats on this here list, but what I gotta do is clear out an outpost filled with enemies. And this one in particular is filled to the brim with Buddha flower cultists. I knew I couldn't trust them. And upon killing off all the minions here, you're left with a mini boss to finish it off. With that, my constitution is now level 20, allowing me to equip that better gear piece that I wanted. Since I had gotten much stronger by day 32, I tried teaming up with some other people to fight a boss in online mode because that sounded incredibly fun.
Okay, Void King. This dude is the guy we fought completely at the start. Okay. Oh, he's only level 16. That's not a problem. Not a problem at all. We're already melting his health, so we'll be fine. We'll be so fine. I listed as healer. I mean, just look at that damage that I'm dealing, though. I still got the fans. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Oh, Awakening Wind. I guess it like holds out the attacks that he's about to do. Well, no one seems to need healing, so I might as well keep piling on the damage. Oh, Formless Storm. Okay, so he does. It's kind of like a MMO boss because you see how there's different AoEs that pop in and stuff. I like it. I dig it. Ay, mamma mia. I love that skill. It just never gets old, really. Let's make another healing AoE so everybody's just topped up. Okay, so he adds AoE damages to certain players, so they need to retreat in those instances. The bosses have really interesting mechanics, especially when you fight in groups. I like that. Oh, somebody's down. That's my moment to shine. Rise! Mystic fight. No one's dying on my watch. The plague doctor is in town. And melt his booty cheeks. No problem. I like it. Okay. That person got the highest damage. Oh, what did I do? I'm just here off to the side. Like, I'm part of the team, okay? Even though this other guy got, like, way better healing than me. I tried my best.
I then went to try my hand at another boss at Cold Mountain Pass, and I really enjoyed my time here, but wanting to knock out quite a few things from my to-do list, I decided to finish every outpost on the northern region so that I have that out of the way. During this, I also noticed that I gotten another dragon key, which is nice, along with some better pendants and bracers. And so I just moved on to the next few, clearing all the ones that I could find. This momentum halted though on day 33 as I stumbled into a village called Wraith, which has definitely seen better days. What is up with this town? And the only person who seems to live here is the village elder, and he don't seem to be doing all right. He seems to be mourning the death of, well, Everyone, and particularly his son. That doesn't mean I have any sympathy for this man though, as I just straight up stole a key out of his pocket. And I spent way too much time in this town trying to see if there were any secrets on what actually happened here. It was the majority of the day that I was just snooping around and looting this man blind. Either way, as I was about to take my leave, I got a quest marker to approach what is listed as a colossus, and through the fog, I came across a very old, three-headed stone statue, and under it were many bizarre figures, what seemed to be a spot for prayer. And after snooping around for a bit, I can definitely tell something is off with what seems to be these statues here. I did find this here mask, which let me see the figures a little bit differently. Some of them began to glow even, and the ghost of a deer was seen riding off into the distance. Something is really weird here, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Apparently, I'd been sitting here for quite a while as day 34 came around, which is when I started to track that ghost deer straight under the Colossus itself. And here I can witness a giant gateway and some people imitating the statue's poses, and they don't want me to get close, so I froze both of them in place with my abilities so I could be the last one to open up the gateway here, and from there just descended into the belly of the beast. But as I entered, the gate closed behind me, which definitely can't be good. Here were many ghosts and lootable crystals, which are great because I need these for upgrades. But I'm not the only living being down here. There are these sleeping puppets as well, so I had to stay on my toes. At the end, I spotted a beautiful chasm with lanterns and butterflies and a coffin. I need to watch my step too, as the water is heavily poisoned as well. Those aren't all of my concerns though. Things started to get a bit trippy as I was hallucinating. This might be the most complicated puzzle room yet that I'd have to solve. I concluded that any visions that I was seeing were from the past, and another instance had us lighting up some distant statues, which prompted another jumping puzzle. And while I'm hopping, essentially what I understood is someone here claimed to be some deer priest and obtained immortality, and a lot of people followed them in this path, and well, the path led them to dying, so that explains the ghosts. There was also mention of melodies through these visions, but essentially I just had to get to 3 different points to get some certain ghost ears to run against a magical barricade, which would open the path for me to get to the coffin. The last one was easy, just had to crouch through some narrow passages, but with that out of the way, all ghost ears ran towards the stone coffin, opening it up to me. So I rushed on over there, figuring in the coffin I'd find the person who was behind all of this, but as I touched it, the cave began to shake, and the candlelight changed. As it opened as well, a set of hands quickly grabbed me and dragged me into a new area below.
Uh-oh. I don't like what's going on here. Oh, it's the immortal dudes. It's the zombies. Now, I smell a boss. There's a lot of flowers here, and there's a lot of dead people here, but I smell a boss. Okay, well, they just exploded onto me, but okay. Glorious sleeping puppets. That's what they're called. These are the sleeping puppets. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna rob them blind because they don't need any earthly possessions, but I definitely do. We're gonna ignore you guys. We'll see what happens, okay? Because if I kill more of you and more of you spawn, that's not good, and that's an invincible. Well, okay, that's also not good. Pop goes the zombie. You're gonna explode. What else we got? Oh, he's a big boy. Hello. No, you don't. So look at the damage. This has to be, like, the nameless spear has to be the best weapon in the game. Like, for real. That is so good. I can purify this giant deer skull. By the way, it's freaking ginormous, but let's see what happens. Oh, I got an item. Key of Formless Severed Thoughts. Well, I'm assuming I'm gonna have to use it here to progress somehow. And this area has to be openable. Insert key. There we go. That has to be the deer skull. Maybe? Well, it worked. You know what? I got something for you. Yeet. Oh, 3rd piece. Oh, right. Okay. We need 2 horns, obviously. Right. Makes sense. Now then, where do we... That's not where we gotta go. And I'm dead. Okay. Poison water. Let's try that again, shall we? Ah, here's the final one. Gleaming Abyss. Here we go. Let's place all of the parts, shall we? Oh, it's it's like a little construction mode. Oh, that's cool. There you go. Oh, what do we got? Oh, this screams boss room. Wait a minute. This is the room where we do breakthroughs. I remember this one. Hold the phone. Something suspicious. I don't know. Of course it closes again. Oh, do we have to fight the deer? Oh, he looks angry. Oh, wait. Oh, we ride him. Let's go. Let's go, Rudolph. Hell yeah. Oh. Oh, we got a boss? Wait, this is the Void King that we just recently did, I believe. Right? I'm pretty sure this is the Void King who we recently did in a fight. Yeah, it has to be.
Just one more head.
Oh, he's killing 1,000 people.
King again. Flawless. Flawless.
Here we go. Okay, we're in solo mode. What do I gotta do? Defeat the Void King. You got it. I was born for this moment. Look how pretty the arena is, by the way. Love what you've done with the place, my guy. What? This is my crib now. Oh, he's level 40. Oh, that's a little bit of a problem. I think that's the highest level boss we've fought in so far. Oh, there you go. I was button bashing this for a little bit, but you know, better button bash than dying. I can't. Here's the thing, though. He now has golden attacks. I don't have allies with me. He's higher level. And, well, I can't really, like, freeze him in place, which is the whole point why I like the spear so much, so that's a bit of a problem. But I got my fans. Oof. Oof. Big oof. Oh! Oh, my gosh. Okay. Try and heal. Yep, I got it off. Nice. There we go. And... what? I don't really know what happened, but okay. I'll take it. Here's the thing. I completely on accident stumbled upon this boss. Like, I was like, oh, this looks like a cool... this looks like a cool little side quest to do. And I just came across this abomination of a dude. I like that. I like that. I feel rewarded for my exploration. There you go. Nighty-night, sweet prince. He's gonna have a second phase, isn't he? Of course he does. There goes his health up again. Oh, no cutscene. Okay. Oh, he's enraged. Okay. That's my secret, man. I'm always enraged. He's pulling me in with some wind. Oh, is that ice? Easy does it. Oh. Whoop. And a whoop. Okay, you're just gonna pull me in. So I'm just gonna kind of like tank it for a little bit. Maybe. Oh, that was nice. That was fun. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot. Oh, let's go. Big damage. Easy. Oh, I love it when you do the perfect dodge and you see the after image of where you were. They also did fans really well. Like, I didn't think I would like the fans this much. And I know I'm doing the healing stuff on the side there, but it's honestly really fun. At least this way I have close range and long range with this setup. And there you go. Triumphant. Wait. A third phase? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Sit. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, yo, wait. That's the guy from the start. His lord, the person that like buffs people with the weird bugs, the villain behind it all. He saw that person on us, so either he was just delusional or there's something deeper to that. I'm confused. in a good way. Okay, Dunskies. All right.
With that boss cleared, we reached a glowing tree in a pond and learned that a person had tried to grow his nation through evil means, as a person that he loved grew his nation through righteous means and failed in said process. And as a final reward, I learned the inner way of bitter seasons, essentially deal lots of poison damage. And this fight also let me unlock some progression from facing this boss. There are multiple bosses, as you can see, each with their own little mini tree of skills to unlock. And with that, this place is done. So once outside, to celebrate this, I learned the inner way called Divine Roulette, which gives you a buff the more you deflect attacks, and Battle Anthem, which makes your charged attacks 10% more damaging against bosses. I also realized my gear inventory was full at this point, so I recycled a bunch of junk material that had been stacking up. The morning of day 35 was pretty unique too. I stumbled into a rundown fort and heard some suspicious voices coming from a hut. They mentioned hostages, so I tried to get in, but it's locked. So I had to snoop around to find a new entry point, but this had me stumbling upon a wild earth fiend deity boss just chilling.
If you have nothing to...
Oh no.
Oh, snap. Okay, apparently I activated a boss fight because I'm broke and didn't have anything to give as an offering, so he took that as a personal offense. And I can't freeze him either. He's the same level because I'm level 40. Both these last bosses have been level 40, that's why. I'm familiar with his mechanics at least because I did that one group version of this guy, which was fun. Because he's stunned, I'm getting a full slash like that in and the finisher in the end. Might as well make it all count, you know? Oh, the damage. Oh my gosh. Okay, he just belly flopped me to death. That was very interesting. Holy.
I thankfully was victorious on my second attempt, as I played a bit more cautiously. He has this sand pull attack, but you just have to spam a button to lunge at him to stop him in his tracks. Feeling powerful, I wanted to do another level breakthrough, but this time it's a little bit different. Apparently I had to complete a tier 2 trial, and once that was done, unlocked the ability to get the level 5 breakthrough, which means my level cap now has increased to 50. And yes, as per usual with these things, got a lot of new powerful weapons and gear. That's also when I realized the final inner way slot had been unlocked, and our gear can now be what's called tuned, which basically just makes it stronger. With all those lessons out of the way, I happened to be near the only remaining outpost that I could spot on the map, so I cleared it out too, but it was a little bit more tricky than the others, as thanks to the recent breakthrough, the opponents were at a higher level than me, but nothing I couldn't handle with enough persistence. And you get the point. A lot of things give me inner ways, so I'll mention the ones that I use when they're important. And I'm happy to say by day's end, I found a kind traveler who healed me of all of my ailments. I had stacked up quite a few in that poison case, so thank you very much, my guy. All combat moving into day 36 was proving to be much more difficult than before, but during some fights, as I was trying to upgrade my gear, I saw that I got a new outfit. I'll be wearing this for a little while. I was essentially then doing anything to get XP to reach level 50, and my travels had me reaching the Bodai Sea once again. This place is weird. There are odd things nipping at me in the mud, and I hear drums beating about. I stumbled upon some soldiers, but they don't seem to be doing all so well. It's like this place messes with your mind, and speaking to the drummer here, he seems convinced that it's important that every drummer in the area just keeps banging. If not, something bad's gonna happen. So I decided to lend a helping hand and bang the drums myself, considering I'm a drummer IRL. This gives us a vision of somebody seeing a boy, as in we're watching this through somebody else, and the kid seems angry at his father. I continued to explore this place thoroughly and overheard that soldiers say that they serve Master Wei, the very influential person we've known about through letters, and that they're only dressing up as pavilion soldiers, so things are getting a little bit strange. I played the drum straight into day 37, and through visions, we learned that this place was being conquered by the Khitan back in the day. It seems to be a pointless resistance that was put up here, and from what I can tell, if the leader here didn't open up some gates, they would all die. So, a lot of pressure on the big man. Another vision showed a Zen master conversing with whoever we are watching these visions through, called the Man in the Tower. And even the Zen master here gives this character a jade piece and urges us to return to the battle. That jade piece is interesting. It's very similar to the one we already got. Now as we got back into town, we hallucinate, and it is as though we're being teleported to a vision of the past. This is definitely of the war that unfolded here long ago, and there are thousands and thousands of corpses just strewn about, and they're all waiting for someone called General Gay to open some gate so they all could be set free. So I felt like I was reenacting what happened here as I spotted a giant horse in front of me. I think I'm playing the role of the bad guys in this scenario.
Oh, don't tell me that's General Ye and he sees me as a Kitan, because that could be a problem for me. Oh, that looks cool. Honestly, this guy seems to be like the most imposing boss till now. I don't know, he looks beefy. Yeah, so that's Ye, and he thinks I'm one of the people attacking him probably. That's why that's why we're fighting, I think. But here we go. Off to a good start. Off to a great start. The biggest problem with this one is 100% going to be just mobility, because I'm not going to be able to reach him all the time, you know. And my main attack, that one, is very stationary, so I am having a poor matchup here. So might have to rely on the fans. Here we go. There we go. Now, hopefully he staggers for like a second. Yeah! Into the meat grinder. That was a lot of damage. No, you don't. No, you don't. Come on. Oh, I was waiting for him to do the leap. I've been bamboozled by a man on a horse. And second phase. So now he's gonna be enraged. Oh, juicy. Oh, snap. Oh, I dodged that just by sheer instinct, and that's golden. Oh, that is cool. Oh, snap. He has so much health. Nice. Okay, I saw that coming this time. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Probably also shame on me because I should have seen it coming a mile away, to be honest. Go, pop the heals. Okay, that's... Oh. Holy sh! Look at that damage. Please, please, please. Okay. I did not do an ideal combo there. That was not optimal. I probably would have I have an inner way, I'm sure, that would be better for boss fights. I know there's one that has like me dealing like 20% more damage to bosses with charge attacks, but we ain't got no time. If I do die, I'm definitely going to redo that though. There we go. Now I'm in the perfect position to do this for the final stretch. With the poke at the end. See you later, alligator. Oh, is that the jade item that the Zen Master gave him? I wonder if that combines with the jade item that I got from the hanging sword place, the Lucky 17 boss. Oh, what's going on? Hello? I would like to live. Did I really snap? Oh! I snatched that jade item out of the illusion and got it into real life. Sweet! And we can repeat that boss. Very nice, very nice. Oh, and the tower is broken now and I can get the final chest. No matter what I do.
I inspected my 2 jade pieces, and indeed, one is yin and the other is yang. Somehow, I need to use these to find Tian Ying. We finally have a clue, and after much pondering about what to do, I figured out that I need to go to Halo's Peak and place these 2 atop a tower, but I had to slot these 2 pieces into the hole here at a specific time of day. This had me waiting here until noon of day 38, and then slotted it in. Thankfully, it fit like a glove, and the area began to glow, and just as this was unfolding, we see a traveler arrive. a wandering monk. We quickly rush to enter the main chamber after him, thinking that this is the person we've been searching for, Ying himself. But to find this person, we have to investigate, and figured out that this person used a lever on the wall to open a trap door in the floor. This is one sneaky fellow, so I gave chase, leading us into a scripture hall. Essentially, light that enters this cave is to be used with mirrors to navigate this tunnel and solve puzzles. And there was this one room with multiple statues and ergo multiple mirrors that had to be lined up just perfectly. It was a bit of a head scratcher for me, but honestly, I really enjoy solving these things. A note as I proceed deeper, a lot of clues lead to that people here revere their master Buddhist known as Miao Shan. Moving further, I fell through a collapsed floor and ended up in what seemed to be a ritual hall lined with puppets, is what I'm assuming. This corpse here at least had some instructions on how to proceed. Apparently I need to best all of these bronze statues to make it out alive, and all you need to do is deflect all of their attacks to get the key. So I continued to stroll down the hallways, finding more Buddhists, lamenting why their master had left their order. And the light leads us to some statues and a giant, and I mean giant, chasm. Traversing this is going to be a doozy and a half, but first I found a note that links Tianying to the lunar goddess. It's a smidge confusing, but through this written conversation, Tian was held prisoner for 3 years and afterwards set out to find the lunar goddess himself. He needed help as he wanted to save someone, even if saving someone meant killing many other good people, and she would help his cause, but as payment, wanted a new set of eyes. Reading between the lines, it sounds like they had feelings for each other and basically struck a deal with these terms, so he went to do his savior mission thing, but by the time he was done, 3 years had passed, and she had died waiting for him under the lake where we found her. Being late is quite an understatement, so how could he ever repay such a debt? But that's when it clicked. The person who ordered our physician Uncle Tiang to replace the eyes must have been Tianying? They have the same name or it's the same person, but we were right all along. We were on the right path this whole time. I need to know more, but proceeding down this chasm was rather tricky. But successfully, on day 39, I had descended deep enough, which is when this place started to crumble beneath my feet, so I had to make a run for it. Using my mobility skills, I made it to safety and was hauling booty cheeks away from the tremors. And with that, I had made it to the bottom of the 1000 Buddha Cavern. And if that giant gate doesn't scream final boss, I don't know what does. So wearily, I walked through what seemed to be the final gate.
So, ominous room, and my quest marker here reads, defeat Tianying. I thought we were supposed to be friends, my guy. I mean, I figured out the clues, I followed this dude forever, and now he's gonna beat our ass. Here goes nothing, I suppose. Maybe we can beat some sense into him for him to help us find Uncle Yang, maybe? Hopefully? Possibly? Yeah. Oh, so yeah. So the guy who walked into the temple is Tianying. Ooh, that looks cool. Oh, he's meditating. Oh, the ominous music.
Little one,
Oh,
are you here to see my Dharma form?
yo. I have goosebumps. We've been tracking you down for a long time, man. Oh, but wait. Now it says Miao Shan. Okay, and Miao Shan was like one of the greatest Zen Master Buddha dudes on this side of the Mississippi, basically. So he truly went undercover for the Emperor or whatever and just became enlightened beyond belief. I gotta focus up here. I'm just very impressed. Like, dude's been hiding in plain sight for a lot of people, honestly. There we go. Oh, you're not so tough now, are you? Oh, shoot. Easy does it, hot shot. He summons his staff as like a long range attack, and then he does like that power gets good tension. Oh, I also for some reason don't think I can use my potions. Oh, never mind. I was just an idiot. There you go. We have a little drinky pool. Ooh. The thing is, I don't even... I mean, I want to know and I don't want to know what his second phase is going to be like, because that's going to be absolutely nuts. This is one of the greatest legendary heroes that we have ever heard of. Here we go. And big one. And there we go. Second phase. What's it going to be, big man? Ooh. Not so tough now, are you? See, I was taught by Uncle Yang, you ain't got nothing on him. Okay. He's bringing out the prayers. Hand-to-hand combat in a new dimension, it seems like. He's just gonna take my left butt cheek and hand it straight back to me. I can already tell. Look at that. Look at that. What is... Dude, what is that movement? Oh, no. Oh. Yo. He's just floating there with like a sand statue. I'm gonna keep my distance, please and thank you. Kablooey. My health is non-existent. My health is non-existent. That is so cool. That's the coolest, like, boss type attacks that I've seen so far. That is cool. It moves with them. I like that a lot. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here. Okay, I gotta play defensively now entirely. I don't have any more medicine apparently. Woo! Oh my god! Oh, the damage! Oh, the damage! Dude, he is nuts.
Control your anger.
Control your anger, dude. Talk to yourself, bud. Dude. Oh my god, man. Let me be. He's halfway on second phase. Woo! Oh, man. He closes the gap way too fast for my own liking. Fuck! Oh, man. That was fun. I was tensing up, though. Holy. We go again.
For all attempts moving forward, I swapped my meds to yin-yang ointments as they are very effective, and just did my best to rush through phase 1 as it's phase 2 where things get a little bit dicey.
Oh no! Oh, I've been able to dodge that one this whole time. That was the one time he snatched me with that. Good thing I have a skill which heals me in a situation like that once. Fuck! I didn't get an opening to use my ointment.
Sadly, that didn't go to plan, but we'll go again, I guess. I managed to even do worse on my third attempt, though, but I'll keep trying this until I stand victorious.
There we go. Okay. Oh, he has like a sand burst attack with all the fists and all that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm using this moment to just get as much damage as possible. I didn't get the finisher on him, but I think technically speaking, that move does more than the finisher kind of deal. There we go. Top up healing. No, you don't, good sir. I knocked him out of this stance once. I don't know if that's something that was luck, but my ointments are coming in clutch now. I remember I have to press up to use the ointments. Final stretch, baby. Boom. Big moves, big moves. And come on. And there you go. Oh, my fingers hurt. Honestly, I don't want him to die. We've been looking for you for so long. Wait. Wait a gosh darn minute. A third phase assassin Tianjing? No! Wait. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I don't know what to do. Honestly, this is the first boss that has 3 phases. Is this like the final boss of like bosses? Words. Yes and yes. Whoa. Dude. But Buddy is just flash stepping on my Oh dear lord. Oh. Okay.
What is real?
Oh.
What is false?
Yo, what the heck is that? Is that Sand Warriors? Oh, he's still here too. I thought he just split into 3. Oh, no. Wait. I'm not ready. Woo! Thing is, they're tanky as hell. I'm out of ointments. I'm out of health. Oh, I saw him coming, although I didn't see him because he was invisible. I knew it was coming though. Oh, that was a cool fight.
For day 40, I pulled out all the stops by upgrading my affinity as well as weapon slots and changed my inner ways to deal poison to lower my opponent's defense. And of course, I added Battle Anthem for more charge skill damage to bosses. I then set out to repeat this boss as many times as it was going to take. So time and time again, I jumped in, over and over we tangoed, but at least I learned that in the final phase, you can defeat the sand soldiers by deflecting the damage of the original assassin. Kind of similar to how we had to beat the bronze puppets previously.
Come on, baby. Big damage. That was the best ever. I was waiting for you, man. Here he does the big one. I'm out of ointments again. Yeah, I have to block him. If I block him, his sand clones disappear. And I get the audio cue when that's going to happen. So that's good. I'm learning his tricks. Time to heal. There we go. Big damage with the spear. And whirlwind, come on. I think this is it. I think this is the one. Oh, he's gonna try and tire me out now. Come on. Please. Yes, with the finisher move there.
This.
Ah! Bested by the novice. Oh, we did it. I don't know how to feel though. I don't want you to die. I have so many questions. Stand up, big man. Oh, he's gonna get swished, isn't he? Oh, snap. Please tell me you're alive. Or let me save you at least. Nope, he's dead. Ah, not a single question answered. I am baffled.
I proceeded to swim through this flooded pathway and made it out to some rose fields. That completes the Promised Light campaign. We learn Yaksha Rush, which helps break enemies' blocks with added knockback, and I'm glad to be able to repeat this fight as many times as we want moving forward. We also unlocked some dagger skins for our back, which look pretty cool, and for the remaining hours, I found it very necessary to expand my medicine box again, as it makes the medicine more potent for recovery and lets you be able to carry more. I also dumped a ton of jade fishes into career notes to speed level my medical profession to expert tier. Oh, I was just leisurely leveling up into day 41, which is when I stumbled upon a cherry blossom grove with donkeys. Lots of donkeys, and upon one of the branches was not just one of them, but also an old man who seemed to be a bit out of it.
Oh, shit, this is a boss fight. I didn't know. I was eating a cookie. Hold on, wait. Hold on. I don't know this was a boss fight. Yo, he's backwards on the donkey. Sleeping Taoist. Oh man, he's crazy. He looks goofy. I like this one. This is silly. We've gone from such a serious boss fight to just a goofster. Oh, nice. Gotta spam those buttons when they appear. It really does help. Oh, snap. He's got a rock barrage. Next the belly flop. His hoof kick is the golden move. Nice. Oh, I fell for it though. I fell for it. Let me just heal up real quick. He is strong. He's using his hair as a weapon too. No, you don't. I saw that coming this time. A mile away, buckos. I can't tell who's controlling who. The old man, the donkey, or the donkey, the old man. He is relentless though, I'll give him that. Oh, he's tired. This is what I've been waiting for. I was thinking that the rocks wouldn't go backward. Oh. What? Wait a minute. I want out. I want to go home. That can't be good. Yo, we're in a new arena. Oh, okay. So he has some root attacks now. This is fancy. I like what you've done with the place. Oh, he has a golden hair move now. Man, he staggers you with all of those wind attacks. And then you're left with nothing that you can do. And then he hits you with the gold. Yeah, did you see that? He staggers you and hits you with the gold. That's dirty, old man. He's also barely taken any damage this whole phase yet by me. Oh my gosh. Salve. Just in time. Get back here. Stop running. Why are you running? Oh, that's the perfect lineup, baby. Let's go. He has so much health, though. This has to be the tankiest, like, boss we face, I think, health-wise, maybe? And no disrespect to my boy Ying, but this guy's beefy. What? Hello? Oh, dude is just playing at this point. What do you want from me? Do I have to guess? Signs, help me. Oh, what? 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 Double what? Ow. Okay. To say that I'm confused doesn't do justice of what my brain is going through right now. Here's the thing, he's just a goofy old man though. Can you fault him? Not really. He's just having a good time. You got him half health on second phase, not too shabby. Oh, dodged you. Oh, perfect. That's my go-to strat. Whenever they're down, go for the double, like, infinite Gale Winds. This is new, and I'm not too comfortable about this. Oh. Okay, I'm pretty sure that would have one-shot me if I wouldn't have deflected, though. I'm out of all of my salves already, too. For reference, you're only allowed to take in, like, 3 or something into a fight. The thing is, though, I feel like fighting him is like fighting me with the fans, so in all honesty, this is probably just fair. My skill that helps me in dire moments kicked in. Oh, perfect. Not exactly what I wanted, but I'll take it. Oh. I knocked him off. Like, oh man, we didn't have to do this. Is the donkey wandering his dreams, or is he wandering the donkeys? That's what I'm saying. Did I win? Oh, I won. Nice. Sweet.
This was actually pretty huge, as it unlocked the inner way called Esoteric Revival, and it's just massive for revives. If you're a healer running the fans and you don't have this, I don't know what the hell you're doing. Either way, I was just continuing to complete little side quests here and there to get that juicy XP, and 90% of these side quests have a certain type of goofiness to them, and I absolutely love them. We even went to visit that talking horse on day 42, and he still hasn't gotten the sorcerer to forgive him by the looks of things. He's as pompous as ever, but we conclude that he'll change back to human form once he's performed the role of a good working horse, and we convince him to haul grain for poor farmers rather than transporting nobles. All of this to slowly bring him into the path of humility. That task will take him an entire day, and we're instructed to just wait until then. So on day 43, after waiting as instructed, he's back. He mentions that he was shocked to see how poor some people really are, and he did such a good job though that the farmer called him a good horse, and he's really glad that he could help, so we're seeming to be on the right track. So again, we instruct him on his next task and waited another day. So on day 44, he was done carrying a sick lady to a clinic. Our conversations are drawing a crowd though, as, well, honestly, this kind of looks a little bit weird. Just a random man who doesn't even live here talking to a horse every single day. So we actually used this opportunity to get even more work for the horse, convincing some travelers that it's a really smart and suitable steed for work. Thing is though, Jin, the human spirit which is inside the horse Golden Snow, has now worked so much that he actually can't remember if he really was a human or if that was just an illusion he made up. Maybe he is a horse, but he'll keep working with these new farmers in hopes of turning human at some point. This trek again will take him some time, and we had enough of loafing around, so we'll be back. I was then following a very long trail of yapping competitions all over the region about some manual that people were fighting over. All of this though culminated in me having to go to the Peace Bell Tower for our final duel. Sadly, once I got there was no one around, so I had to wait till midnight for the person to show up. And it was an absolute cakewalk. I nuked this person into literacy oblivion, and I'm really okay with that. XP is XP. I can already smell level 50. On day 45, I was completing some side quests, like handing off some antique soup bowls, and then went to talk to Golden Snow again. He's back after his long journey of working like a good horse, but has sadly not turned human. And it seems we interpreted the curse all wrong. To become human, possibly, he would have to let go of the desire to be human. And honestly, Gene has come to terms with being Golden Snow, and even asks us to buy him from his handler so we can ride with him and roam the world together. It turns out though that his handler this whole time was the sorcerer in disguise all along. He has had such a laugh at Gene in his horse endeavors that he turns him back to a human, says that the score is settled, and just wanders on off as if nothing ever happened. This seemed to be a very effective therapy strategy though, as Gene seems to be a much better dude now and even invites us to visit him when we can. I'm glad we solved that conundrum, and after just a few more minor tasks around the area, level 50 was achieved. I then conducted a series of sword trials and achieved the breakthrough. So ta-da! My new max level is 55, which at the point of recording this is the max level. Of course, this means tons of new free gear, and I got a really good umbrella and I've been itching to use one, but again, its martial arts are in the neighboring region of Kaifeng, so you guessed it. It's time for us to make our final preparations to make our grand departure there. Step 1 was to learn the gear arsenal, which was just unlocked. Essentially, you can add old gear into this, and a bit of its stats gets added to your current gear. And the last thing before departing was to wait for a healer to cure me of all of my ailments. So going into 46, I was about to take my leave, but I noticed that I was falsely accused of stealing medicinal herbs. Trust me, all of mine are naturally sourced. So to resolve this, I had to post a bounty so that another player who is a scholar could go and debate it out for me, and thankfully, it was resolved in no time flat. This is an interesting mechanic indeed. I really like it, but most importantly, I'm a free man. With that nonsense out of the way, it was time to go to the docks and depart, and here I got one trip to Kaifeng. We were going to travel to the Land of Opportunities in search of adventures, but our reasonings have shifted a little. See, we found a note about Auntie Han when she wanted to move everybody. Apparently someone there named Wen Wuxia, also known as Ember of the East, was willing to help her to do just that. And he seems to be a very wealthy individual, not only for being able to help move an entire town, but he's also known for possessing a treasure basin. A bowl, essentially, that can create gold coins out of nothingness. So that's our only clue on finding this person. Soon enough, we arrived at Harbor Link Crossing, and we can tell the villagers here will do anything in their power to get any coins off of us. Thankfully, the boatman is here to help us out and talks about an event called the Heroic Assembly that's happening soon, and reminds us that while we're here, we need to keep our wits about ourselves. We're not even in the main city yet, and the streets are filled with people going about their lives. Even on the outskirts of town, I found a couple of members of the Rising Tide sect. I want to join you so badly. Either way, I explored this harbor town for a good while, then proceeded down the main road in hopes of encountering a wayfarer to help me draw out the map of the area. This had me reaching the next bazaar, surrounded by wheat fields and many farmers, and to my luck, a wayfarer was chilling right here. He warns us that although everything in Kaifeng seems to be booming, there is danger wherever you go. And that is one massive section drawn out, holy moly. But I need to focus. I myself came here for a very particular reason, to learn the martial arts of the umbrella. So I headed straight to the first marked location. This had me traveling through a thick fog, and it's as though parts of this land is twisted in strange ways. There's these bizarre plants and roots that take hold of what seems to be dying fields, and through this thick fog, I stumbled upon enemy territory, a shrine covered in flowers, and my objective is inside. So like all skill theft missions, I had to sneak my way on through. This place seemed kinda small though. It was first when I found this here coffin that I noticed a ladder inside, which led me further below. It opened up to a cocoon chamber it seemed like, but not really. There's just corpses hanging and coffins all over the place. I was dead set on completing this on day 47, no matter how many rooms there were or how many enemies stood before me. But eventually, I got to the end and got to learn how to use the Soul Shade Umbrella. These martial arts are for healing. It has some range DPS, sure, but essentially I have a skill which can give me a damage increase, and I can toss it out like a Beyblade. During my training session though, a venomous mist caused me to fall asleep, and the undead were watching me from a distance. I can only assume the worst, but I awakened next to someone named Zai, who has been healing us all this time. I can only assume he's from the Silver Needle based on his clothes, and that is healing me, and I noticed a particular half of a jade pendant lying around. We thank Elder Zai for saving our lives, and he mentions that if anyone goes any further into the fog than we did, he has no chance of saving anymore. He states at the center of the forest lies rot and poison, and the Silver Needle sect has been working on finding a solution to this for a while, but can't find a cure. The affliction they call Dawn Till Dusk, and the source is from some flowers. The only other thing he knows is someone named Sunbuki at the center of the fog supposedly has more information on this affliction. For now though, he just tells us where we can find some more medical attention in the area. He's been nothing but kind, but as soon as I left his house, I took the opportunity to steal some notes from his late master on how they were trying to find a cure. In short, there are 3 groups that have heavily suffered from this affliction in the area, and we need to collect notes for cures from each group in order to combine them to find a cure for the plague. I actually already had 2 of these notes, which is very convenient, so while heading on over to the last one, I was continuously practicing with my umbrella, and it is incredibly cool. You can deploy it like your own personal healing helicopter while you slash with your other weapon, which in my opinion is perfect for solo play. Eventually though, I came across an outpost from the pavilion where I killed everyone inside in search of their version of a cure. Lastly, I faced off against the final boss, and it seems like I'm going to be making a name for myself in these parts rather quickly. I then, with this note, returned to Zai as fast as I could, admitting that we stole his books, but returning them along with all of the 3 notes that we have found. Finding a cure now actually seems likely, and we're to return in 2 days to see if all that we found actually culminates in a remedy. With some time to kill now, I went to do some sightseeing, and there's this very suspicious granary over here. It seems the owner has been acting kind of strange as of late, and all I can tell is that the grain intended for the poor, for famine relief, is not being distributed correctly. Sounds like corruption to me. I mean, even the lowly guards around this place are extremely hostile. At the crack of dawn, I was getting away of the land on day 48, and I got to this southern town, which is very nice, and after stumbling around it for a while, I came across a festival area where apparently 2 people in a costume who were putting on a show have it out for me and want to duke it out.
Twin lions. What the hell have I done to you? I ask for forgiveness of any offense caused prior. I'm unaware what has happened, but trust me, I have no idea what's going on. Why are you so nimble? You're 2 whole men in unison. I ain't gonna lie, the umbrella healing turret is actually really nice. I'm enjoying it way more than I probably should. I'm also probably relying on it way more than I should, let's be real. Bada bang. Oh, it's got fireworks and everything. Oh, here comes the golden one. Oh, that is sick. That honestly, I can't fault you for that one. That was actually really impressive, guys. I like the show. Here come the nades. Oh, I just drank my healing potion in time. Okay. Now he's actually mad. He was not mad till now. Now he's just real mad. Dodged. Oh, what? I'm so glad I healed up basically to max right before that attack happened. Easy does it, buddy.
Well, and fortune to you!
honestly, he's so flashy. I'm just kind of watching him because I'm just entertained by fireworks. He's got my full attention. It's like rattling keys in front of my eyes. Oh, oh, no, 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 you don't. Of course. Here he comes. How? How am I supposed to dodge that, my guy? I have stopped talking any semblance of schmeck because I'm actually really tense right now. Ha! Not this time, buddy. Not this time. Oh, he's got the back kick like the mule from the Taoist. Back away nice and slowly. I basically haven't even tickled him in his second phase. Finally. Oh, I was about to say a speck of damage. That was like a quarter. That was not bad, actually. Just gonna dance on you. Just gonna do donuts. Oh, perfect timing. I said something was coming. Oh, man, my shoulders are tense after that. I was leaning forward. I did not expect to find a boss here. That was what?
Oh, I gave it another attempt, going at it much more aggressively this time, but that approach didn't seem to do me any good. The third time seemed to be the charm, though. I actually did a pretty smooth kill through and through, largely thanks to that I'm finally getting a hang of this here umbrella. Come day 49, enough time had passed already to check in on our buddy Zai and that remedy that he's been cooking up, but we only found a note which tells us to meet him at a shack at the northern shore. Once there, he explains that this new antidote can at least halt the poison's progress. Not cure it, but still, that's major progress. And considering we can now suppress the poison, we have to go into the fog and find out where this Sunbuki person is and all that he knows. Doing this is no easy task though, as the poison still does build up at least, and the only thing that seems to help reduce it is standing near fire, as this dawn to dusk poison works off of cold. This is the toughest area I've been in thus far, but eventually I came to a patched up fort, where once inside I could breathe normally. Further inside was a giant tree with tons of hanging corpses, which I investigated thoroughly, and after burning the main flowers, these here bodies dropped, revealing more of these undead puppets. With them swiftly cleared out, we spot a ghost. It's Zai's medical master, and we follow this entity further out. She's led us to a rundown building, inside of which is a hidden lair, and we are not alone down here. People who are infected by all these plants are heavily guarding this cave's contents, that's for sure, but I pressed through them and plant barriers until I reached Sunbuki's notes at a little rundown shack, and they mentioned that this person had switched from healing to making poisons. He supposedly had uncovered a treasure that is said to revive the dead. Sounds like the poison because there's a lot of undead people here. Interestingly as well, one of the sleeping puppets is also trying to heal a dead swordsman. This is when I realized that the sleeping puppet has a familiar half of a jade pendant. This is all a bit confusing, so I started to combine some clues. We know the plant's poison turns people into puppets, and because the three factions from which we got different remedy ideas from had fought here in the past, that explains why there are so many of them. It's also easy to conclude that this here puppet is in fact Zai's master. Even in death, she still continues to try and heal people, and thus we hand over Zai's half of the jade pendant, which has her showing me where to destroy the dawn till dusk blossoms for good in this area. Oh, and they went up in a glorious blaze thanks to my fire arrows, and having a look outside, it does seem like the thick fog is finally clearing up. And now that I can finally see, there's so much to do, like this brand new dungeon, which I made sure to clear out, as there's still some of these gosh darn weeds around. But this place was not without its own challenges. There was more of this thick fog and very, very spiky falling ceilings. This is a very tricky dungeon, I'll say that much. There were a lot of traps, and it was also very creepy. There was this red, immovable lady that appeared at random spots, and there doesn't seem to be a clear way out. By day 50, I started to lose it. The exact pathways that I'd gone down multiple times in loops have shifted into different rooms. Each time you do a lap, the loop of rooms slightly changes, and I used my leap skill here to jump on top of this moving trap, which let me proceed a little bit further. Thing is though, this just led me straight back into the main room again. I was making some progress, but the main door still wouldn't open. I was trapped here until my neurons would finally figure this out, but eventually, after running around multiple times, I finally found a secret passageway, which upon completion opened the final door to a very juicy treasure. Now freed from that maze, I returned to Zai, and he's glad that we made it back in one piece. We proceed to info dump everything we saw to him, and it took him a while to transcribe the notes from Sunbuki, but he gives them to us. And with that, he thanks us for helping the Silver Needle's long-time mission. That had me reaching level 55, which at the point of recording this whole video is the max level, but by the time this video is out, that will have already changed. Wabi-Sabi and I then collected a bunch of teleportation stones around the region, and I ventured so far that I found this here bandit outpost. Normally, you have to kill everyone inside, but somehow I convinced them that I was only here to drink, which isn't really a lie. They invited me to actually have a drink with their leader to have a little friendly competition. Essentially, you and the big man just have to have at it. Just chug it away at the pot, and we actually managed to outdrink him. And this was very funny. Instead of killing everybody, the whole place got so drunk that I just got to loot the entire outpost without killing a single person. Alcoholism. It solves some of your problems. The next morning, I was actually making a pretty smart play by buying as many Innerway notes as I possibly could using these jade fishes that had been accumulating, plus some tier 51 gear chests, healer gift boxes, and notebooks. Having popped all of these, the most important things to note are that I reached the next tier of my healing profession, unlocked many new healing prescriptions, plenty of supplies for breakthroughs, got enough resources to upgrade my Soul Shade umbrella, and way more gear than I could count. I also got to upgrade my gear slots heavily during this time. And since I was optimizing already, I spent an extensive amount of time on figuring out how to maximize my damage output, as I may not get another breakthrough in this video. And I do have this powerful rope dart weapon, the martial arts for which I just need to learn inside the city. So on my way over there, I bought many notes from Tang Lung so I could upgrade my Bitter Season's Inner Way for more damage. Further down the road, I came across many people, all talking about the treasure basin, which we also are after. Well, we're also after the owner, not the actual item. Many even expect the Emperor himself to appear at the Heroes' Assembly, although he's been missing for quite some time, and most of the people in the region revere the god of fortune, who to some is the Ember of East. And I do gotta keep an eye out for swindlers. As you see right here before me, these three nincompoops are trying to convince me that this here straw bowl is in fact the real treasure basin, to turn thin air into gold. It all just kinda seems like a financial scheme, so I kinda dodged a bullet there, and I also came across this strange Taoist who collects rare oddities. Just like this rat that I had to catch for him, there's all sorts of weird little animals and items that you have to collect around the world, and if you bring these to him, you can unlock upgrades for your character, and they are pretty significant. So we'll get to that once we find the Taoist temple where he resides. Proceeding on to day 52, I finally got a good view of the city's outer walls and massive towers within. This place is truly massive, and arriving at the suburbs on the outskirts to the south, a little lady approaches me to sell me a little turtle toy, so I bought one off of her, and thus she blesses us with good fortune. But back to the task at hand, we see a crowd forming around some savage-looking vendors around an odd-looking cup. Could this be the real deal? Could this be my clue to find Wuxia? Funny enough though, it's although as every second person in this crowd is a relative of the Ember of the East, and everyone owns the real bowl. Yeah, the vendors kinda get called out on their bullshit, and people here had enough of all the deceit. So as I was being attacked for spoiling these vendors' business, my money bag fell out. And this here widow, who by the way also wanted to scam me out of some money, ran off with it, leaving me to deal with these here angry vendors. Things took a turn for the worse as I kept getting attacked when a cat came to save my skin. This is when a voice from a statue of the god of fortune speaks out to them, and it acts so realistically that the vendors run off in fear. But it was only a young lady behind it. She is one of the 4 members of a group called the Keepers of Weiyang. They are definitely connected to the Ember of the East as well. Weiyang is where the Ember of the East is from. Her name is Ying Ying, and she is very polite. She invites us to a meal, considering we lost all of our money, so we follow her around town and ask her if she knows the Ember of the East, to which she says she indeed does, but she doesn't seem to want to introduce us to him. We also caught wind that the Heroes Assembly, thanks to the treasure basin, coins will be handed out there for 3 days and 3 nights, which has everybody excited because there has been a major coin shortage. There's not enough copper coins to go around, and there have been so many iron coins that have been minted that have also been underweight, which all indicates to financial problems. Eventually, we reach a tavern, pop a seat, and order some braised noodles on her. She asks us to open a bottle of wine, the one we've been carrying with us, but we have to decline as it's the last wine from Auntie Han and it is very special to us. And through our conversation, it clicks for her that the reason we want to meet Wuxia isn't for the treasure basin at all, and this kind of gets her a little bit antsy and says she's going to step outside real quick. She'll be right back. I waited and waited. I waited for a very long time for her return, and during this long time, I overheard that this year's event is special, as they'll be making gold coins with the basin. Because of this, every single legendary hero will be attending, even the mysterious water lady. Could Auntie Han be alive? Last time we saw her, we just saw her hand saving us from that major explosion. I had enough of waiting, though, and spoke to the waiter. Apparently, she told him she wasn't feeling well and left us with the bill. We ain't got no money, but she did leave us with a little note. Oh, how kind. She believes we were destined to meet and wants to teach us a technique called Feed on Illusions. And essentially, we need to use our gift of gab to avoid paying the bill. And what this turns out to doing is us offering up our special wine as collateral to even borrow money from the waiter so we can actually start making some money in order to pay back our debt. And if we don't, at least he can sell off the wine to make his money back. At sundown, I left the tavern, and our next step from the note is to check on the baggies that she left us. Inside, it explains how to make a ton of money. We should find someone selling grain for cheap, buy it, and then sell it to someone who buys it for premium. Essentially, just money flipping. She even tells us where to buy the grain and to sell it to some Dao Lord for a lot of money. So this guy here sells us 20 sacks of this stuff, and this is where we bump into old Jean, the swindler from the shrine, and he's still up to no good. He tries to blackmail me for money, saying that he'll tell people that we're still alive if we don't give him 10% of our sales profits. But to smoothen out the deal, he'll help us. He'll bring us personally to this Dao Lord to sell the wheat. So, as much as I don't like it, I followed old Jin at dawn on day 53. He tells us that the Dao Lord's helper is inside this here house, who's known as Shopkeeper Fu, and she is indeed well stocked with money, but something about this deal seems very off. Not only because we're doing business with a child, but everything just seems kinda sketch. So, I talked to old Jean briefly outside, and we agree this seems kinda off. We do continue with this trade, but very cautiously. It seems to have gone off without a hitch, though. Everything seems fine, but there's a note in the bag of gold that we got, and it's from none other than that wretched Ying Ying. We don't know how, but I feel like we're getting scammed, and turns out, at the bottom of our money pouch, it's all iron coins. Ergo, we did not get paid the full amount for the wheat as per agreement. Considering these two scammers we've met are in cahoots, we tied this one up, and we follow old Jin to a better merchant. While we walk, we are informed that those iron coins are actually banned from usage, and they are effectively useless. It's even illegal to carry them. So, having learned many lessons, we sell off our wheat to a merchant for a legitimate price, one that's fair. But before we give Jean his cut, we need a favor from him. He is to go to the little girl and find out who she works for. And I need to go to the tavern to repurchase my old wine now that I have money. Sadly, the waiter sold it off and said he got an offer that was way too good to pass up. He gives us the money he got from the sale, though, and notes that he sold it to a very well-dressed, well-scented man, likely from the Velvet Shade sect, at Revelry Hall, which is where the assembly is going to be happening. This gives us even more reason to get into that event. Back to old Jean, though, he is very incredibly so failing at getting this girl to talk. She states she doesn't even know where Ying Ying is at all, so the least thing she can do for us is bring us to Revelry Hall, I suppose. So before leaving and her guiding the way, we give Jean his 10% cut, to which he is incredibly pleased, and thus we are off with little Fu into the main city. The place is bustling with trade. People are selling food, drink, and setting up for the upcoming festivities. We thought this place would be prosperous, but there's also a lot of hagglers, cheats, and thieves. We thought this place would be prosperous, so little Fu will show us the actual Kaifeng, which is not as glamorous as people portray it. It's something that's not easily seen. Kids running around hungry, angry and rude people roam the streets by night, robbing the weak. And wait a minute, that lady with the baby is the one that stole my coin pouch, and she let it get stolen by these dudes. On a serious note though, we see her stumbling into what is definitely the slums, where the exhausted working class returns to every single day, and this poor lady is seen collapsing out of straight exhaustion, and an ominous building with golden dragons is seen off in the distance, which is in fact the coin furnace. Having learned all of this, first things first, I went to a wayfarer to get the map drawn out, and I'm gonna be kept busy here for a very long time, that is for certain. And with that done, we follow Little Fu to the Revelry Hall. Before we get into the main section of the city though, there's a control point with some soldiers. We see them holding down a ruffian, accusing him of carrying illegal money, but actually, that's my freaking coin bag! I stay quiet about though, considering the circumstances, because, you know, someone apparently swapped all of those coins in there with more Tang coins, the iron coins, which are now illegal, and I'm not trying to get myself into more trouble than I need to. Sometimes problems come to you though. See, the guards are wanting to inspect us next, just out of habit I suppose, and I still have those freaking Tang coins that Fu tricked me into having from the wheat sale. If one is found with these types of coins in public, it's 3 years of hard labor at the coin furnace. So we have to fend off these soldiers in the middle of the streets, teaching them a lesson or two. The problem though is that there are so many of them. They have constant reinforcements. A good thing that happened though is our martial arts caught the eye of a chubby man called Big Zhao. And this dude is great. He decides to help us, just because he wants to, by flinging chickens at the guards. And when I say flinging, he is chucking them, tossing them, and downright launching them at every guard in sight. It is a very funny sight to behold, I gotta say, and just as he's about to get in trouble for doing that, everyone in the area backs him up by unleashing a pack of wild geese. This here gives us the opportunity needed to escape, and with Little Fu safely plopped into Big Zhao's back basket, we run for the hills, and it seems as though every shopkeeper and just random civilian in town is willing to back us up and lead the city guards off of our trail. And so with no better option available, we follow this new acquaintance in search of a hiding spot. And while we're huddled up hiding, he assumes that our surname is Yang, as he recognizes one of our moves. Could he know something about Uncle Yang? This person? We proceeded with our escape, and we mentioned that we want to get into the assembly event, but only big shots with tickets can enter this event. The ticket is also only given out to the most respected heroes of the jianghu, and, well, we ain't got one, but he assures us that he has some very good buddies who might be able to get us in. So for now, we should split up and meet up at the docks to lose more of the heat. So considering this and that it's now day 54, I decided I need to figure out how this city works first. So I crossed this beautiful bridge and began my explorations. My first order of business was to unlock pretty much all the teleportation stones to make traversing this labyrinth in the future much easier, and its architecture is quite beautiful, so I was just taking in the sights like a good tourist. One thing was very clear though, the coin furnace is heavily guarded and very much so restricted. While doing all of this, I also came across a temple where I believe the oddity collector to be at, and lo and behold, we found him. He says that in exchange for some oddities, he can give us pills which improve our capabilities. You start off all the way on the left here, increasing your max HP to 150 for example, and as you can see here, there are a lot of dots to connect to grow certain stats. I filled out some of these, but returned all the way to Qinghe for oddity traders there. He has a different list of upgrades to unlock, plus I got Divine Craft Water amongst my talents, which can penetrate enemy shields and reduce enemy damage. With all that under my belt, I decided to explore the big city for the remainder of the day, as little do the people here know that everything soon is going to be in my pockets, rest assured. And the first thing on my to steal list on day 55 was the martial arts for the Mortal Rope, which is at the southern parts of town in a building owned by the sect called the 9 Mortal Ways, and it's pretty tough to get in. But thankfully there's this old man nearby who shows off how easy it is to put on a disguise to look like all of the members, and thus we unlock a location where someone can teach us this same art. But I need to complete a favor for the owner of the disguise shop here before I can do anything else. And this is no simple task. I need to dress up as her sister and convince the person who is in love with her sister that she is no longer interested. And while doing this, to get that person to give us an item in his pocket which is unstealable. So I had to find the sister, draw a portrait so we could make the disguise. And ta-da! I am now a lady called Fang. And like this, it's very easy to convince this dude to give us the item stashed in his pockets. Right after he gives it to us though, we tell him that all this ain't happening. I feel so bad. I'm sorry, Sanglan. We weren't meant to be. We bring this item as proof of our work to the owner, and thus unlock the ability to have any other disguises made as we please. So you bet your sweet Bippy that I stole the look of this one here sect member, and just like that, began the procedure. So now, looking incredibly stylish, I stole the rope dart skills in no time flat. All I had to do was convince some of my fellow sect members to give me a token to enter the central courtyard. And just like that, over here, I have mastered the ways of this versatile weapon. As we leave, of course, we have to thank this here disguise master for teaching us these trickster ways. And as we're saying our goodbyes, it seems like he would want us to join the 9 Mortal Ways sect. We would fit right in, he says. I have more important things to do though, like testing out this new weapon for the first time. I went to some suburbs to take out any enemies that I found, and for one, this weapon didn't have as much range as I thought it would have, except for its charged attack. It does have a pull ability though, which is nice, and it can be followed up with a knockdown combo. Plus, this is the best part, you can summon rats from the ground. It's quite goofy, does a lot of damage, and I really like it, but from what I can read, you deal vendetta tokens, and the rats then do more damage to those enemies, and when doing this, you accumulate a small amount of gratitude tokens, which are needed to call the rats. It's all kind of an infinite cycle, and admittedly, feels a little bit too technical for my pea-brain to use. Feeling like I was on a roll though, for day 56, I decided to try the last weapon on the list, that being the Mo Blade, and the place to steal its skill is all the way to the south by the Heavens sect. And it's a good thing I've unlocked Shadow Assault, as it makes my death touch much more effective, and you get the deal. Steal everything these disciples own, steal the skill, and then skedaddle. Essentially, it's like a thin greatsword, very heavy, very slow, but also very hefty. It has a really good charged attack, plus a bubble shield and the ability to pull in enemies closer to deal massive damage to groups. It's cool, I like it. I would just have to get used to its momentum, as it's quite slower than all the other options. And since I'm so focused on unlocking martial arts right now, I went back to the first region to unlock the martial arts of the strategic sword, which honestly was like the easiest thing that I had to do in this entire adventure. And it feels good. It has delayed slashes for your charged attack, which you can also shoot out from you, and these skills apply a lot of bleed. And if you get 5 stacks of these on an enemy, they pop for massive damage. And since I'm over here in this region, the last remaining martial art in the north was the skill for Heaven Quaker Spear. This dive took me into day 57. It wasn't too crazy at all, but it did take me a good while. Turns out this is the signature move of the Raging Tides that I like so much. It's got a whirlwind style move followed up by multiple front-facing stabs in rapid succession, and from what I can tell, you build up momentum with it by reducing your opponent's defense, increasing your attack and range while applying bleed. And by the time I was done, I also got a special inner way, improving my combos greatly for this weapon. Close to noon, the only remaining martial art to learn was from the Vernal Umbrella. The thing is, that gets really close to where the story proceeds, which I don't want to touch just yet, so I came up with a build that I would be using for a good while, and that would be with my Twin Blades and the Soul Shade Umbrella. Rapid damage and personal healing, so what I grinded for next was to upgrade these weapon slots even further with a lot of resources. This was the reason that I was roaming around killing random mobs to collect those specific drops. This meant I was out and about on day 58, and I included some side quests here and there. One had me entering this here grotto to hunt some wolves, but ended up spotting a feral woman trying to be one.
Wolf Maiden. Okay, a little bit dramatic, but you know what? I don't judge. Do I have to kill the wolves first? Is that how this works? Ooh, snap. You know what? I should not pay disrespect to the wolves. Oh, do you swap places? Is that how this works? Oh, that was golden. Holy snickerdoodles. There we go. I'm gonna try this build out that I made. It's not the perfect opener, but you know, it's something. The idea with this build is that I give myself a damage increase with the umbrella to open up with, and then set it to heal, and then just continue into rage mode with the twin blades, you know? No, you don't. I saw that one coming, and now I can go in big damage time. Oh, a little bit of slow-mo time there. And I keep forgetting, though, I also can use my Divine Craft to put fire onto my blades, which I'm going to attempt to do right now. Fire, and then the big damage. She is relentless, and so are we. Like, we're both just absolute savages at this point. See, look at that. Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, that's golden. Holy snap. Oh, I think it's swapping out to the wolf. Or... Oh, No, 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 no. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, my life. Heal up, please. Thank you. Ooh, easy does it, mama. Stop it. Get some help. Stop. Yo, she is crazy, though. I just didn't manage to heal. Both can go demon time. We both got that skill. Honestly, I just feel like I'm fighting a different version of me, and I'm dead. Okay, you know what? I just gave the greatest compliment to myself in real time. All right, I've met my match.
I was putting up my very best fight, tensing all the way through, as she is absolutely ferocious and relentless. I kept doing this fight all day to see if I could get a single win, and at this point, yes, it's gotten personal. I did learn a very important combat lesson though through this fight, which was to commit to landing perfect dodges, because it grants you so much extra time to either deal additional damage in those slow-mo moments or just to use your potions. With no wins in sight by the next day, I hesitantly swapped back to the healing fans, thinking that the umbrella just wasn't cutting it. So I kept up the fights well into the next morning, but realized there was absolutely no chance that I was beating her all by myself in this current state. She barely takes any damage at all from me. I figured I just didn't have good enough gear or a build, so I went to do some co-op content for some better loot. I was trying my best to be a good healer, which was quite tough. I've never been a healer in any game ever, so things weren't going all that great, admittedly. No wins were achieved for most of the day, and it's surprising that I'm the weakest link in the team's formation every single time. This specific boss challenge wasn't working going into day 60, so I started cycling through some more outposts. At least I found a way how to do these as groups, and it is very efficient to farm these here materials that I was grinding for my weapon upgrades. You can just pop from one to another in rapid succession. It's almost hard to keep up with the group. At least I was somewhat good at this task. I got some good rankings, and lucky me, a few better pieces have rolled in from all these looted chests. I did everything in my power to also gain an advantage by upgrading all of the bells and whistles as best as I could every time that I got some more items, wanting to increase my martial mastery points here, which is just basically an indicator for the overall power of your build. All my progress for my build considered though, on day 61, I changed it entirely. Essentially, I was fighting the witch a few times for a Hawkwing gear set, during which I swapped my twin blades for the nameless sword, as I already have its inner way, which does insane damage. A few aspects that I was struggling with though is that this witch wasn't dropping a fan for me with the right bonus, nor a disc accessory, so my next best bet was to buy the entire stock of high-level gear for the week, and of all the boxes, which are all Hawkwing, I got one disc, but it's fine, that's all I need. I thought I had lost it because I didn't have enough inventory slots left to receive the items, but luckily, if this happens to you, you can just recover it from the mailbox. What this gear set boils down to though is whenever damage triggers affinity, my attack can increase by 2%, which can stack up to 5 times. What I did next for day 62 was farm pine resin at this here outpost. All you gotta do is blow up some monkeys with the bomb, loot them, run away, and let it reset. Rinse and repeat. Also, I learned how to float with my umbrella, which is pretty cool. I'm freaking Mary Poppins, y'all! And by doing this, I very swiftly got the martial arts for my nameless sword, as well as my umbrella, to level 50. And seeing how efficient this was, I stuck around a little while longer to do the same for my healing fans. Once that was done, I also got some tips from these here boxes, which allowed me to get my nameless sword past level 50, so I got 5 more levels of pine resin ointment to grind for. And so, explosion after explosion, rocking these fools' world, this task was completed. My next step to heightening my combat prowess was to once again upgrade my medicine box. And with all these things out of the way, I went back to the wolf lady to see if any of these upgrades actually made a difference. Thing is though, she only comes out at night, so once time had passed, we had our fated rematch. I was going toe to toe with her for most of the fight. This setup is not even comparable to my previous one. That's how good this one is. And we are about 3 hits away from the end when she sadly got the upper hand. But that gives me confidence that we can beat this lady. But no further attempts this day proved to be more fruitful. But by the next morning, I knew exactly what I had to do, and that was to beat the witch senselessly until she dropped a freaking Hawkwing fan at level 51, and by noon I had spent all of my available energy on this activity. And I guess, to add insult to injury, on the last kill I did get a fan with Hawkwing, but it was too low level to use. All this fighting though had me running out of medicine, so I had to restock on up, and trying to improve my setup any way possible after that, I was collecting resources like a madman, which meant I got to upgrade my gear slots as high as I deemed reasonable. I also realized there are vendors for all of these resource items, which significantly sped up the process towards the end of the day, but do note these have a weekly amount that you can buy. But here we go. With my current build now ranking over 9,000, I returned on day 64 to that wretched wolf lady, and this took all day long. Round after round after round, I was trying but not succeeding. Until at long last, at about day's end, I finally got a single win. Boom! Finally! Oh, finally!
New achievement, no blood spilled. That probably means I did a really good job after like 50 billion attempts.
I was just overjoyed that I beat this wall. It felt like a rite of passage to the dangers up ahead. On day 65, I was still super proud about beating the Wolf Maiden, and therefore figured I might be ready to join a guild. So I sent a request to the one called Dragon D's, led by Arava VT, whom I saw was streaming a lot of Where Winds Meet. And to avoid embarrassing myself in front of other players, it's here that I disabled the remaining Deflect Assist features. I then just proceeded to explore Kaifeng and unlock little doodads here and there. Even until now, I'm still uncovering such beautiful sights and random missions, I feel like I've barely even scratched the surface. By evening time, I tried a different type of group content called the Jinming Pool, and it definitely feels like a raid. You have way more people, harder bosses, and it's 2, one after the other, so therefore, it is quite difficult. For 66, I was just continuously grinding the witch for my long-desired Hawkwing fan, till I ran out of energy, but at least I saw you can replenish it with this special little item that I'd gotten from some in-game activities, and I just kept at it, not taking no for an answer. Plus, it was good practice to not use my deflect assists anymore. The drops just weren't there though, so I had to try my hand at the Void King, who might drop it for me. I was doing this so many times that I was starting to think that a fan with that set bonus just didn't even exist. I did this for the whole day, and concluded I simply am going to have to stick with my umbrella for now. I just won't res people for the time being. The next morning, I was out collecting oddities, as different ones improve different attributes of your character, which in my case got my coordination up, which in turn allowed me to equip an Eagle-Eyes helmet. So as you can see, I am now wearing a whole set with this bonus, as the witch had dropped quite a few of these, and essentially, fighting now gives me 5 stacks of this, which in short, makes me tankier. My problem is my boots aren't purple, and the only way that I know how to get this is from our good friend Tian Ying. Besting him without deflect assist was quite something, as you can probably assume. This is likely going to take me a good while, and it took about till noon till I got my first win, which had me very proud, but I didn't get the right greaves. But hey, that's my first kill on him without deflect assist, so a win is a win. I gotta thank him, I got to hone my skills against this dude, and it's never a dull fight. First, by sundown, after many little dances, I finally got the greaves that I wanted. Now my whole set is purple. On the morning of day 68, I began to tune all of my gear pieces. However, some were at their final stage, boosting skills that I didn't use anymore. Hopefully I can swap these out down the line, and with all but one of my items maxed out, my current build's level just cracked 10k. And having bought now an entire vendor's worth of herbs in order to craft meds, I'm now geared up enough to give it another go at the Jinming Pool. This time around, I was gaining confidence as I wasn't just dealing more damage, I also learned you have to free your allies from the vine cages at the Taoist, and when everyone gets turned into donkeys, you have to blend in with the herd so he doesn't single you out and damage you. And so with this raid team, for the first time, I was able to defeat the Taoist. I quickly snatched up my loot from this fight, and thus we proceeded to boss numero dos, which was one I had never seen before, a lady and her firebird called Murong Yuan. For my first ever fight against her, I noticed there are these explosive barrels that you gotta lead away from the group, and you gotta watch out for the firebird's flaming missiles as they do hurt quite a bit. But let me tell you, when this field wipe happens, the explosive pack a punch. And no matter how many times we tried this stage nuked the entire team every single time. It was incredibly fun, and I will be back for vengeance, you spicy chicken. And it's all good though. All I was after was one kill of the Taoist. That got me enough items to max my last gear piece. Feeling powerful now, on day 69, I remembered that granary that I had to go to and plead for famine relief for the poor to some Shen dude, the Lord of Grain, and he's just playing an instrument near the water. We argue back and forth about whether releasing grain to the poor in the long term will actually be a positive thing, and we insist that they do. That's what the famine relief funds are for, and since we've made up our mind, he gives us a token that should allow us to enter the granary. So I popped on over to the spot, and the guards here simply tell us to go speak to General Lee. Maybe he'll budge on opening the grain reserves. And for a granary, this man is incredibly armored. It seems a little bit excessive, but we tell him we've been authorized to distribute grain from the Lord of Grain himself, and he seems pretty chill about it. He even offers up some of his soldiers to help us move the grain. So we go to inspect the main area. Apparently though, this place is completely empty. Not a single bag in sight. This is when Lee appears behind us. It was all a setup from Lord Shen himself straight to this point. He's trying to silence us for trying to help out the poor.
Oh, come on, man. I'm just trying to be Robin Hood over here without the whole Robin part. It seems a little bit excessive. Like, you could have just told me no. Like, you have the power to do that. You have the government permissions for such an act. Too bad for you. I have upgraded my set a whole lot, though, my guy. Look how much my umbrella is healing, and I don't even have its specific inner way. It's crazy. The umbrella has gotten so good. It was kind of bad at the start, but we're doing great now. And here comes the Getsuga Tensho to the finisher. Oh, never mind. There it goes. I ain't gonna lie, it does feel much better to fight without the deflect assist. It's all just much smoother. There's not all of the slow motion cameras all the time, you know what I mean? That's not a bad thing. It just feels a little bit better. There we go, reset the umbrella. And we should be good. Is this gonna be phase 2 time? Oh no, actually Triumph, okay. Pipsqueak's gotta die, too. I mean, you chose the wrong side here today, my boys.
This is not how I expected things to go, but this is my one opportunity to figure out what's going on here. So I scouted out everything, and in one of the towers, we see a note that the grain might have been moved to a secret underground level, but my only way to go is up. So after a quick jumping puzzle, only at the tippy top was I able to take a wooden elevator to the lowest section of this place, deep underground. And it was like there was a whole civilization down here. Through these old passageways I roamed. The grain has to be here somewhere, and I decided to go for a stealth approach, and overheard the guards speaking that the dawn to dusk plants are down here, which is a bit of a problem, and they want to make sure no one ruins Lord Zhang's plan. Whoever that is. Continuing cautiously, the whole room is covered in this stuff, but there's no going back now. I need to get to the bottom of this, no pun intended, of what's happening here. And honestly, this is my top 2 prettiest caves thus far. And you are correct to assume that the frost fungi zombies are roaming around here as well. Using my fire arrows, I got a bridge to fill a gap here, allowing me further access. Any other frost fungi sleeping puppets that I came across were actually so infected that I was getting frozen mid-combat by them for brief moments. Further down, a glowing pit laid before me, and it is very clear the deeper I go, the more the growth has spread. Thankfully, I do have my long leap skill, which helped me traverse this area with great ease, and just like that, I reached the other side, which looks like an abandoned warehouse. Following some voices that I heard nearby, I see a man begging to some guards for the release of Lord Shen, who has been imprisoned for more than 10 years, which is very weird because I literally just talked to the dude like this morning. The guards ain't having none of that though, and insist that he join Lord Zhang or Zhang. Again, I apologize for butchering so many names. Either way, we beat that idea out of them straight away. As day 70 hit, I rush to this man's side, and he explains that the person that we spoke to on the surface is in fact Lord Zhang in disguise. It was an imposter all along, and he begs us to save the real Lord Shen, who is held captive in a cave where ordinary people cannot go due to how much infection from the flowers there is. And considering I'm way too far down to turn back, I went to do precisely that. And as I descended yet another elevator, I can only think to myself that this flower ordeal is way more severe than I could have ever thought. We stumbled upon a note written by the Master of Grain to the Emperor of East. Interesting. Apparently, the Water Lady helped him secure his position, and thus the secret tunnel system was built to ease famine at Heavenfall and the Forsaken Quarter, two very poor regions. They do this despite their worries of the infection down here, and they believe that the Emperor of East can fulfill everything he desires, including his grand design. A lot of faith is put into this individual. I'm not alone down here, though. There are some ruffians called Bloodscale Guards. I haven't heard of that faction before, but what's known of the Master of Grain is that he has quite the severe illness, and the brother wishes him a swift recovery. Next, I just had to take out a few more of these flowers, which opened up a device for me to open the door to the prison chamber, where I rushed on over to the real Shen. Honestly, this is a really pretty prison. I love what they've done with the place, and after shooting billions of more flowers, which were strangling his arms, I got him freed at last. He states he was ambushed a long time ago, and the person impersonating him caused the regional famine. Not only that, their intentions down here have caused the spread of the Dawn to Dusk infection, which will end up destroying everything. However, this Zhang person is in fact Shen's closest childhood friend. He thinks that all this isn't actually what Zhang wanted. He had good intentions, but very poor execution. The world won't forgive this man, and neither will he forgive himself for what he's done. But we gotta focus. The only way to save Kai Fang from this tragedy is to get down to the roots and burn all the plants to the ground. So moving to the final boss chamber, through this here passage, I got some visions of some frigid wheat fields. It seems to be the past that this Zhang experienced. He had caused the spread of the frost fungus, which led to the death of his entire clan. We even see Zhang the Frostbloom appear and witness this in shock. Through his actions, all of his loved ones, even children, were sacrificed, which is a heavy burden for him to bear.
Well, this is it. This has to stop these gosh darn buds from growing. There's a whole willow tree down here. We're 50 billion kilometers underground. And here we go. Oh, we see him in front of a tree. Oh, that's the little girl from the vision. Oh, he kept her frozen. He admits that her death is his fault. This is gonna be tough. Bro! Chill! We literally just got here. I mean, maybe chill isn't the right word in this scenario. Okay, so he's got the fans. If you're gonna be the boss that drops the fans with the hawk wing, I'm gonna be so upset. And I'm gonna grind you to oblivion, my guy. So here we go. Oh. That's the golden one. Starting off strong, are we now? I don't think so, pal. Okay, he has two phases. You can tell he has two phases because he has two little circles next to his health bar. Oh, that's cool. I like that move. Oh. Yo, that's a really sick move. I could have blocked that with the circle. I didn't, though. Because I lack skills for no other reason. It's not because I wanted to figure out what it does. The thing is, though, so far, you ain't got nothing on Wolf Maiden, bro. Let's just be so for real right now. I'm getting good with the no deflect stuff. It's a little bit harder to play, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Nice. Triple slash to the finisher. Oh, there you go. Can't damage him now. Out. All right. Second phase time.
Why? Let the good die while evil thrives.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I had no hand in that, so I don't know why you're taking out your pent-up anger on me. Oh, this one's blockable. Yo, I swept that energy right back at him. That was pretty cool. I feel pretty badass right now. Oh, he can fly? Well, afloat. Dude, he's just gliding right now. He has an ice sword in his second phase. He's using gold skill after gold skill. What is it? How about me some of those? Got my Getsuga Tencho, which you blocked very perfectly. I gotta say, I'm very impressed. Oh, snap. Oh, perfect. I tried to risk it. I knew that was coming, but I just had to. I was loading it up with the multiple slashes. Dude, what is it with the gold attacks? Dude.
Rise.
Yo, he's like an angel right now. Okay. That's actually very ominous. And the golden attacks. You know what? I think he took it personally when I said he ain't got nothing on Wolf Maiden. See, there you go, though. I just have to get one of those off, and then we're even Stevens. It's all good. That's just so much juicy damage. He does freeze me from time to time when the thing builds up, which is a little bit scary when that happens, but it is what it is. Easy. I can't use potions right now, so umbrella it is. Right. I can overcommit when the umbrella is out now, which has me very happy. Oh, that's nice. The ice just keeps him alive. That's cool. Okay, third phase. Oh, Shen! Shen! Yo, he has a... Oh, he's carrying the fire! He's gonna burn the corpse, and with that, the fungus! Throw it, Shen! Oh, you cannot stop him. He's a man with a mission. Oh. Ooh. Now that was just plain unnecessary. You could have pulled him back with them. Throw it. Throw it, Shen. Do what you must. Burn the child!
On a more serious note, Shen goes through with the plan, and with that, drop the torch, causing the center roots here to burn, along with the child that they are both familiar with. Shen, severely wounded in his dying moments, drives the idea into Zhang's tough brain for everyone, and I mean everyone in the entire region, to have full bellies, and that he believes he can succeed in this vision they've always had and shared together. Their promise must live on, that no one should know hunger, and he names him now officially the Master of Grain. We see both of them having passed away in the fire, which has Zhang in mourning, as we really don't think he wanted all of this to happen, and he asks us to just let him be. And as we leave, we are notified that this crisis has temporarily been remedied, but that the poison still spreads. Thing is, we can't mention a cure right now to Zhang, as he's ignoring us, so we should revisit him in a few days. What had me stoked though on day 71 is that recent fight let me unlock the Soul Shade umbrellas in our way. Essentially, my healing turret heals much more now, and we're supposed to wait with talking to the Frost Prince here, but that doesn't mean I can't beat him up. I'm after some very specific drops from the dude, that being these silk bind tips, which let me get my final breakthrough on the umbrella, which I popped to level 55 straight away. I then dove into the character card creator, making it all pretty. You can go very in-depth with it, making it much nicer than I ever could. Thing is though, I was a little salty that I still hadn't gotten the Hawkwing fan, and group content does drop tier 51 gear crates, so I'll be doing that until I finally get that drop. And it's very noticeable though that bosses in this type of content have very different move sets to deal with more players being present. And for the first time, we actually beat 2 bosses back to back. Sadly, no luck on what I wanted though all day long, and on day 72 things weren't looking any better, as the whole day was just spent on group fights, with my luck dry as hell. The fights lasted into day 73, and that is when I finally got the fan with the right bonus in purple. Finally! And here's a very valuable tip that I wish I knew sooner. If you have a gear piece that has either a gold or purple gem symbol on it, it applies that specific rarity of attunement when used on a different item. So I got to make this fan the best fan that I could afford. All I need is another Doomstone to finish it off. And the most surefire way to get this is through 10-player raids. And this time, I can do it much better as a healer, hopefully, making the Silver Needle proud of me. Some of these fights were really drawn out, as when you run out of revives and most people go down, the fight can get pretty tense for the ones remaining, so we almost got wins all day long, let's just put it at that. This one team that I had, though, on day 74 grew over time from not knowing at all what we were doing to a pretty solid team of randoms, even being able to survive the floor wipe from the Fire Lady, and that's largely due to the fact that we were a ton of healers, so it was healing AoE galore. We did not survive the second one, though. Not the second one, no. Either way, here's how that board wipe works. A big AoE starts building up, and you need to carry away all the explosives before the big orange line touches the other side. And now, having learned that, we managed to barely survive the second explosion. This lady put up a valiant fight, but I finally managed to clear my first raid. So now I was able to max attune my fan just how I wanted. Plus, I got some martial art boxes, but even with that loot, I still needed 3 Silkbind notes to do the breakthrough for my fans. Lucky for me, my friend Jack Frost dropped some, so I went to beat him senselessly while he still mourns his friends. And you know the drill, fan gets breakthrough, farm resin at this here outpost, and fire it straight up to level 55. I wanted a smidge more power out of my inner waves next, and considering Tang Lung sells me pretty good notes for Echo Jades, I decided, you know what? Why not? I've been enjoying myself so much that I might as well buy the battle pass. And I got so many goodies, and that's largely due to the fact that I was already level 67 out of 80 on it. I've been grinding a lot, if you couldn't tell. You get all sorts of stuff like nice name backgrounds, plenty of new style options for your characters, a new hairstyle that you can color, and an outfit, which I dyed dark purple, which had me very happy. Also, I got quite a few chests to open, especially one filled with many more Echo Jades, which I was after, plus some tokens to roll for skins. And considering the number of cosmetic tickets I had gotten, I got myself the laughing mask. It was time for an upgrade in that department. And you get the point, there are way more goodies than I could count. So with more Echo Jades at my disposal on day 75, I got enough notes to get my first breakthrough on Moral Chant as well as Restoring Blossom. After that, we went back to Zhang to see how he's doing. It's nice to see he's not in disguise this time around at least, although he's pretty frustrated to be left to fulfill his friend's idealistic and unrealistic goals. A lot has happened, but we insist on him to fulfill Shen's plan, as he still considered him a friend even after all of the stuff that he put him through. Like, what the heck? He gives us a book on all the research he's done till now on Dawn to Dusk at least, and we're to bring it to a location near Apricot Village. But for the rest of the day, I just really tried my best to complete some healing bounties in co-op. Thing is, I have to do a few of these per week for my sect, but the thing is, it's a bit complicated. All of these get immediately snatched up by other players. All healers in the game are hovering over this board and refreshing to snipe them as soon as they show up, but I stayed here until finally I got a patient. He was suffering from a mental breakdown. I feel you. So I soothed his pain and completed my first bounty. My percept value in the sect is maxed out, and I got enough reputation with them to purchase a new player icon, which is nice. An idea then popped into my head that likely the Dr. Zai, who we helped so much, would be interested in these notes from Dawn to Dusk that we just got. Ain't gonna lie, I was struggling to find the dude, which is when I stumbled upon something much, much worse.
Oh, no. Don't touch it, dude. No, don't do that. Why? Those were feet. Oh, lovely. This is gonna be so fun. I approve of your umbrella skills. Okay. That's not good. All right. Well, it was nice knowing y'all. I know I upgraded my character like crazy, but this is where I freaking die. Ghost Master. Ooh, I want those skills. Now here's the thing. The question again stands. Can you hold a candle to Wolf Maiden? That's what I want to know. Whoa, that's cool. Oh, she used that to make herself look like she vanished. That's pretty cool. Really bad for me, but really cool. Also, what's really cool is... Okay, well, not really the teleporting. Tian Ying did it better, though, ain't gonna lie. I mean, you got me there, but here we are. Okay, because of the battle pass, I can carry a little bit more medicine which is coming in real handy right about now because I can't block for I can barely even get any hits in. Woohoo! Pop the potion. Gold. Oh, freaking perfect. This I think this might be a dude. Hold on. Okay, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. You do hold a candle to Wolfmate.
Any further attempts on this day proved to be very humbling. Very, very humbling. Good news on day 76 though, I was accepted into the guild and was immediately flooded with rewards for me to claim, and you can use these new currencies to make improvements in many areas, and I chose improvements for trials. I also got to visit the guild's garrison, and it seems like a chill spot for you and your guildies to hang out. There are many new activities to complete tier 2 and strive for to complete, but I returned back to that ghost master to try my luck. I learned how to dodge its grapple by sound alone, which is actually the key that led me to reach phase 2.
Oh, am I gonna get her? Oh, yes. Gonna get him to second stage. Here we go. Okay, explosive blossom right off the rip. And there's candles now that I think I should not touch, or were they there this whole time? I was so focused. Oh, the veil is gone. Hello. I like to say it's nice to see a friendly face, but that's not the case. And they summon these little ghosty ghosts that I'm going to refrain from standing the AoEs of. Well, sounds simple and straightforward enough. Just keep... Oh, big damage time. I have to go for the trade-off. Oh, it froze me. Only thanks to my guarding core am I alive. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, wow. Those AoEs reach far. I'm trying to heal. Potion. Holy moly, that was rough. Oh, this is nuts. Oh, no, I'm frozen. How am I alive? How am I alive? Heal? Please. No, I was so close.
The next valuable lesson that I learned is these here pedal explosions cause shockwaves, which you simply need to jump over. It's a little bit tricky to do so, but I was honing into my skills and just really focused on getting a win against this fight. And in fact, all my efforts paid off.
No, please. So close. Yes! Oh, that was tense. I need to go take a nap after that.
So by the next morning, I felt I had progressed more than enough to meet up with Big Zhao and pull off our infiltration mission. And it seems like this large building here is where the event will be held, and the whole team's here. Apparently, we're supposed to sneak onto boats without getting noticed, but there are people on them, so that's going to be a little bit impossible. He, in fact, doesn't have an assembly ticket either, so this whole plan is falling apart at the seams already. Luckily, though, the boatman sneaks us in. He's the same one that got us to Kaifeng, so we're good. We follow the instructions and awkwardly row across the pond where wealthy nobles and heroes converge. Multiple sects are here too, but of all the people, a few stand out. Apparently this here Zhang Kuo, and the court has it out for him, which got him into his drunken lifestyle. There's also a very well-known Inkbound Order member called Jingxi and Feng Shu, the same person we ruthlessly beat up at the start of our adventure. So yeah, the three of us moving around here feels very out of place, but we're not the only ones. There was this very bizarre couple. They're trying to get in without a ticket, and everybody basically hates them as there are some very nasty rumors about them. They are very, very powerful fighters though, so most people don't mess with them. On to our problems though. Big Zhao doesn't really have much of an idea how to get in, except that he'll distract the guards while we try and get inside. Fighting is not an option as these Velvet Shade guards are very strong. Although, somehow this strange couple uses a very bizarre power that makes the two of these fall to the ground. I sense major trouble from these two. They even threaten to steal one of the pretty guards' little faces in front of everybody. This is when someone in the distance takes control of the situation though. A powerful person at the tippy top uses a simple single coin to trick both of them somehow to stab each other in the blink of an eye. Now that is ominous and impressive, especially when learning that the one who flung the coin is the Ember of East. This is when a grand show is displayed, and they themselves descend on down with grandeur and splendor. The master of Weiyang City, this man is Actually, very pampered, holy moly. And with that, he initiates the festivities. All this has an idea forming in Zhao's brain though on how to get in. He's got this special box outside, which sadly doesn't contain entry tickets. In fact, it has velvet shade robes, and he insists that getting these outfits was very hard and is saddened that we think this is a bad idea, but you know what? If I'm gonna have to dress like this and go in, I'm not doing it alone. You're coming with me. And he's actually quite eager to get dressed. It feels a little bit out of place, but now we're dressed as Velvet Shade disciples and should be able to get in no problem. I have my doubts of Big Zhao though, although he is looking incredibly dashing. He's actually acting out his role quite well. Let's move on. We begin to walk amongst the invited guests and try to go upstairs. At the higher levels is where the important people are, and we are held up by a guard. They're suspicious as to why Zhao's face is covered up, and to get out of this sticky situation, I make up the fact that he's actually got a ringworm infection, and surprisingly, that worked. We're just told not to let the guests see it, and so we proceed to the 3rd floor, where the Emperor of East is. Along with all the honored guests, we see nobles of all types eagerly awaiting the golden vessel. Noteworthy figures that are here are someone named Murong Juan, seems like the Firebird lady, and the Dao Lord himself. Somewhere Jack Frost is here too, but we already met. Most importantly, we reach the Ember of East's chamber and sneak on in. Some sect sisters leave, and we replace them. Right next to him, we eagerly await just something to happen, which is when he flings a coin at a bell, which sound is very disorienting, getting everybody's attention, and thus he steps forward and offers up his vessel to make up for the shortage of coins that everyone's been suffering from. But they address the rumors that all this is just a tall tale, that this in fact is all just a lie, and wants to use this heroic assembly to scatter coins for a whole day, and that all heroes bear witness to its truth. The vessel makes gold when a hand is put inside, so he invites a hero to test if this is true. People start to whisper amongst themselves, and everyone is hesitant to give it a go. This is when the Dao Lord speaks up, though. He controls the entire underground market, and thus he steps up to the plate. The Master of Grain insists it's more important that he give it a go, though it could help the granary greatly. Lady Juan, though, insists it's more important that she's the first one to go, as she's in charge of building the Emperor's ships and requires funding for it. Yet here is where the court of the government itself shows up. Lord Shi. He's the top dog in charge of distribution of all coins, a very important spot to have, and wants to verify the nature of the vessel himself. Apparently, the more one desires, the more coins are produced, and indeed, coins spill over and flood the entire tower. Unending money trickles out of it. However, this is when something goes terribly wrong. An explosion knocks many nobles down. Most of them are safe, but Juan's kite snatches the vessel first, as another explosion pops off, resulting in all of these great lords fighting over the vessel as it goes from hand to hand. We see multiple little foos, though, jumping in and out of the smoke when we are tossed a bag, and thus accused of being the ones who stole the vessel, yet it's only an empty pouch. I had to fend off multiple waves of different sects who think I am the real thief. I can't really blame them, though. It does kind of look like it. A shame they have to die, though. Thing is, no matter what I did, I kept getting surrounded by more and more people. At least Big Zhao alerted the authorities, but, you know, the government is already here, so we got swarmed. More royal guards than any reasonable man to take on. This is when a person in purple silk appears, who seems to be very respected. At least Big Zhao here speaks up for us. He has connections in high places after all, and says we should be thanked. We're the ones that kept the treasure basin safe. This is when it's revealed, though, that this was actually not the real treasure basin at all. We've all been duped, so this place should be searched in full, and we are being asked who we are and why we are here. Things aren't looking too good for ya boy. We insist we did not steal it, and surprisingly, the Emperor of East is actually quite chill about this whole ordeal. Everyone will be investigated, and this is when it's brought up that we are here without an assembly ticket, which does not help our case of innocence. We are accused that we were merely distracting everyone while the real thieves ran off with the vessel, meaning we must be working with the real culprit, and thus we are to be hauled off to prison to be interrogated. Apparently, though, through a slight comment, the Emperor of East actually seems to know who we are. We don't know if they're going to help us, though, so that's not really a big help, and thankfully Big Zhao again comes in clutch. He actually convinces most of the people here to leave so we can confess our crimes in private. The fact that everyone is on good terms with Big Zhao is heavily playing in our favor, let me tell ya, and this lets us put in a word that we're just trying to find someone. Not the Basin, that's not what we're here for, and we come to an agreement that I have 1 week to find the real thief, and I can do this if I take a very special pill, which will kill me in 7 days if I do not report back to this big honcho for the antidote. Considering I'm a medic, I did figure I might as well take the pill, and thus, we're allowed to leave. But Big Zhao is to be questioned by this man in purple in private first. I'm sure he'll be alright. With our friend dressed like his normal self again on day 78, we began our investigation of this place, covering as much ground as we could, and at the top we overheard court officials going back and forth with the Emperor of East, who finds this whole situation laughable and does not cooperate to find the vessel. Basically, the court thinks the Emperor is behind the theft. If it were stolen, they would never have to give it up to the court, while it was also noted that if the court stole it, they would never have to keep up their end of the deal for receiving it. And in the main booth where this all happened, I found a broken mask, which we showed to Zhao. It looks like a rat, and you might know someone who could recognize it. Someone who goes by Know-It-All, whose real name is Master Pu, and we need to hurry to a nearby theater before he leaves that place. It might be our only chance to meet him, but the main reason we're here for needs to be settled. I want to seek an audience with the Emperor of East. The guards, though, don't let us in, even with Big Zhao's favor. They're instructed to not let the Emperor escape, so their hands are tied. They cannot open the door, so we rush through bustling streets to not miss out on meeting Master Pu. Thankfully, we bumped into him, and he carries this book around, which for some reason seems oddly suspicious. But on to the topic at hand. This mask is apparently from the 9 Mortal Ways sect, which is full of tricksters. It's even rumored that they are underground where the ghost market is. Apparently there are 12 different masks, but this one is quite unique. And if we want more answers, we'll have to go underground ourselves. This is not going to be easy though, as we need to find a ferryman, buy a ticket, and all this is done in the Forsaken Quarter. It's also noted that the ferryman doesn't show himself during this time of day. We need to wait till tomorrow, and considering the weather's getting pretty bad, we should just sit tight till then. So I waited for the agreed upon hour on day 79. With rain pouring down, we're told that Master Pu won't be joining us, but he has sent some rules for us to follow if this mission is to be a success. One mistake at meeting the ferryman, and it's lights out for us permanently. For starters, we need to find a red-faced little beggar and give them 99 coins for more clues. We even need to learn how to use the right knocks and how to get a code. A lot of points for us to go wrong, and we'll have to do this separately as the ferryman only brings one person at a time. Everything starts fine. We give the person the coins and thus are given a riddle and eventually arrive at a window and give off a sentence in exchange for an item, which is a map called The Price. So we follow it to a merchant stand with weapons and scrolls, and apparently that scroll is from Lord Hong Si and is very valuable. That's the price. So I yoinked it from under their noses, and well, because they spotted me, I needed to make a break for it through carts and chickens. Many people had it out for me, but I'm pretty nimble and swift on my feet, and my Meridian's touch was coming in very handy. We see Big Zhao making a break for it on a cart, but the gate is about to close on us, so we have to make a stand. He insists he can fend them all off by himself, so we just book it. Turns out, all the fighting that Big Zhao is going to be doing is with his words as per usual. Turns out he knows the leader of this here guard squad and blackmails him with things that he's keeping from his wife, so I think he's gonna be safe. We managed to take refuge in a house where there's Little Fu and Turtle Granny. They kept us safe, thankfully, didn't rat us out, and Little Fu insists that she'll go back and save Big Zhao. We then take some time to talk to Granny, and in her presence, decide to look at the scroll that we stole. Apparently, the 9 Mortal Ways are really after it, and it emphasizes that more illegal Tang coins are flooding into the city, so someone must be smuggling this illegal currency. Granny mentions she also has a daughter who is a wanderer in the jianghu, but she's not in the best of shape. But even in her dire situation, she is very polite and offers up any help that she can. So, since she lives in the area, we ask if she's heard of the ghost market, and she knows nothing of it, but neighbors have been talking about ghosts recently. There's this story of a lady who went to sleep in a coffin, and when she woke up, she was in the night market where ghosts roamed about. It was a very hellish experience with monsters of all shapes and sizes. These monsters used spirit money there, but when she woke up, all the coins that she had gotten were actually turned to Tang coins. They materialized into this illegal currency. She says that the lady was distraught by 3 knocks on the door right after, thinking it was a monster, when all of a sudden, the same happens to us. We are terrified by the sight of a monster at the other side of the door, but it's only Big Zhao. And would you look what the cat dragged in? Ying Ying is back, and apparently that's Granny's daughter. We finally meet this gosh darn weasel. To avoid making a scene, she insists we talk outside, and we bring up the past, and she tries to explain that she kept up her side of the bargain and actually taught us valuable life lessons. We insist she pay at least half of the bill that we had to, or we're going to tell on her mama. Thing is, she's completely broke, so the least she can do is help us find the treasure basin, to which she agrees. We met so many people by now, and all of a sudden, the widow who stole our coin pouch calls us over to come look at something. It seems like Little Fu is on the run, and we need to catch her, so we track her down and find her hiding in a barrel. And from what I can tell, Ying Ying, Little Fu, and the widow are all in cahoots to swindle people. Like chasing headless chickens, we go to the widow and want our money back, but she says a thug stole it. But I'm calling out on her bullshit because we thought that thug got swindled himself. Apparently, though, she did spend all of our money on her kids' malaria treatment. I feel for the lady, but it's still not right to steal from people. This is when Granny steps in, though, and is ready to settle the debt for the poor widow. It's all out of nowhere, and it seems as though the Granny has a freaking treasure basin, but it's not the real deal. It's a little turtle pot, more so a pot of savings, and after a short discussion, we decided to not use the old woman's cash to repay us, and they'll earn it back honestly. Having a look around the place now, it's no secret that everyone here lives a life of great poverty, and out of all the clues that we can find, we see that Ying Ying has a brother who's part of the army. The handwriting of this note, though, which is from the brother, seems kind of familiar. As for Ying Ying outside, we see she's really fond of her cats, and we want assurance that she won't scam us again, considering the treasure basin is now on the line. She insists that she won't, and she'll actually cook us a meal after such a long day. So we met up in the evening for a meal and get to the topic that Granny's turtle toy business is going down the drain, considering the recent Tang coin ban. I mean, no one can afford toys in such desperate times. They have no good food either, so we eat moldy bread to be polite. Zhao says that in the army he's had much worse, which brings up the topic of her son. He apparently serves under General Du. The mention of this has Zhao kind of concerned, but he keeps his cool, and it's gotten quite late, so Ying Ying escorts Granny off to bed. But before we take a rest, we need to start connecting dots on what the hell is going on and how to proceed. We deduce that the Tang coin smuggling is definitely coming from the ghost market, which suggests the Tang coins are related to the 9 mortal ways, so they stole the treasure basin, and if we follow the trail of Tang coins, we'll find the basin. We also ask Zhao about Granny's son. The handwriting is apparently from Ying Ying. She wrote the letters herself. As her brother's been dead for a decade, the general and his squad had fallen a long time ago, and she can't bring herself to tell her mom, so she just fakes the letters. After that, Big Zhao is so incredibly tired that I actually have to haul him to bed. After a good night's sleep, I woke up on day 80, and there's a note next to me from Zhao. He's gone to a noodle shop for breakfast, so we go there straight away to join him and have to info dump all of the clues that we figured out to him, because he was half asleep through that whole conversation. And with that done and noodles in our belly, we meet up with the rest of the team and come up with a plan. See, Tang coins are banned, but they're being flooded in, and common folks still use them as a currency sort of under the table, trying to not be caught with it. So we'll set up shops across the regions, and wherever more Tang coins are being traded, that will let us conclude the general location where the basin is. All they ask is that the widow keep some of the coins we make in order to pay off her debts. You know what? That's a good idea. I approve. Logically, we'll have to split up, and I choose to set up shop at Jadewood Court, and it only makes sense to draw up that piece of the map with a wayfarer first, and I can immediately tell there is a lot of temples in what seems to be a grand naval fortress. Plus, there are lots of new locations for me to uncover, so I spent the rest of the day collecting enough TP stones to make my ventures here as smooth as possible. My hands were more than full with this task on day 81, and it wasn't getting any faster with all the oddities that I was finding across the map, collecting every single one. I even unlocked so many locations that I unlocked the lightness skill to travel far in Kaifeng, which isn't unlocked by default, and it was starting to really pay off that I was collecting all these oddities. For day 82, I was just hyper-focused on oddity collection in Qinghe and unlocked adaptive steel, which is a pretty cool inner way. So when you play this game, collect all the oddities you can and hand them in early. it'll pay off in the long run. And during my expeditions, I was also able to steal the skills off of a freaking eagle, which taught me the mystic skill called Talon Strike. And I've been upgrading a lot of my gear slots recently, and with this bow that I fully tuned, and from handing in more oddities and improving my Talon Strike, I was able to crack 11k on my build. The highest I've seen is like 13k online. The only thing that I added to the mix of this grind on day 83 was getting tons of coarse fur, as I had bought most of these resources out on every shop by now. So much exploring required me to have a triple therapy session though with this lovely doctor here, thank you very much, and then I just proceeded with my skin grind. The reason I'm doing this is that I noticed that slot improvements are capped out at level 20 for me, and I already have some of them at that stage, so I wanted all of them done. Admittedly, I was struggling to get coarse fur because it was hard to come by, but that is entirely a me issue. See, on day 84, I had been thinking that coarse fur only dropped from wolves and warthogs, which do seem a little bit rare, but turns out they drop from the very much so common deer at the freaking starter area. So once I figured out this very common knowledge, I gunned them down like the wild animals that they are. Their fur is mine and mine alone. This many upgrades though have been depleting any and all oscillating jades that I've been accumulating, so I needed to buy more from this one shop in the city. This one had me right next to the area though where I could find the notes for a pretty good inner way, so I began to scout about to find it. In this monk temple here, I did find a child practicing away, and he had a golden scroll on him, so I yoinked it. Apparently that wasn't the inner way that I was looking for, but it was a really good tanking mystic skill called Golden Body. Right next to the boy though was the monk who I was after, who held the secrets to the inner way I was looking for. However, he spoke in very convoluted Buddhist verses, and the quest is a little bit convoluted, so in short, this dude lights lamps. And to continue the quest line, you have to wait a whole day, so now it's day 85, and here you get to talk to a person under this big tree who is a friend of the monk. You chit-chat with him, bring him back to the main lantern monk, and have to solve this fun little puzzle with lanterns. That's not all. You have to wait another full day for another one of their friends to show up. And to make this long quest line short, from what I understood, all these people here have had very severe illnesses in the past, and we gotta bring them to the monk because they all were his disciples in the past, so it's all just a happy reunion, which is followed by yet another lamp puzzle. Upon completing this, we have to wait another full day, leading us into day 87 in order to speak to the final disciple, but this one is much more rude than the other two. Apparently, this one has a knack for killing people, and we're requested to deal with this ruffian outside. He gives us a good blow to the head, which actually gave me a concussion, but I beat his booty cheeks and mopped the floor with him right in front of his master, and after completing the final set of puzzles, I unlocked the inner way called Fivefold Bleed. You can deal 5 stacks of bleed that deal damage over time, and I got to improve it once already. This means I can swap my 2 healing inner ways for my bitter seasons and this one, so I'll be much more damage oriented from now on if I so please. And you already know I have to test this out, so I hopped into some group boss fights to see if I could score higher on the leaderboards, and indeed, right off the rip, I cracked over 300,000 in damage in this one fight and was at the top of the list. Playing this aggressively though does come with its consequences, like dying if you don't watch your footing properly. Either way, more deer hunting it was for me. This grind by day 88, considering I was also getting every oddity I came across, almost had me reaching the end of this here tree, which would reward me with the bell fragment to repair the bell tower we saw long ago. So I just kept at it, excited to complete that milestone. The skin hunting also expanded to getting some sheep's wool here and there, and I also noticed that I was running low on oscillating jades again. So I came up with a plan to stay as efficient as possible. Step 1, complete an archery challenge to unlock the fire arrow recipe and make some. Step 2, get more oddities. I needed the fire arrows because the beehives need to be burnt. Do this for a very long time. Step 3, dump all of the oddities until you get to the bell fragment so that this fellow here tells you to bring it to Moonveil Peak in order to play its tunes once more. And I did just that immediately on day 89. It fits like a glove, and I let her rip after who knows how long. A new era has begun across the lands. A new era of whoopin', because that nerfed all wilderness bosses for me, and I knew just who to face. The Puppeteer has moved to a new location up north, but just because I got this recent improvement doesn't mean I can throw myself in all willy-nilly, it seems. His second phase was also a tad different as he faded behind a screen. He's being a bit more of a trickster this time around. There was even a 2D shadow fight phase, which was actually very fun. It caught me quite off guard, but I really enjoyed it. even though I was heavily confused. Slowly but surely, I was learning that only deflections work in shadow mode in order to beat that phase, and I love how this game always has something new for you to learn and conquer. So once I got the hang of it, the engagement moving forward was smooth sailing. Well played, Puppeteer. Well played. It was kind of strange, as not many world bosses were spawning for me at this time, so I just went back to do some more raids, considering the Taoist is technically a world boss and I want them jades, and boy, was I dealing more damage than before. That doesn't mean we're going to win though, if half the team wipes in donkey form, but it does feel good, while dealing a lot of damage, to also heal over 500,000 points of health on the team. I know you should either be DPS or healer. I'm kind of doing both, but I'm still very satisfied with my performance. For day 90, all I was doing was grinding group content for oscillating jades. It's nice that these are such fast in and out activities, so slowly each of my last gear slots were hitting level 20, and I gotta give a shout out to this dude, Carrot, over here. Holy moly, he's got that dog in him. Our whole team left super early mid-boss fight, and we had to duo the shit out of the Void King. Wordless coordination was happening. Neurons were syncing. The heals were almost done in unison like a choreographic dance, keeping each other up while both did all the remaining damage till we actually won. I was so thrilled about that win that I sent him a friend request because, hell, I want him on my side, no doubt about that. 91 had me on the final stretch of sword trials until finally all of my slots were able to be upgraded to level 20. The weekly shops also had all reset by now, so I bought quite a few bits and bobs and learned how to use the tips exchange from my inner ways. You can sacrifice a few of your notes for a ton of these white tickets and then use those to buy boxes so you can technically re-roll to get what you want. And this led me to change up my build slightly. I chose Insightful Strike as my setup is built around affinity anyways from my gear, and this plays more into that. And Adaptive Steel, as with my sword I can now apply bleed with affinity damage. So it all makes sense, it's all more cohesive. Now that so many of my goals have been completed though, it's finally time to set up shop and find that treasure basin. Thing is, this whole sales idea is terrible right off the rip. I'm supposed to sell fake treasure basins like every second person in the entire world, but Little Foo says that it'll all make sense once we read a note that Ying Ying has left us in a little baggie. This is awfully familiar, but this one states, when the gold-making vessel is retrieved, the court rains down coins. The Song of Mercy rises, a grass basin becomes a treasure basin. That makes no sense to me right now, but maybe it will down the line. The way I get it though, the trick here is that if a certain song is sung, it'll actually work, or at least that's what we're pitching to people. So following with that, Fu gathers a crowd around her, and people are quite skeptical to get coins from the government just by singing a song and having a basin. Either way, the commoners buy into the idea once they hear that we actually accept Tang coins for this exchange, so we start selling them left and right like hotcakes. And having sold out our entire stock, we report back to Ying Ying. Out of every shop that was set up, Big Zhao retrieved the most Tang coins, so that narrows down our search. He was selling right here in the Forsaken Quarter though, and considering the ferryman is also here, we conclude that the treasure basin must be in the ghost market. That makes sense. Thankfully, the widow now has enough copper coins to settle her debts, which is nice, but is frustrated that we have to ignore all of these Tang coins. This has Big Zhao though go on a rant why the government actually had to put in this ban. Copper coins hold their value, while iron coins can easily be faked and fluctuate in price day by day. And just as they were about to argue about this topic, a patrol was heard nearby. And we don't think they'll take kindly to the amount of iron coins that are right on our table, so we quickly conceal the bag. In fact, Lord Shi is here and questions us what we're doing. We should be about finding the treasure basin. Thankfully though, Big Zhao explains we have been making progress, but still get searched for Tang coins. They find none on us, but actually do in fact find our stash. We try to avoid admitting that it's ours, and man, this dude is just a really big asshole. He's completely okay with the state of certain people. Some get by, some don't, and it is what it is, basically. This has the widow distraught, though, as she was hoping to still use those iron coins under the table for medicine for her child. We try to console the widow on day 92, but she's just completely done and runs away as she's frustrated that we didn't stand up for her to keep those coins. Amongst us, we then discuss that a lot of these difficulties are caused by the constant wars that the governments have to maintain. If they were to end, the economy would stabilize. The only problem is that the common folk can't wait that long, but we agree that for something to change, somebody's gotta die. Our friend here wanders off muttering this idea, which is a little bit concerning, but Ying reminds us that there's more to Big Zhao than meets the eye. We return to Turtle Granny, and here it is mentioned that with this new round of confiscation, a lot of people here will end up in the Ash Pit, a place where the poorest of the poor live, a sunken area in the middle of the Forsaken Quarter. That's not the only problem. Granny's starting to lose her mind and doesn't even recognize her own daughter. Once she's been settled back to her bed, we have a serious conversation with Ying. Something very important comes to light here. Ying is just faking to be Granny's daughter. She replaced the real one that likely died in an invasion a long time ago. So who the hell is this? Apparently, she's from a very wealthy family, and from what I interpret, there were a lot of internal problems which landed her straight on the streets, and thus she traveled to Kaifeng, where this deranged granny mistook her for her daughter, which led her to just start this new life. But we've got problems again. Granny's gone missing. We gotta find her before she gets into trouble. Everyone has way too many problems, though, to have even noticed Granny wandering about. So eventually, first, when we spot a crowd, we see her around some soldiers, which are beating up the widow, who actually stole Granny's savings. She's absolutely lost it, telling everyone that, yeah, she did steal from Granny. This is when, of course, Lord Shi arrives. Basically, in all of this confusion, due to the age of the coins that Granny has, Shi even reveals what dynasty we are in. And this is when Granny realizes that her son has been dead for a long time, which has her collapsing in tears. So we beat the shit out of the guards because this has gone on long enough. This lands us in a bit of a pickle though, but apparently, thanks to us, they've actually made a lot of progress on the case. Apparently, we were just bait to solve this case themselves, but Lord Shi seems to recognize Ying, thinking they've met before. Tension rises, but just then, Little Fu appears and tempts the guards with the treasure Basin and skedaddles right in the nick of time, saving our skin once again. And apparently she's run off straight into the ash pit, and the soldiers, though, don't seem to be willing to enter, so they'll just surround any exit, so if she leaves, they'll trap her. My only option now is to go down there myself, which brings us straight into the sewers. Little Fu has descended the winding corridors here, and so we give chase. This leads us to an eerie cave where a man is ringing some bells. He asks why we would come to this realm in between, and we explain that we're after a little girl in a mouse hat. We're then asked if we even know where we are. Not really, my guy. So he says we're fools, but does instruct us on where to go. The vibe doesn't get better though, as just as we're leaving, he tells us to get out of here before the bells stop ringing. Very ominous. I've got some big problems down here though, that being rats the size of raccoons, which gave me the freaking bubonic plague. I'm not even joking, but we gotta keep pressing forward, and we see some cavern thugs surrounding a member of the Nine Mortal Ways sect. This place is called the Unbound Cavern, and we deal with the thugs and rescue this sect disciple, and it turns out that Little Fu has passed through here. It turns out she is going to the Ghost Revelry Hall, a wicked place, so we gotta hurry. We're also given a key from this fellow to proceed, which is awfully kind of him. We just need to follow some red lanterns to find the place. So through all kinds of ways I ran, reaching a guarded, giant door. This is indeed the hall that I was looking for, bustling with bandits and thieves. We make a grand entrance by starting a ruckus straight away, as per the local customs, but I mopped the floor with all the enemies here, thanks to my recent upgrades. There are even members of the pavilion down here, which is strange, but once they were all dealt with, I clashed with Feng, seemingly the beefiest of the bunch, but the bigger they are, the harder they fall. With all that done and dusted, we've put on enough of a show for no one else to mess with us, so we can now investigate. One of the dancers which we saved is in a panic, likely a slave, and pleads not to be sent to the dark room where disobedient slaves are sent. So we were searching multiple doors to find the supposed dark room. With enough persistence, I stumbled upon it, and here I heard this strange, eerie song, which of course I had to go investigate. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Ghost Mistress of... Oh god, she laughs! I have been disemboweled. Holy, is that... Are those two sides of a giant piece of garden scissors, or what's going on here? Hold on. Dude, I cannot deal with this. She actually dealt so much damage.
She's just called Faceless, nothing else. Holy crap, that damage! Holy! I can barely even recover. Her attacks are so fast after one another and bleeding. Wow, that caught me off guard.
A second attempt, though, proved far more fruitful, as I wasn't caught off guard this time, and I didn't give her the opportunity to combo lock me. And now that I can finally breathe, I notice a terrified woman in a corner who fears that she's sold off to the human market, and I can only assume we'll reach this place by going deeper into the belly of the beast. Through a winding pathway, I found this here road that definitely leads to the place that I gotta go. All I had to do was just keep slashing my way on forward until I found the right door. I snuck my way on in on day 93, and I could see the head honcho from here, who is in charge of trafficking people. He has to know where Little Fu is. I did some stealth maneuvering to get through this place quickly until I reached his desk and read over his logs, and it seems they're selling off people's organs. I wasted no time confronting him, which did get me surrounded, but all that did was help me give him a visual representation of what I'm gonna do to him if he doesn't cooperate. So we got some information out of him about Little Fu. They weren't able to catch her, but says that she ran off even deeper in this place. So right after executing this waste of a breath, I gave chase to her again, but were warned by people that deep below lies a monster. I had to squeeze past some crates of prisoners and faced off against more of these lunatics with giant blades, likely not as strong as the first one we met, but that let me reach a giant floating platform where a very large dude was just chilling with his tiny little bird. He seemed like a chill guy, until he wasn't. This dude's name is Gule, and he's not a man of many words, but he was good at fighting, until he wasn't. The battle we had was so violent, though, I fell through the wooden floor into a current that took us to God knows where, so I had to rush out of this place before suffocating, breaking through multiple barriers until I reached a body of water with many corpses. I was booking it, and I seemed to have run out of oxygen in the final stretch, yet somehow made it to solid ground. Through more candlelit tunnels, I sprinted until finally I found Little Fu, who just won't stop escaping my grasp. So chasing her some more led me to this old shrine with this giant rat face. I was going to inspect it, of course, but something doesn't feel right. Candles automatically light up around me, and I'm being watched for certain. This creature turns to face me, and it's indeed the Tao Lord, who's actually 3 rat soldiers.
So we finally meet Tao Lord. Holy Beyblade and a half. Okay. This is actually really funny. I'm kind of glad we got to fight this guy. We have unsettled business from the start. I was told that you buy grain at a high price. Do you only have 1 phase, my guy? Wait a minute. Am I gonna beat you like just like that? That was it? Oh. We got them to scatter like the rats that they are. This has to be phase 2. It's actually pretty cool. I like the mask. It's goofy in a cool way. Yeah. This is phase 2. I can sense it. Oh, hell yeah. I'm glad that wasn't it. I'm kind of glad. That doesn't mean y'all are going to live any longer, but you know. Yeah, let me focus this one guy first. Oh. Whoa. Okay, well, I have my fan for ranged attacks. There we go. I think I knocked them a little bit. Honestly, this just feels like playing whack-a-mole. Yeah, get a dodge off. Tao Lord Hook is basically dead. I should probably get rid of that guy. Is it you? Yeah, the Hook. Okay, so the Hook is just low HP and is unkillable. I have to deal with the others. Okay. Right. Oh, the bow. It was the bow that I have to... Oh, the bow is so much easier to use for this scenario. Okay. Give me a second. This is going to be much easier now than using the fans. Because I can slow-mo these bees. Yeah. There you go. It's not easy, but it's easier. Oh, juicy damage. There you go. 3 in a row. That's how you're supposed to do it. Okay. Now I get the hang of it. It was just a little bit of a learning curve. Oh, they want to tussle now. Okay. Finally. Now you're playing my game. They make me blinded, which is a little bit frustrating. There you go. I like that the Tao Lord is literally 3 people.
Little Fu?
No shot.
There's 3 of you.
What? Wait a minute.
What's really going on here?
Fine, we'll tell you everything.
They're triplets and they are the Tao Lord? Of course they run again. God damn it. That was actually a cool surprise. That was cool. I like that.
Utterly baffled, I learned a skill called Wolf-like Frenzy, which is good for knockdowns, but I gotta focus. I gotta get to the bottom of this quite literally. And it's all starting to make sense. Little Fu stole the Basin when we were at that event, gave us a fake, gave us the slip, and that's why she had the real one in the Forsaken Quarter to lure away the guards. Well played, triplets. Well played. But here we go. All of this chasing led me to the Ghost Market, the most eerie spot I've encountered. So hesitantly, I made my way to its front gates to wander its strange streets, but were instructed by a horse-faced man to follow their rules and not cause problems. The rules are simple. We need to keep our faces covered, and when you hear a rooster caw, you have to leave. If you stay too long, the gates of hell are to open up, and you likely will not survive. This had me swapping over to a rat mask to blend in, and just kept searching for Little Fu, and of course we find her in another barrel, but that's only one of the triplets. The next one to find was Little Show, who was hiding behind some curtains. They try to get away with telling us that we're bullying kids, but that's not the way this goes. They then show us the gold-making vessel, which apparently was a fake from the get-go. We are baffled as we saw the coins flowing out with our own eyes, but turns out it was all just a very specific illusion spell from Wei Yang. The Ember of East, when he flung that coin against the bell, apparently made everyone just envision coins flowing out of it. Any real ones that were found on the floor were scattered by the Velvet Shade sect. They were just putting on a show. So the questions brought up, what was the whole point of that event? And they try to play dumb, but I deduced that the last triplet, Little Lou, likely knows. I searched far and wide, high and low, for where she possibly could be hiding, until I finally found her. She was just hiding around the corner from where I first saw her. So we ask why they have actually stolen it, to which Lou answers that apparently they were just trying to solve the coin shortage, even if that meant smuggling in Tang coins. And they insist this is a good thing because Tang coins can still be used down here in exchange for food. Even a fake treasure basin too can give people hope, so I guess their hearts are in the right place. To get back on track though, we have to go meet up with Ying Ying to see if she's okay, and we don't have to worry about the triplets actually getting caught. The 9 Mortal Ways, who actually run this here ghost market, have many burrows that the government doesn't know about, so they'll take a little bamboo raft and escape, so we're to meet them back at the surface in the Forsaken Quarter. But I made sure to do some sightseeing here while being down at this place. It's not every day that you visit the ghost market after all. I even got to talk to this very shady person at a gate who blindfolded me and brought me to an online casino, so there's something for everybody. On the morning of 94, first things first, I quickly went to cure myself of the plague, and then went to meet up with the triplets. Apparently there are guards asking around about the 3 of them, so it's up to us to round up our friends and lead them outside. The first person I met up with was Ying Ying, and we assure her that Little Fu is fine, but we can see the guards rounding up everyone outside who doesn't give them good information to do forced labor at the furnace. We have to play it sneaky to move around these parts, so like a sneaky little snake, we crossed the street until we reached her home, where the triplets and Granny are waiting for us. I thought you guys were gonna wait outside. Sadly, we can't wait any longer for the widow to get here to lead her to safety, but this is when we hear something from the streets. Apparently, she's led the soldiers straight to us. I was actually upset about this, so quickly the others had to leave out the back door while I had to fend off Lord Shi and his henchmen. We confront the big red man, and we can see his soldiers actually mistreating the widow. It seems like they held her sick child hostage to figure out where we were. That's just low. And after fighting 2 henchmen here, Lord Shi himself makes a lunge at us with his sword. Just at that moment, Ying Ying steps in and saves us from death by capturing his blade with her hand, and after pulling off some tricks, we see her hair turns blonde. She's apparently the Ember of East. Now the whole backstory actually makes sense. She tells us to run for it, which we do without a second thought because it's up to us to save Granny. But once by her side, the triplets tell us they are quite worried that they're going to take Ying Ying to the furnace. So we ask them to take care of Turtle Granny as we need to infiltrate said furnace. In short, we're going to face off the government and tell them all that they're doing is hella wrong. We also leave one of Ying Ying's bags here with them, but this is when another note falls out from her. It states once again that people should sing the Song of Mercy. If the court shows mercy, the basin fills itself. All of us are confused by Ying Ying's constant riddles and why she keeps drawing bread at the back of each note. Why does she want us all to sing? But during this, Granny wakes up and remembers that Ying Ying is actually not her daughter, so she has a moment of clarity, but even still says she'll do anything to save her. And we agree that we all must gather everyone in town to sing the song. And so the triplets are on the job, telling everyone in town to bring out their treasure basins, but no one wants to listen. This is when Turtle Granny, though, steps up to the plate and starts to sing. This begins to gather a crowd, and everyone brings out their basins and fills the streets with song. As for yours truly, this is the perfect opportunity to sneak onto one of the coin confiscation carts. So once I found a convoy, I had to sneak towards it while they were on high alert because they definitely assumed with all this singing that there had to be some rebellion afoot. But despite their best efforts, we sneak on and under a carriage and are sent straight into enemy territory. To say sneaking through this place was dicey is an understatement, but we overhear some of the guards, apparently those sent to hard labor in the furnace, never come back. But the soldiers also have some blind confidence that the God of Fortune is watching over them and that everything for them will be alright. While snooping around a little bit more, we overhear some of the soldiers are trying to interrogate Ying Ying but can't get her to talk, so they're going to send her to a very dark dungeon where she will likely never see the light of day again. So I gotta find out where this dungeon is, but in the distance I spotted one of the captains along with Ying Ying's cat, so I might as well follow it. I snuck into a building nearby and eavesdropped on a conversation and overheard a soldier receiving a map for the dungeon in question, so we used the opportunity to pounce him, as that might be the only way to finding Ying Ying again. With it now in my possession, I have to get out of here, so I peered through the front door and it's definitely not safe to waltz through there, but I just ended up making a break for it through the window, which alerted all of the guards to my location in the area, so I quickly needed to hide to lose their heat. Once I was finally safe, I could see under which building the dungeon was at. We can't go through the main gate, as Lord Shin and his guards are there, and we see the room that leads to the dungeon, but it's being filled with heavily armored soldiers. Thing is, before biting off more than I can chew, there was a final trail that I wanted to follow for a prime suspect, that of Murang Juan, one of the people invited at the event. I went to the Imperial Garden thinking that I find her there, and she's just chilling here with her wooden bird contraption, a kite, usable for war. She is quite the engineer, and I can tell why she needs funds for that fleet. That one battleship is the size of a city. She states that her navy is ready for a combat exercise and that a banquet will be held with influential guests. Apparently, under the Kaitheng prefect, the man in purple robes that we once met, they are going to war with the South, and they invited a lot of wealthy guests from foreign nations to these gardens in hopes to raise funds to finish this quintessent warship. In short, this ship will surely intimidate these neighboring regions, and we are to send the invites personally to their reps so they can see its power firsthand. So the next morning, I went to invite all the people present in the garden. They're likely spying on the naval strength that this government has, but first up, we invite the Crown Prince of Shu, then the Vice Minister of the Southern Tang, and lastly, a Black Armor General. This brings us straight to the banquet, which is held in the evening hours, where Murang Juan gives a speech on the warship's capabilities and effortlessly answers any questions these rich folk have. It's brought up that if they got enough funding, it will be fully operational within 10 days. Even the prefect Zhao explains its intended use in front of everybody. The Tang representative is quite worried about all this, but the Shu prince doesn't hesitate to offer the funds that they need immediately. Under two conditions: the ship does not sail west, likely to his kingdom, and they receive the ship's diagrams. And just like that, a deal is struck and contract made. That honestly seemed like a very hasty decision from the prefect's part, so he must really be after the money. But ignoring that, everyone is invited to the Jinming pool after the banquet to witness the ship's combat practices. So once the banquet comes to a close, we speak to the prefect and Juan, and she is quite frustrated that the ship diagrams will be given up to another country so easily. This will not help their war efforts and would mean a prolonged stalemate. This deal was done quite hastily, she says, so I guess we are in agreement, but the prefect has a plan. He asks us to steal the diagram from the prince once he gets it, along with an item that he's going to give, as that would make them accountable for a breaching contract and still give them the funds that they are after. We consider that to be quite shameless, but are told that the cost of building this ship has not just burdened the government, but also the people of Kaifeng, and if the ship were to become a wasted effort, it would not benefit the people as a whole. And considering his plan is to reunite multiple regions, that would benefit everybody, so I guess we're convinced to go ahead with his plan. And with that, Yuan takes us to the Jinming Pool, where this colossal beast is showing off its war capabilities. Thank goodness this is a fake scenario. Thing is, my problem is that it seems rather difficult to even get close to the prince's envoy to pull off this heist. Most importantly, we're also not allowed to be seen by anyone during this covert operation, so after some incognito maneuvers, I reached an underway passageway where I hear some of the plan unfolding. The prefect tells him that the diagrams of the ship are at the top of it, and that he cannot accompany him any further because he has important prefect stuff to do, but gives him his own royal talisman, which will allow him to freely walk onto the warship and get the diagrams himself. Bingo! We need that talisman to board the ship ourselves, and thus we track the prince. They fully clue in on what's happening, though. They can tell that from this deal that whoever didn't give them the funds would be the first one attacked by the warship. So what the prince is trying to do is not only guarantee safety for his kingdom for a very long time, but to build his own warship to fight this Song dynasty that we are from for the years to come, which is honestly a really smart play. After trailing them for a good while longer, they reach a boat that's going to take them to the Quintesset warship's entrance. But before that, I knock out the prince, stole the talisman, hopped across the pond where I had to beat one of the commanders who has a talisman himself, and then used both of these items to basically unlock the gondola, which helps me board the warship. Once inside, I overheard some troops here mention that the general of this place is actually locked in the main room. Some say he's sick, some dare say that there's something more mischievous afoot, so I'm going to have to check out things for myself. An elevator got me to the top floor in a jiffy, where we see the mentioned general chained up and a bit out of it. Now, there's a whole lot of context that I did not have here, but to summarize what I found online, this is a family member of Yuan, the engineer of the ship, and there was tons of drama, lies, and misunderstanding in her life, which caused her to resent this man, because she was lied to about the death of her father, who rebelled against the current governing power. On to our mission, though. The only way to gain access to the command room where the diagrams are at, which we have to steal, is to bring some little armored statues to some banners which are hidden across the place. That contraption there opens some secret doorways leading to the main chamber, which I investigated fully and found the ship's diagrams, which we'll take along, and for some reason, this ship has a self-destruct system in the back. Something seems off. This ship is rigged to be destroyed. We got problems though, because this place by now is crawling with more soldiers from what we can hear, so we have to sneak out a trap door and stay hidden to uncover more of this conspiracy. As the day passed, I reached the bottom of the warship, and with that ended up in the ship's water drainage system, where I had to complete a series of puzzles in order to escape, which included some of the hardest ones I had to complete in this run. We then eventually reached the oil room, and from the darkness here, Lady Juan steps forward and tells us to leave the diagrams, and she has backup, which is a freaking phoenix. What her being here means for us is this perfection-obsessed genius doesn't want us to bring back the diagrams back to the prefect, as per his instructions, because she is the one wanting to sink the ship, which would be a big blow to the Emperor's might. Long story short, she late in life learned her father rebelled, got killed, so now she has beef with the government, who she deems unjust to serve. So, conflict is unavoidable, because to us, she's an enemy of the state.
You tampered with the diagram. It's you who's trying to obstruct the Southern campaign.
What's done is done. No point in going on about it.
Okay, a bit of a shock, ain't gonna lie to you. So you're completely against what the prefect is trying to do and trying to sabotage the entire dynasty's war efforts, but you know what? I'm not gonna judge. But yes, we finally meet in person. I have fought you many times with many other raiders. And you are much stronger than then. I changed my mind, I'm actually goated. Let's just pop your endurance here. There you go, honey.
And just with a little bit of these and a little bit of those, you'll be sleeping in David Jones's locker. Yes, sir.
Leave the quintident diagram.
Okay. I'm down.
Great. She's gone mad, and she's gonna take us down with her.
Born into chaos and eventually conquering the world. But this path, I find there's no turning back.
You just hold on there just a second, little lady. We are not done.
On the innocent.
Oh, now we fight her like in the second phase of the raid. It's come full circle.
Double boss fight. Oh, I'm getting absolutely clobbered. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. Oh. She twirling. Oh, that's so cool. She actually can... She can use it to fly around, but I saw that coming a mile away, honey. You're going to have to do better than that. You have to set your little kite to go take a hike, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know how I'm alive. I should have been dead a long time ago, to be honest. I'm talking a lot of schmack for a person that's living on like 5 HP. So here's the thing, though. If I kill the lady before the Firebird, don't I technically, you know, get a free pass? I appreciate you flying, but I got tools for that, and that's this. Ooh, here she comes. Got you. Perish. That's what I thought. Oh, it's taking him to safety. Are you gonna nuke in the sky? Wait a freaking minute.
Okay, you got back up. That is not fair. You see, now the ship collapses straight in on itself. That's karma for you. Although that's kind of what you wanted, so kind of good for you, I guess. Oh, we got some slow-mo. Oh, let me just add some fireworks here, Muma. Let's settle this once and for all. See you later, nerd. Burning in her own creations. What a way to go.
I then searched the water and the wreckage of her bird for her corpse, but Yuan is not to be found. I can only assume that she is dead. On a lighter note, though, a Mirage boat was setting sail at this time. This is a very big lounge where players can come hang out, and the longer you stay here, the more fortune points you can earn, and I believe a different player actually owns this thing. It was a sight to behold, people playing and fireworks going off everywhere. I stuck around to have some idle fun, participated in some games. I even learned how to play Old MacDonald on the harp.
I actually did it.
First on day 97, I hit the point cap, which I exchanged for some goodies, and I also wanted to finish off some other loose ends. For example, getting the final martial arts for the umbrella, but I was not permitted entry to the room where the art was displayed, and had to visit the Velvet Shade first, essentially doing a line of subquests. I overheard someone saying that they're in search of a list from the Water Lady, so of course we have to follow him. After chasing him down, he recognizes us and says there's a list of faceless ones, the people whom Auntie Han and Uncle Ying did operations on, and in short, this list of patients has fallen into the hands of people from another state, which is dangerous. These people could find out exactly who she operated, and with that, find out where she is, and then do who knows what. This person is from the 9 Mortal Ways sect, and we come up with a plan where I'm to dress up and infiltrate Revelry Hall to either steal or destroy that list, and immediately get into problems with people who question if I'm really the famous musician who I pretend to be. And to prove that I am who I say I am, I have to tune instruments to a song based on ear alone. So after slapping these here drums in the right order, we prove to be who we say we are and get to take a boat to the hall. We see lanterns lit, many guests, beautiful decorations, a true glorious sight to behold. Many people have gathered here for the biggest festivity to date. People dancing and drinking to their heart's content, a dance so well performed that it almost seems magical. And from the crowd, we ourselves get swooped off our feet, straight into the air and tossed straight into the center of the stage. Thankfully, we do get a moment of opportunity to get out of our costume, and then get to investigate this place for clues on where these notes may be. I have to collect 7 clues total and perform various tasks to find where this list possibly could be hidden. And by day 98, I concluded that the list was very likely close by at a place called the Nimbus Tower. And as soon as we get there, this popular hangout spot is oddly empty. We hear some tunes coming from the floor above though, and from one of the rooms, we see a purple haze, and I don't trust it. From it, we're suddenly attacked by a random person in this fog. This man had completely lost his mind. I had no choice but to end him, I promise. Through some clues that I found here, I learned that some envoy was completely in love with the most beautiful woman from the Velvet Shade sect and offered priceless gifts to her and was to meet her right here. More importantly though, I actually found the Water Lady's list, so of course I tried to burn it in the incense burner as per my instructions, but I got dizzy and fell to the ground. As I woke up, I saw a lady in the same room. This here is Roland, the lady that the man was so in love with. She had indeed met up with the man, but he started to act quite strange, likely due to substances that one should not partake in. So they used the incense burner to knock him out, and we just happened to suffer the same result because, well, we just showed up unexpected. That's kind of on us. That's a problem, though. The person we killed was the envoy, a very important person, so we might have gotten her and the rest of the Velvet Shade in a lot of trouble for kind of putting this man into an early grave. Not to fret, though. We reassure this woman that whatever happens, the cops can't catch us. She's actually so impressed by our skills that we are permanently invited to any future events that they host and even get personally escorted to a fireworks show. We up, gang. We up. This is our moment. She actually has business to attend to, so wanders on back where she's gotta go. So once she took her leave, that's a quest line complete, and that's all I was after. So with that done, it's time for us to get into that banquet event to learn that final martial art for the umbrella. And from all the clues that I've gathered in this area, I deduced that I had to get a keepsake to use as payment to enter the banquet, which led me to break into their warehouse, stole a hairpin, and was allowed to use that to get a seat inside the showroom. And with that, we have a front stage ticket to capture this martial art. With that off of my checklist, it was now time to head to the furnace. I need to save Ying Ying after all, she's waited long enough. I snuck on into this building's basement, avoiding the commander's sight, because I need to stay incognito to find a key for this here door, and I deduced that the guard with this feather on his head has said key. I followed him upstairs, but overheard someone saying that they referred to Lord Shi as the god of fortune himself, which is strange. I thought the Emperor was the god of fortune. Either way, I yoinked the furnace key off of the guard's person and then rushed downstairs again. There's no telling what I'm going to find, except that likely it's nothing good down here. The place is lined with weapons of all types too, and an elevator here took me even deeper below. In one of the prison cells, I also found an official who knows a secret of Lord Shi. He's not a real judge from Kaifeng, he's actually from Weijiang, the same place where the Ember of East is from, so he's an imposter. This official, though, at the mention of money, goes absolutely crazy. He can hear coins in the distance and wants to fling himself right over there. Absolutely nuts. There's also a member of the 9 Mortal Ways, speaking about a fishy money tree and warns us not to touch the coins, but again, at the mention of coins, he's going absolutely crazy. Is anyone sane down here? One of the cell doors was kind of suspicious and openable, so I went in to check it out, but it locks behind me! Turns out it was the 3 musketeers who were angry for leaving them behind, so they kind of locked the door on me as a prank. They're just playing around, so they let us out. They mentioned that Ying Ying's cat actually brought them here, the same cat we were following kind of, and we just continue on together. But the place slowly transitions from an eerie dungeon to a more refined, wealthy style here. I am glad that these 3 showed up though, because there's no way alone I can open this giant heavy door, behind which is a warm chamber filled with loads of treasure, gems, and gold, and on the wall is a painting of the god of fortune. Apparently that's Officer Shi. We're also asked if we have heard of the god of avarice, essentially also known as the Black Treasure. There are 4 gods of fortune in total that's mentioned. Ying Ying, better known as the Ember of East, is one of them. Lord Shi, also known as the Black Treasure, is another, hence why Ying Ying looked familiar to him before. We conclude that this entire stash is what Lord Shi has actually been hoarding for himself, while the rest of the world outside is starving. The triplets are also determined to basically play Robin Hood and get all of this wealth on out of here and distribute it to the poor. But somehow all of this connects to the Pavilion, the same group that attacked Heaven's Pier with the witch. I don't know how though. It turns out that there's no way out of this space. No way to get to the dungeon where Ying Ying is at, but after a bit of snooping around, we notice a draft here in this wall, so by following some candle smoke, we found a hidden door. And after trying a few things, we noticed that out of the bookshelf, there's one object that didn't fall. This here vase. It surprisingly has the same dragon pattern too as the door at the beginning of our adventure. How does this connect to Uncle Yang? The vase turns out to be the hinge to the secret door, so I walked on through myself, but of course, the door closes behind me, and we're not about to leave them there alone, so we have to find a way to open it from our side. Just then, we also hear Ying Ying begging for someone to come free her, so we rush on over with no hesitation, but it seems to have been a trap. An auditory spell is being cast. We see her wrapped in chains, but can't do anything to save her. We just knock out then and there straight to the floor. And once we awaken, the triplets are somehow here on our side. They ask what happened, and we explain that we could have sworn we saw Ying Ying on that centerpiece there, but we just see some clothes hanging there. It must have been an illusion. We have more immediate problems to attend to, as the guards have found us, but besting them wasn't really a problem. The triplets can even summon hordes of rats, which was actually pretty entertaining. What's strange though moving forward is there were a lot of dead soldiers just lying about. Something doesn't feel right. Why would they be dead in their own dungeon? On one of the bodies, we also found some life coins. These are the ones that Ying Ying actually uses for her attacks. Could it be that she's broken free? I was actually very relieved to get to the surface shortly after, because I need to get these three to safety. However, we are surrounded. We have no choice but to fight, meaning I have to take on the commander of this place called Jin, who states Ying Ying is not in the dungeon at all, that she's actually being transported to the furnace as we speak. Mockingly, she states that we can check on how she's doing in hell. Thankfully, Commander Jin is absolutely no match for me, and we know exactly now where to go. The problem is though that the furnace is even more guarded. We at least have an ace up our sleeve, and that's these three tricksters who plan to set fire to some nearby ships as a distraction. This meant on day 99, we enacted this plan by hopping on rooftops straight to the shipyard, and there they got to work straight away and actually got out safely. Good for them. So without further ado, it's time for me to explore this wretched furnace and put an end to things once and for all. We take the first elevator down and see tons of people slaving away in the blazing heat, molten metal flowing endlessly. Now this is one large-scale operation, but amongst the commotion, I saw Ying Ying's cat, seemingly wanting us to follow it. But even weirder than that is that no one seems to pay heed to my presence at all. I'm not going to waste this opportunity though, so it's time to explore this place fully. This is our one shot, so stealthily, by using the mechanisms in place, I ascended to higher ground, and it seems all the workers here are engulfed by their work. It is as though they think that if they put in their best effort, the god of fortune awaits them with a great prize. The guards also mention that no one has actually seen the god of fortune yet, but supposedly only people who give enough offerings at a certain room are allowed to enter. My incognito mission came to an early close though, as when I tried to enter this elevator, everybody noticed where I was at, so even indoors I was being shot at with f***ing artillery! So through raging hellfire, my most nimblest skills were utilized in order to reach the top. All of the movement skills that I've mastered on my adventure are coming into full display. I ran as fast as the wind until finally I smashed my way to what I hope is safety. The tower is burning under the moonlight, and the next thing I know, I'm outside, and from here I had to reach the highest point of it. From soaring above the clouds, I had to activate this lever, which likely has me appearing at the complete bottom of it. This room is overflowing with coins, wealth beyond belief, and you are right to assume that I'm going to steal everything that I can. There doesn't seem to be a shortage at all, so I'm quite perplexed. But back to the topic at hand, I get to take yet another elevator. How far does this place go? From this giant hall, we can hear people pleading with the god of fortune and offering up their own skin for wealth. Are those voices coming from those stone statues of the gold? And man, Ying Ying have better be behind this giant door, and what I found was the most lavish room yet, with people worshipping Lord Shu with the real treasure basin. We corner him. Why should we bow to him? He's only human, yet somehow he seems to have control of this illusory magic within the basin. All the people here transform into coins that are absorbed by it. Is that how the illusion is made? All I know is he needs to die.
Sup, big man? God of avarice. Well,
We'll see about that. Oh, he uses it like a little missile launcher. I'm already natural at this. I've dodged his attacks twice already right off the rip. Oh, that's cool. He can teleport with gold. What is that? He's absorbing us somehow? There you go. You're not so tough when you're on the ground, are you? Easy McCheesy, man. Did he just split that in half with his bare hands? Okay, you know what? I might have taken back any statements I have prior made. That's actually pretty bad. Round 2. Fight. Oh, that was golden. I was not ready. I was looking at the move. Yo, he could use them together like a staff. That's actually pretty sick. No, you don't. Too slow. The amount of damage we're doing, though, is absolutely ridiculous right now. What's this? Avarice attempts to control the money tree. Okay. There's money around now. Oh, it's Echo Jades? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, come to freaking... No shot. I just turned to gold. Is it because I'm looting too much? Is this what the sin of greed is all about? Is this a lesson that we're being taught here? I don't care. Give me my Echo Jades, man. I need to gamble. I need to gamble for skins. I don't care. I live still. I'm gonna steal all you have and kill you. That's a really cool feature, though. Oh, money flows are coming. Dodge them. Oh, I guess that's all really hot, spicy money. He has a golden chain over his health bar as well. I'm assuming I can't kill him right now. Okay, it's like a level of armor, apparently. I'm using my Getsuga Tensho against his shield. And that seems to do the trick. He is much larger than before, though. He's actually pretty huge. He was not that large before. Oh! A third phase like Tianying. Oh, snap. In a different realm, too. Some Buddha statues or something again. Ew. Whoa, dude, wait. I just got goosebumps across my whole body. Oh, what do you want me to do against that? I'm trying to block here, but how long can I keep this up? Oh, okay, I gotta use my bow and shoot the eye. Fair enough. I can do that. Yo, he actually looks pretty sick. Summon believers. Oh, man. These are all the people that he has under his control. Oh, they're savages. I can't block them. They all have golden attacks. Oh, they last for a while and then he absorbs them. Oh. Oh. Ha! Gotcha. So that's how we get rid of his armor. No, sir. Slow-mo. Oh, he's got the Eye of Sauron over there. Woo! Dude, that's a freaking death beam.
As we deal our final blow to this greedy god, we hear a voice coming from Ying Ying's pouch, and we see her being held captive at the tower's top by the prefect of Kaifeng, and her pleading with him. Do the common folk truly have no voice? But here's what we hear singing in the background, and we see the common folk light candles, and with them, a beam of gold energy rises into the heavens and goes straight into this here pouch, giving us the energy to deal the final slash to the god of avarice. His head falls to the floor, gold flies everywhere, and the furnace explodes, and from it, we come out victorious. We jump in to save Ying Ying, holding the prefect at sword point, and just then, a mysterious voice comes from the shadows. the Emperor himself, saying he had told the prefect that this wouldn't end well. A time skip occurs, so this is officially our day 100. We see Big Zhao explaining to some kids that the government definitely stands with the people, and that if copper can be money, and iron can be money, then so can paper. The kids are a little bit confused by this, and he goes on to say that the government has opened the treasury and has started exchanging copper coins for people's Tang coins. And although it'll be a tough few years for them, if we can trust the coin, we can learn to trust the paper. And maybe someday, we won't even need paper anymore. Next, we see how Granny decides to exchange all of her collected coins for this new currency, expressing that this is a good thing. Ying Ying is a little bit worried for Granny, but she assures her that everything will be absolutely all right. She can even open up a shop for her daughter, and they'll be able to eat buns for every meal. Ying Ying says she does not need her own shop, but says that now, with no more wars being waged, things can go back to the way that they should be, and people can live in peace and earn their own living without worries. First thing I decided to do was to head on over to Granny's house, and while I'm running, I would like to thank all of our lovely patrons and YouTube channel members for your monthly support. I cannot express how much it helps the entire team to produce these huge videos. It all gets dumped straight into editing costs, and if you would like to become a supporter as well, there are links down below. We offer some private channels in our community Discord, along with that, access to a couple of game servers, and of course, as you see here, your name immortalized for all eternity on these videos. So again, thank you so much. As soon as we get there, we speak to Ying Ying and ask her about Lord Shi and tell her that we found out that he had ties to the Pavilion, the same group that attacked Heaven's Pier with the witch. She is dumbfounded by that discovery, but is at least thankful that we got to the bottom of it and that this dude will not be a problem anymore. We also ask her about Onhan and where we could possibly find her, and she says that once she rules Wei Jiang, which is her new objective, she'll have no shortage on ways to find her, but that might take years. We don't have that long, so she suggests that we could check in with the Velvet Shade in 3 months' time to learn more. But we'll have to give up our jar of wine for that information, which we are quite hesitant to do. Either way, we bid her farewell and wish all of the best in Wei Yang. Until we meet again, Trickster. But on to you, my lovelies. Remember, this awesome game is completely free, so download Where Winds Meet today with my links down below. And you're in luck, the mobile version just went live. There's so much to do that even after a whole playthrough, there's content I haven't even gotten to touch, like PvP, their whole battle royale, and countless social activities, and there's still so much more content in store for this title. So I'm counting on seeing you in the jianghu. And with all that being said, thank you so very much for watching, and I'll be seeing you so very soon in the next one. So take care now. Bye-bye.